Hello and welcome to Slash Cinema, the show where we watch and rank entire horror film franchises so you don't have to. My name is Justin Ashley, and joining me as always is my co-host, Mark Skews.
How you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm doing a hell of a lot better now that Freddy's fucking Nightmares is out of my own nightmares. You know?
For now.
It will return.
For now.
In case you didn't watch it, our last episode, we tackled Freddy's Nightmares Season 1, and we did our top 5 best and top or bottom 5 worst episodes, and that was a fucking endeavor.
It was pure chaos.
Yeah, that was 22 hours of footage we had to fucking watch. Yeah, and not good stuff. No, not high quality footage. Yeah, that was a hard one. So that was a fucking marathon. And now some of you, for the very few of you that had watched that and liked it and are like, where's season 2? Why aren't they doing season 2? We need a break.
It's coming, but not right away.
We needed a fucking break.
Yeah.
And I talked to you off camera about this, and I said, look, let's put season 2 on the back burner. Let's not kill ourselves again. Let's tackle a lighter franchise. And I do mean, like, you know, it's still a significant franchise, but it's in scope much smaller than what we've already tackled. This is the shortest franchise we've tackled to date.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yep.
In case you haven't figured it out yet, or rather you haven't figured it out yet, we are tackling the Child's Play franchise, aka the Chucky franchise. How do you feel about that, the name thing? Because, like, growing up, because again, I'm a 90s kid. Yeah, you're an 80s kid. It was the Child's Play movies.
That's right.
But people don't call them that anymore.
No, and I think that's probably going to come up as we go through these, that there's definitely a tonal shift in these movies when the name starts to change. So
save that thought.
Yes, exactly.
I kind of know exactly what you're talking about, but whether you call it the Child's Play movies or you call it the Chucky films, that's what we're tackling. We're doing all 8 entries. I pitched this too. I was like, dude, let's just do a lighter franchise that won't be so bad. I also know these films are notoriously short.
Yep. I don't think a single one of them is over an hour and a half, is it?
I think one might be like 91 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, like, all of these are lean, short, tight horror films.
Right.
Most of them are sub 90 minutes.
That's right.
The bare minimum of what can be called a theatrical film. These films got there, and it made for a much easier viewing experience. So, what familiarity had you had with these films?
So before we prepared for the show, I had only seen up to part 3.
Oh, you hadn't even seen
right.
Bride.
No, so there was over half of what we're going to talk about today.
Shit.
I had not seen, I had not viewed before preparations for this show.
Because, like, at this point, it's basically been rebooted, I would say, 3 times. I would say they rebooted it 3 times. Like, with Bride, it's a bit of a reboot. And then with Curse, it's a little bit of a reboot. And then, of course, we're going to end with the actual remake, the 2019 remake. So you hadn't seen any of that shit.
Part 3 was where I finished.
So in your mind, that was the definitive end to Chucky.
That's right.
Yeah. Little did you know.
Yes.
So you had you had not seen, like, this character?
I did know of the characters. So I will be honest, it would be difficult to come into this and not have a little bit of a spoiler as to where the franchise goes after part 3, but I was not prepared.
In that you hadn't seen them.
That's right.
Yeah. Or do you mean mentally?
Yes.
I think he means both.
That's
folks.
right.
He might be.
I'm trying not to.
Yeah, he might be giving you a little early warning of what his rankings are going to be. I had seen. So I was never a huge Chucky fan. Right. I really liked the first couple. And then I remember watching Bride not too long after it came, because it came out in 98. So I would have been 8 years old, but I would have watched it, like, literally rented this VHS tape here. I want to say, like, when I was like 12 or 13, like, you know, I saw it, you know, it was still relatively new at the time. I never saw Seed. and then I had no interest in Chucky later on because he just was never one of my favorite horror of the big icons. He was never a big one for me. So I skipped the last 3. I had skipped them. I had watched Cult, which there's a funny story there. Do you remember I told you I met at a horror con Alex Vincent? Like Andy Barclay?
You've met many.
Do you remember the
great
story
folks?
I was telling you
No.
about him? That he walked up beside me. I didn't even know it was him because he was just acting so not like normal, and I didn't really know what he looked like because I hadn't followed that franchise, and that was a big thing. Is like he was in the movie, and
Right.
he's returning, he's reprising his role, right? And he was really excited about the new movie because it was just coming out, and they like went straight to Netflix, and I was like, okay. To be nice, I'm going to watch this. I hadn't even seen the one that came. I didn't see Curse, the precursor. So I watched Cult. So I had seen that one. And I think just randomly, I had nothing to watch. And I was like, let's see what the remake's like. So I had seen the remake. So upon rewatching, I had seen them all except for Seed and Curse. So I guess actually I'd seen most of them.
Okay.
But I didn't really know them.
Right.
It's not like Elm Street or Friday where I retain a lot of those little trivia pieces. I don't have a deep knowledge on this franchise, which is maybe a good thing because it made for fresh viewing,
Right.
I'll say that. So
I think it's important to note as well, we are not including anything from the television show.
thank you for bringing that up. Yeah. We're not touching the show. Don't ask us to touch the show. Fuck off. I don't want to watch the show. No, because there's already 3 seasons. And then what are we going to do? Rank each season?
It just would have been too tough, I think, to integrate into a discussion about the movies.
Yeah, and I'll say this. I've watched the first 2 episodes. They suck shit.
Okay. Yeah, so I haven't seen any of them.
Here's a hot take. Sorry, guys. I know there's a ton of fans for the show. It's not good. It has cool kills, and Brad Dourif and a lot of the supporting cast are good, but it's not a good show. Like, it's just not. I'm sorry. I'm not going to lie and say it is. It's just not. It's poorly filmed. It's got really shitty low budget, and it really shows. The new characters all kind of suck. It feels like a cheap television production that they just put all their money into the kills, which I guess that was the smart thing to do because it did find an audience.
Yeah.
Like, am I happy it's going? Great. Yeah, I am, honestly, because I like the horror community, but I tried it. It wasn't for me. It was a little too cheap for my taste,
So there you go. Obviously, good reasons why it just wouldn't work for the format of what we're trying to do.
Not
today.
for this. Yeah, not for this. So we're not going to be touching on the TV show. And I don't want to.
No.
So don't expect it in a future video. Well, I'm not teasing that.
No.
The only TV show in your future is Freddy's Nightmares. Look how excited Mark is.
Can we do the Chucky show instead?
Yeah, okay, it might be easier to do the Chucky show. Yeah. All right. Anything else you'd like to add before we get into this?
No, I'm excited. I think, I'm glad you asked what my preparation was for this, because unlike the previous franchises we've done, Nightmare on Elm Street, Friday the 13th, Halloween, this one, over half of the entries I had never watched. So it's exciting to come into something like this, having really very little background other than the sort of the chunk at the beginning, which I think the first 3 kind of create a trilogy.
They absolutely do.
So they kind of stand on their own, but I really had no awareness of what comes after. So
and where it would become.
That's right.
Yeah. So, without further ado, let's get to the goods. All right. As always, we do not know each other's ranking lists. Right. This is going to be fresh to both of us. I don't know where he's ranked what entries. We are ranking these from worst to best, 8 being the worst, 1 being the best. We are going to do these in chronological order. We're going to go through each entry. As an entry comes up, we will both reveal where we have it ranked on our list.
Yeah, based on release date, we'll go first movie to last movie. And,
So it's going to start with the first Child's Play and then go to the Child's Play remake.
Mm-hmm.
And that being said, our first entry from 1988, Child's Play. This is my number 2.
This is my number 2.
What? Whoa! Slash
Okay.
cinema first.
Yeah.
Has this ever happened where we immediately our picks were the exact same?
So I'm based on this, I think our lists might be very close.
No, I don't think so. No.
Okay. They better be close.
Never assume
They better
that.
be close.
Never assume that. Never assume that we have the same list.
I think we
Mark.
might have a 4 and a 5.
There's
swap,
always
but-
going to be a Halloween 3 that throws it all to shit. So no, do not expect
I can
that.
have hope, right?
But no, this is your number 2.
Number 2.
All right.
Yeah.
Let me get to the basic plot, and then we'll get into what we liked and what we didn't like. Okay. So it opens with Brad Dourif being chased through the streets by a detective played by Chris Sarandon. Did you catch?
I did.
Yes,
Yeah.
Chris Sarandon of a lot of other films. Most notably, probably Fright Night is what I know him from.
I wouldn't say like an A tier, but like it's solid.
He's a solid B tier
actor.
Yeah, he's like a Cary Elwes. Like he never got like big, but he has a few that he's in.
He's not a nobody.
No.
You've recognized him. You've seen him.
Absolutely.
Yep.
And he's chasing Brad Dourif, Brad Dourif always looks funny, but he looks really goofy in this intro. He's got like the long, like greasy hair, and he's just like, he's so manic running through the streets. But so he's being pursued by Sarandon. Presumably it's a cop chasing a bad guy. We don't exactly know what's happening. He gets shot, and his accomplice, I believe it's Eddie, takes off without him. So Brad Dourif is like stranded. And he's like, what the fuck? No, what am I going to do? Yep. And he seeks refuge in a toy store. I noted there's a neat little board game cameo. I don't know if you caught this. Soon as he goes into, this is like real deep cut.
Yep.
Soon as he goes into the toy store, you get a little shot and they show a few it's kudos to the set designers. It's probably a real toy store, or at least they filled it with period accurate toys from the time. He opens the door. Brad Dourif goes in. On the wall, you see some board games, like some highlight ones. Among them, Fireball Island.
Ah, yes, I do remember that.
How fucking cool is that? For those that don't know, Fireball Island is this gigantic fucking board game that I'm sure cost like $1 million when it first came out, and it has like a lot of notoriety and just like how obnoxiously large this fucking game is. And
they made a rebooted version of it last few years.
It got kickstarted. Yeah, so I thought that was a neat little thing.
Nice.
I caught it. We immediately get Brad Dourif, Charles Lee Ray, whatever the fuck you want to call him, goes into the toy store. We immediately get a title card. Did you catch this?
Yeah.
It's just like, it comes at kind of an awkward moment. It's just like, he goes in and immediately it's just like Child's Play.
At least it's kind of subtle though. Like it's not.
But it comes quick, and it was like, oh, okay, that's very sudden. But then I get why they did it. See, I think they had it backwards. I think Child's Play should have come at the end of this sequence, not the beginning, but whatever. Immediately we get the title card of the film, and then we get like kind of a cat and mouse in the toy store over the credits. So the credits are playing, and as Chris Sarandon is like slowly walking through the aisles looking for the injured Charles Lee Ray, Brad Dourif, we get the credit roll happening. I always appreciate when a film does this. Make the fucking credits interesting.
Right.
Don't just give me black wall with like a black screen with like popping in text. Fuck you. Show us something.
Yeah.
You know,
Incorporate it somehow.
just have some sort of interesting thing to watch, you know? So this one does a really good job of that. And I actually like this opening credit sequence. And I also want to give credit, another thing they do, because this drives me up the fucking wall. So when you're having your opening credits, you know when they're listing the names of the actors? Don't put Lawrence Fishburne over an image of Keanu Reeves when you're doing the Matrix opening credit. And I'm not saying that one does it, but you know what I'm saying?
Right.
I appreciate when the editor was self-aware enough to be like, hey, why don't I put Brad Dourif over a shot of Brad Dourif and Chris Sarandon over a shot of Chris Sarandon, which is what they do. So credit to the editor because so many films don't do this for some
or
reason.
at least make sure that you don't do the opposite, which is flash a single name over top of one single actor right at the very beginning of the movie when, okay, that's who that is. It's,
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. So, no, they did a good job with that. So their cat and mouse game continues. Dorf is shot once again. And realizing he's fucked, he shouts out he's going to get revenge on the cop no matter what. He has like a little, last word in there, any last words. He begins stumbling around before collapsing onto a wall of good dolls.
Guys.
Yeah. He then immediately starts like uttering some sort of like weird enchantment. And he's literally saying a voodoo spell, which we don't know at this moment. And he's holding one of the dolls. We don't know what the fuck he's doing. All of a sudden, storm clouds appear over the store, and a fucking lightning bolt strikes inside the store.
Yes. Yep.
And the fucking store blows out. The windows fucking explode.
Perfectly fine.
Awesome.
Yep.
I love it. It's so like... Did they have to do this? No. They could have just made it so more subtle. Yep. It could have just literally been he finds his body over the doll and we have no idea.
We're going to figure it out eventually, right?
But no, they go for a fucking effect where they blow out the front of the store. And like, I think Chris Sarandon like goes flying from the lightning strike. Awesome. Awesome. Cut to a little boy named Andy Barclay. Or Barclay, whatever. Barclay. Mm-hmm. Remember this name, because this is going to be coming up many times in the franchise. He is our Laurie Strode of the Child's Play franchise. He is our Nancy.
He's the focal point.
Of most of the entire franchise. And little boy Andy is watching a cartoon. It's the Good Guy cartoon. Yep. Literally the cartoon meant to sell good guy dolls, to promote the actual dolls.
This is the 80s after all. So,
of course, yeah. He's wearing good guy clothes too. He's wearing like the overalls, like the actual good guy. Like he has like similar clothes to that. And then he's prepping breakfast. And do you remember this? It's like, it is adorable. It's like a kid prepping what he thinks are normal quantities and how you cook food. Yeah. He starts off with like a giant fucking bowl of cereal, of this actual cereal right here, of the Good Guys sugar-coated, vitamin-fortified cereal. He starts off with this giant mountain of cereal, and he does something that I always find weird that people still do this. Have you ever seen anybody put sugar on cereal?
On like plain boring cereal, but not sugar
coated. Yeah. Sugar on top of sugar.
Yeah. I mean, he's just thinking next level.
It's a kid, right? But I just find it so funny that it's like, oh, they did have that little sugar pot on the table that seemingly I guess his mom does this. I don't know. And he also like, he burns toast and then he just puts this giant wad of butter on the toast.
And then way too much milk. Like it's the quintessential, a kid is making breakfast, so it has to be a disaster.
Yeah. And it is. And it's good. Yeah. And it's accurate. Yeah. Then Andy sees on the television a advertisement for a real good guy doll. Not the one from the cartoon, an actual life-size good guy doll that you can own that will talk and interact with you. You talk to it and it talks back. That's right. Do you remember that? Here's some trivia. Do you remember the name of the good guy doll in the ad?
I don't.
Oscar. Okay. Oscar. Yes. Oscar is the name of the good guy featured in the advertisement. So he does like the, hi, I'm Oscar or some shit. Yeah. Oscar the doll, not Chucky. Yep. And this is actually something, I think I want to bring this up now. These are not called Chucky dolls.
No.
People need to stop this. These are called good guys. They are good guy dolls. Yep. Chucky is a particular possessed version of a good guy doll.
The name of one of the dolls,
Bingo.
Yep.
And this is actually going to come up again in a later entry because they kind of retconned this a little bit. But stop calling them Chucky dolls, for the love of fucking Christ. I mean, it's just a thing that people are always like, oh, the Chucky doll. It's like, no. He's a good guy doll that's possessed. He's turned. All right, end of that rant. He brings his breakfast.
I'm just thinking like we're the ones that end up getting the nasty looks from people because they're like, oh my God, dial it down there.
Yeah. Calm it down. You can tell one of us owns a toy store
Right.
and just like has to listen to this
all
show
day long.
Yeah. So Andy wakes up his mom in bed with his like terribly made breakfast. And we hear in the background on the TV about Charles Lee Ray, a.k.a. the Lakeshore Strangler, was shot and killed.
Off at this hour, Charles Lee Ray, the notorious Lakeshore Strangler, was shot and killed shortly before 3 a.m. this morning on Wabash Avenue.
So that is our first clue that, in fact, that was Brad Dourif's character, that what we saw at the beginning, that was indeed a detective chasing down and killing a perp. It turns out it is Andy's birthday, and he wants to open the big box first, which looks exactly like a giant box that would hold a good guy doll. Right. And he gets super excited, and he opens it up, and it's clothes. Aw, moms.
Don't do that. Just don't do it.
No. Yeah. And there's kind of a tender little moment because Karen, that's the name of his mom, she's clearly like a single mom. Yep. They're living in like a small apartment. You know, she's doing the best she can. And there's a little bit of a heart-to-heart moment where she actually feels sad and she wants to give Andy the gift he wants. She just can't quite afford it.
Yeah.
Which that's a cute little moment. I appreciate that. We cut to Karen at work, and she works at like some sort of department store. Immediately, literally within like 60 seconds of her being like, oh, Andy, I just can't afford one right now. It cuts to her at work, and then her coworker's like, hey, Karen, remember that good guy doll you wanted? There's some jackass in the alley, and he's selling one. Yeah, I think you can get it cheap. Do you remember this?
This is how they got to get this whole movie within the can in 88 minutes there, man.
That's right.
No wasted cells.
No fucking around. Yeah, so then Karen, she follows her coworker into the alley where there's like this weird peddler. They call him a peddler, but it's like a homeless guy with a shopping cart. Yeah. They want to dress it up a little bit. He's a professional. Yes. This man is accredited, Mark. He is accredited. He has a license and everything.
That's correct.
Yeah. He has his paperwork in order.
That's right.
Yeah. Of these ill-gotten goods that he's trying to settle. Yeah. So then she makes a deal with the peddler and buys a good guy doll for her son, Andy. She brings the doll home and surprises Andy with it. Andy, of course, is elated, filled with joy. The doll then immediately speaks, and we get a very iconic line for this franchise.
Hi, I'm Andy. What's your name? Hi, I'm Chucky, and I'm your friend to the end. Heidi-ho.
Hi, I'm Chucky, and I'm your friend to the end.
Till the end.
Hi, I'm Chucky. Yeah. This is it. This is the one that starts it all. This is the first time we hear Chucky say any kind of iconic dialogue. Cut to Karen has to go back to work just to do some late shift. Andy's now being babysat by Karen's friend, and Chucky seemingly moves on his own. They don't fuck around with this too long. They immediately set this up of like, something's up with this doll. We get like a shot of like, it's like his eyes, and they look over on their own. It's not like Andy was controlling it. It's like the doll was like doing a side eye thing. Just a little touch. And while Andy's getting ready for bed, the TV suddenly turns itself on mysteriously. And Chucky is now in a different position. He is now sitting in front of the television watching it. And do you remember what they're talking about on the television?
Wasn't it a news article?
Yes.
I think it was about the death of Charles Lee Ray.
And specifically his partner, who is at large, Eddie Caputo.
Right. Yeah.
And this is why Chucky is trying to pay attention.
He's
focusing in on this specifically. So annoyed, the babysitter, whose name is Maggie, puts Andy to bed while he protests that it wasn't him that did it. It was Chucky.
Right.
Chucky wanted to listen to the TV. While Maggie is watching TV, Chucky gets up on his own and begins to stalk her before eventually he grabs a good guy hammer, which I love that it's like a good guy themed like toy kind of, right?
But it's real enough.
Right. Yeah. And he attacks Maggie, who he hits her with the hammer, And then she flies back and goes out the fucking window, and we actually get a stunt fall, including slamming into a fucking car. It's a great shot.
And the building is high. Like, it's a tall
It is a
building.
really good shot.
Yep.
I think that's probably the best kill in the whole movie. It is props to the stunt person that performed that. They did that's a long fall.
Yeah.
Obviously, they didn't hit the car. That was like a sandbag or some shit. But it's edited really tightly. I thought it was a great shot. My complaint is the way she gets to the window is kind of like goofy. He like hits her once, and then she's like, oh, and like she seemingly gets vacuumed through the window.
Right.
Like, just because she fell into the glass, I don't know that the glass would have exploded out and she would have gone flying. She goes flying out like as if someone just chucked her through the window. Whatever. It's still cool.
Free pass.
Yeah, whatever. Cool effect anyways. Cool stunt. So Karen, Andy's mom, returns home to find the police in her apartment where she meets Detective Norris, our Chris Sarandon character, who has now returned, and he is now part of this case about the mysterious death of Maggie and how this could have happened. Andy comes into the room saying Chucky wants to know what's going on. And this begins the running thing of Chucky says this, and then everyone looks at him like, you're just some dumb little kid. Shut the fuck up.
Right. You're crazy.
Right.
Yep.
And his mom immediately gets annoyed with him and is like, Andy, like, enough. This is serious. Like, stop. Stop with the Chucky can't talk. He's just a doll, right? Karen actually finds, so like immediately after this, Karen finds Andy. He's talking alone to Chucky in the room, and it's like all dark. It's kind of like an eerie little thing where she's listening in. And you would think it's just like a kid. You don't hear Chucky talk.
No.
Not yet. They saved this. But they're setting this up that something's not right here. And you're kind of led to believe of like, okay, maybe he's just a kid imagining. Like Andy's young, you know? Or maybe not. Maybe they're not. Maybe there's something else going on here. There's actually a funny line here. Karen comes in and she tries to like talk to her son for a second. And Andy's like, no, Andy, Chucky talked. He said Maggie was a bitch and deserved what she got.
He said that Maggie was a real bitch and got what she deserved.
How can you say something so horrible?
I didn't say it, Chucky did.
Andy, stop it.
That's such a funny. He says it so like adorably
so,
and
like,
earnestly.
matter of fact as a
like
kid,
he doesn't understand like how awful what he's saying
Right.
is saying. I just thought that was such a funny moment. Of course, Karen gets upset and like tells him to go to bed. So then Chucky uses Andy to bring him to his old partner, his Eddie Caputo, the guy that took off at the beginning.
Right.
He uses Andy to like bring him to this place. It's like a hideout. It's like this, I don't know, abandoned.
Burned out drug house. Almost.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Like a flop house, whatever you want to call it. And then what ends up happening is like he gets his revenge. He like blows up the house and kills Eddie Caputo. The police, of course, get involved. And they think Andy is somehow involved.
Yeah.
Because what the fuck else are they supposed to think? They don't really know what the fuck's going on. Frustrated, they're kind of questioning Andy, and he's being like, "No, Chucky said this. Chucky said this." No one's believing him, and he gets really angry, and he like lashes out at Chucky, and he like starts like punching him, and he's like, "Talk, Chucky, talk. Why won't you talk?" They of course think that Andy might have some mental issues, so they keep him under observation, psychological evaluation. Karen, meanwhile, frustrated, returns home with the Chucky doll, and she makes a shocking discovery, I love the way they do this. So she picks up the box for the good guy's doll, the original box, and she's like trying to get some information on it, and she hears a rattling, and out of the box,
classic trope,
the batteries. Yep. The batteries, they're actually good guy branded batteries. The ones included with the doll which that never happens, but
Not now, anyway.
yeah, that never happens. But turns out they were never installed.
Yep.
So how has Chucky been talking this entire time and moving around?
Maybe Andy was right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She opens the battery slot on the back of Chucky, which she finds it empty, only to find Chucky's is still animated, even though there's no batteries in him, and his head spins around, and he's like, "Hi, I'm Chucky. Want to play?" Which that's a good creepy little moment. Thinking she's losing it, Karen grabs the doll and threatens to throw him in the fire if he doesn't talk. Chucky comes to life and comically attacks her, and it's so fucking funny because now you get Brad Dourif's voice,
Right.
And he's dropped the "Hi, I'm Chucky,"
The recorded voice that all the toys would have.
right, gone, and he's just like, "You stupid bitch! I'll tell you to fuck with me." And
I said talk to me, damn it, or else I'm gonna throw you in the fire!
You stupid bitch! You filthy slut! Did you fuck with me?
starts just punching her in the head. It's fucking awesome.
Right.
Awesome. Chucky runs off and Karen goes to Detective Norris for help, who of course thinks she's nuts. He doesn't believe her. She then runs off to try to find the peddler who sold the doll. Basically, she's going off on her own little journey of I got to figure out what the fuck's going on. Meanwhile, Chucky attempts to kill Detective Norris in his car. Norris is in the car. Chucky comes up behind him and then I can't remember exactly. I think at first he holds a knife to him and then he hits him and he gets out of it. It's kind of a goofy sequence in that it's one of those things where it's why wouldn't he just hit the brakes?
You're going to see this happen a few times throughout this franchise. They, for some reason, love putting Chucky in the backseat of a moving car.
Right.
And
it's a recurring trope.
It looks bad. And
I'll say
silly.
this. The stunt driving is great in this
Sure,
shot. There's
sure.
some really good stunt driving,
Yep.
and I think it's edited pretty well. But what's happening is Chucky is attacking Detective Norris, and he just keeps driving, but hammering on the gas, and it's hit the fucking brakes. What are you doing?
Yep.
And and some of you are going to say, "Oh, well, Justin, Chucky at one point he pushes down the pedal. So what's Norris supposed to do?" Yeah, there's a thing called an emergency brake.
Right.
You can use that. It's for emergencies, or you could just hit the brake down at the same time and stall the vehicle.
Yep.
But what you don't do is just go, keep
going.
and just start trying to weave through traffic. I don't know. That sequence is a little goofy. But he ends up shooting Chucky. And Chucky is now bleeding, which is
interesting. Yeah.
How is this doll bleeding? That's interesting. Norris, of course, now believes Karen, so the two of them team up to try to stop Chucky. But Chucky then pays a little visit to his friend, his voodoo friend, John. Such a generic, because they couldn't come up with anything. Anton.
Yeah.
I don't know. Just some sort of creepy name. Something.
We're going to talk more about this as we go.
John.
Yep.
Yeah. Voodoo Man John. And we get our series lore dump. It's very important. So, the more time Chucky, this is revealed by John, who's the voodoo expert, the more time Chucky spends in the doll's body, the more human he becomes.
Yep.
So this is why he's bleeding after being shot. Because even Chucky's confused, what the fuck? How am I bleeding? I'm just a doll, right? He doesn't understand what's happening. He also reveals the only way to get out of the doll's body is for him to transfer his soul into the first person he revealed his true self to.
Yep.
Which, of course, is Andy Barclay.
Yep.
So this all culminates in Chucky hunting down Andy now, and Norris and Karen are trying to solve the mystery of what's going on, and it all blows up in one big climax in Karen's apartment. There you go. That is the basic plot of Child's Play 1. It's great.
It's good.
It's really good. Let's get into the pros immediately.
Yep.
My first point, if you don't mind, I would like to go first. I think you're immediately going to tie onto this. This movie does not fuck around and gets right to it.
Yep.
It is 87 minutes. It is fast fucking pace.
Yep.
There is no wasted time in this film.
They're not dragging their heels at the beginning. They start, the very first shot is Charles Lee Ray running through the street, right?
And
he's in trouble and he's getting shot.
And right after that, it's like immediately we get the opening credits, like the opening title. The movie itself cannot wait for it to start. It's like, no, we want to start already. It's like, no, they're just trying to to get to it so fast. It's fucking awesome. Karen immediately gets a Chucky doll. There's no like 10, 20 minutes in between. It's just like, oh, I'm sorry, Andy, I can't afford to get you. I can't afford this doll. Hey, Karen, you want to go get this doll? She immediately gets one. No fucking around. 20 minutes into the movie, we have a death. Maggie gets killed, and it's not ambiguous. It's clearly fucking Chucky that did it. So immediately they're just like, nope, there's something up with this doll. They don't even leave it ambiguous. Now, they could have dragged this out. So I think a lesser film would have implied or kept it ambiguous where maybe it's Andy.
Yeah.
Maybe the kid is actually doing this, and they would have kept that reveal at the 40-minute mark where Karen gets attacked by Chucky. They would have kept that to the like hour mark or maybe even hour 10. You know what I mean? Like they would have like a lesser film would have dragged this the fuck out of like, you know, is it him? Is it not? They would have kept it more ambiguous, you know?
Well, I'm gonna counter that and say that I'm very happy that they waited as long as they did, because you could have had the opposite, where just almost immediately the doll comes to life, starts running around. There's no mystery whatsoever. We all know it's the doll, right? But at least within the confines of the story itself, the characters don't. They don't realize that the doll is possessed and is going to come to life. So they kind of, I don't want to say milk it, but they keep Chucky in doll format, I think, as long as they possibly can before they get to the point where they do need to bring him to life, right? Because part of the hook of this is you do need to believe that the characters in the movie believe that Andy's just kind of talking to his imaginary friend, right? That he's actually the one that's doing this. Because I think that's the original thought, right? That he has killed his babysitter, right? I mean, obviously, there's no other explanation for it, right? So that I appreciated the fact that they really the whole idea of less is more, and you're going to see this.
They almost paced it perfectly.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it's kind of paced perfectly, where it's like they didn't wait too long to finally do the pop of like, okay, the doll's running around and shit, but they gave us just a little bit of because ambiguity.
You can't go back on that. Once he comes to life, that's it, right? You can't sort of put him back in doll format. The audience knows, the characters know, oh, the doll is a living thing, right? So let it breathe. Let him stay in doll format as long as possible. There will be other entries in this series where they do not do that, and I feel like it's really to their discredit, right? Let that ambiguity sort of simmer for as long as possible. Yep.
Agreed. It's good.
Yep.
It's great pace. Do you have a point you want to go to? Anything you liked, or would you like me to just start going through mine?
Yeah, I one of the things that I noticed is that they don't bother wasting time explaining how some of these things work.
Like voodoo? Right.
Like, you just have to buy in to the fact that in this world,
there's voodoo.
Voodoo and soul transfer are just...
It's a thing.
It happens, right? Yeah. They don't go into this long diatribe about how Charles Lee Ray studied in some far off country for years. Nope. They don't care about that. I think to what you were saying, this movie's 87 minutes, I believe you said. They probably could have stretched this out a little bit more. We watch a number of terrible movies where they're stretching it to get to 87 minutes. No, not this movie.
No,
it was breakneck pace.
It's lean.
And I just thought it was great. I'm like, I don't need to know anything more than that. They just, he can do it, and it's done, and there we go. His soul is now in this doll.
Yeah, and they don't.
Yeah.
And actually, there is a quick little line that Chucky says where he's like, I didn't even know if a lot of that stuff you used to tell me was true or not. I used to think it was kind of horse shit.
Yep.
What do you think? The gree work? When I came here learning all that stuff about how to beat death, I thought maybe you were pulling my chain. But not now. Not now.
Even he himself wasn't actually sure.
Yep.
So that was actually the first time he'd actually done anything. So he himself was like, I'm dying anyways, fuck it. Let me just try this. If it works, great. Right? So again, I agree with you.
Yep.
Yeah, we don't need a giant exposition dump.
Nope.
It's that little exposition dump with John, it's like a 5-minute scene.
Right.
It's short.
Yeah.
And 4 minutes of that is Chucky torturing and killing him.
Right.
It's like
Right.
1 minute of actual dialogue, But
Another thing, everyone takes this movie seriously. All of the actors actually, I mean, you could argue that
it's not really a comedy.
No, not at all.
At this point,
Yeah.
it's not a comedy.
No.
There's a few funny lines, but at this point, it's not a comedy.
But I mean, I think if you're an actor and you've signed on to a horror movie where a doll comes to life and kills people, you might be inclined to be like, oh, okay, all right, I might mail this in a little bit. I might, no, every one of the principal actors in particular took this seriously, and I think it really credits the movie. It's serious. It really helps to build the tension. We've watched a lot of bad B horror movies where that's not the case, right? You don't have any real acting capability in that cast. They're just kind of the director's friends that they could get for low cost or no cost. But no, they got some real performers here, and I think it sort of helps to build the movie. Yeah.
Everyone's solid. Chris Sarandon, Brad Dourif's performance is great. Catherine Hicks as the mother is great.
Yeah.
I think it's a little bit of a crime they never brought her back. And I don't know. I didn't look into this. I don't know if it was a she didn't want to do it, because she kind of had a whole career. Correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't she like the mom in Seventh Heaven?
She is. Yeah.
Okay. And that obviously she would have made a shitload of money off that. But like, I don't know. It just seems like a little bit of a shame.
And I think it was a contract dispute for part 2.
Yeah, it always is. It always
So,
is. It's always.
Don't quote me, but I think I
wanted an
saw
extra
that.
$5,000.
And they just-
yeah.
no.
It's what's her face all over again from fucking part 6 of
Right.
Halloween. What's her name?
Arquette.
No, well, that one too.
That- yeah.
No, I was gonna say Danielle Harris.
Right,
It's
right.
another Danielle.
Oh, yes,
because it
yes.
wasn't like 6. It
So
was such
close.
a petty amount.
Right.
It was so petty.
Yep.
Yeah, it was like pocket change
Right.
to the studio.
Just give her the money.
Yeah.
Yep.
Nope. All right. I got the animatronic Chucky is fucking amazing. A classic movie monster is born.
Right. Keep it real. Even if the animatronics can't kind of voice the dialogue properly, it still looks better as an actual prop.
I think they nail it pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, it's not bad.
The audio's synced when he's
Yeah.
talking. I think it's synced pretty damn
Yeah.
well. And I think the way they slow roll this is genius. So it starts off and like he's very mechanical.
Yeah.
So the first thing you see him do is he just like shifts the eyes over. So
Yeah.
like they start off and he's not doing any very organic movement.
Mm-hmm.
He's doing very mechanical, like as if it was a doll, but it was kind of moving on its own.
What you would expect.
Right.
Right.
But then, because he's becoming more human-like, he starts actually moving more human-like. And the animatronic work in this is fucking incredible. His facial expressions when he's talking to Voodoo John look so fucking good.
Yep.
I was like, holy fuck, 88. I mean, again, 88. Like, this is peak. This is post, like, Thing is 87. This is post top tier animatronics.
Yep.
Like, they can make a lot of shit look real at this point if they get the right people,
Yep.
you know, and it just looks so good in this movie. All of his movement is really good. I think the choice to have him be so, because like, so I've got a few dolls on the desk here. This is only like 15 inches. That one's like 20 inches.
Yep.
The actual Chucky doll is like 2.5 feet. It's like almost 3 feet tall. The choice to have him be that big was smart because some of the shots are actual little people running around. Like something that the animatronics wouldn't really be capable of, which is like running and very complex movements like rolls and things like that.
Yep.
There's a little person doing it. It still looks convincing.
Yep.
You know, it's not CG. It looks very convincing. It works.
And the fact it helps him stack up next to Andy, which helps to increase the fear and the tension, right? If Andy could just hold him.
Yeah, if
it
he
would
was
just-
this big, Andy could just kind of pop his head off. But no, yeah, you're right. He's like the size of Andy.
Yeah.
So it was a wise decision.
I do want to say, Justin has a full size Chucky. He doesn't appreciate you, the audience, enough to include it.
I
on
wasn't
the set.
dragging that fucking thing out. Yeah, I do in my store,
In his store.
not
You
in my
can-
personal
you can-
collection.
You can come and buy one. At,
in my store, Fly By Night Movies, Games, and Toys.
Yep.
I have a full size replica one from Trick or Treat Studios. I wasn't lugging that fucking thing in here. Forget it. It's not happening. You're gonna get the two small ones. It is what it is. Some of the other effects that I really like, because not just the animatronic, the actual the effects they do at this is at the end. We get melted Chucky when he comes out of the fireplace. Holy fuck, does that look good?
with the one eye.
Oh, it's so gruesome looking,
teeth.
and he's got
Yep.
the teeth exposed,
Yep.
and he just looks horrifying. That is nightmare fuel right there.
Yep.
That is legit. This
Very-
is a horror film.
Very well executed.
Oh,
Yep.
such a cool effect. We also get like when he gets shot, like again near the end, we've got like his body is kind of half blown apart, and the head is still talking. It's executed so well.
Yep.
Just oh man, all the practical stuff in this movie is just excellent.
Yep.
Excellent practical effects. The Chucky doll itself is such a cool looking design. It's so menacing. It's just so fucking evil looking. They nail all of the facial expressions. They get out the amount of emotion and facial expressions they get out of that fucking doll.
Yep.
It's impressive.
Yeah. And obviously, people at that time would have easily associated it with the My Buddy doll collection, which was very similar to what the Good Guy doll would be.
And I'm glad you brought this up. I wasn't going to bring it up because people debate about like, oh, did Chucky rip off that fucking thing?
Yep.
I'll say it was inspired by.
Yeah, absolutely. Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
because even that one has like overalls. And,
right.
Yeah.
It works because you associate something with it. Right. No, and it drove it home for me too. Right? I mean, I never had one of those as a kid, but I definitely recognize that look. When I see a Good Guy doll in the movie, I'm making that association to an actual toy in the real world, even if it wasn't called exactly the same thing. Right. The setting, that apartment. Oh, we talk about this, you know, how
Single locations.
Oh, perfect. It's that apartment building, just, you know, the way they sort of do that, that shot where they're showing how high it is. And it's kind of like an angled building. They're almost kind of setting it up that, hey, someone's going to fall from this window. And when they do, it just makes perfect sense, right?
It's kind of like an older apartment
It is,
building.
yeah.
And it's got like the old timey like elevator where the elevator is kind of like open,
Right.
And you can like see through. It's like
Yeah.
metal grating.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's perfect.
It is a character unto itself. It didn't do it for me as much as it did it for you. I think it's cool. I think it's a cool set. But you could clearly see the budget restraints.
Yeah.
Where it's like they kind of just have the one set. Like, yeah, they go outside a little bit,
Yep.
but most of the film is a lot of the major scenes are in the apartment.
Yeah.
Which okay, sure. There's a lot to it. It's good. I just as an example, a film that did that better would be like I'm sure you haven't seen this, but the newest Evil Dead movie, Evil Dead Rise. The entire movie takes place in an apartment building. That is how you use an apartment building because we go from one room into another room into halls, the elevator. Like this movie doesn't really use the whole thing.
And understand, I'm not talking about the interiors. I'm just talking about the exterior.
Yeah, okay.
Like the building looks like something terrible is going to happen here.
Yeah,
And,
it is a cool
Yep.
it is a cool set.
Yep.
But it's not executed fully, but it's a cool set for sure. Yeah.
Yep.
Brad Dourif,
Oh,
perfect,
fantastic.
nails it.
Yep.
Like his voice is perfect for this role.
Yeah.
And I said a classic movie monster has been born.
Yep.
This is it.
Yep.
It is that awesome animatronic with complemented by Brad Dourif's like gruff voice.
Yep.
I don't believe it. I just don't believe it. The first person I let in on my little secret was a 6-year-old kid. I'm gonna be 6 years old again.
It just works so well. The cutesy, what should be a cutesy innocent thing, the contrast with Brad Dourif's like harsh fucking voice. And he has some great lines in this too. Like all of his, like, because he's talking just like, this piece of shit, like 40-something-year-old man,
Right.
or whatever.
But there's no one-liners yet.
No.
So good.
No one-liners yet.
Good.
We're not. They don't. This isn't Elm Street. Well, he kind of had one-liners.
4 or 5. Yeah.
Well, he had one-liners by like 3. So
yeah, we talked about that though.
So
yeah.
he had. So this is like Elm Street 1.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
He doesn't.
It's all serious lines.
It's not.
Yep.
Yeah. There's not a ton
Menacing.
of like not really one-liners.
No
not really.
jokes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Let's talk about Andy. Moving from Brad Dourif here for a second. I like Andy. I knew you were gonna have this reaction, dude. For a child
He's
actor,
fine.
he's not that annoying.
Yeah.
Like I don't know. I thought they used him quite well, and I got to give credit to Alex Vincent. There's annoying kid actors, and there's annoying kid characters.
He did what he was asked to do as best as he possibly could.
He's just an innocent little boy.
Yeah.
And
But what's my problem with this?
you can't kill the kid.
There's nothing you can do with the kid, right?
No.
You're
right. They were never going to kill him.
The whole idea that it's called Child's Play almost right off the top means, well, the main character of the movie is going to be relatively unimpacted by all of the events. Now, to be fair, they do kind of explain that. Chucky can't kill him because he needs Andy to transfer his soul into, right? So he can pursue Andy without killing him.
He can injure him, he can hurt him, but he can't kill him.
So I will give the movie a lot of credit for coming up with a way to include a child into the movie that they knew they weren't going to be able to kill and still menace that child.
Yeah, it's a good workaround. It's a good workaround. But
it's still a kid in a horror movie, and I'm just like,
I don't know. I like Andy. He's just kind of adorable.
Yeah.
And like I'm not really much of a kid person, but like he's only 6.
Yeah, good. You did very well.
They went really young with the age. Yeah. They didn't even go like 10 or something. It's like he's 6. He's some of his lines, like at one point he's just like when he's waiting for Chucky to see his friend Eddie Caputo, he's just like, I have to go tinkle.
Look, you stay here. I have to go tinkle.
Like it's so genuine.
I mean, you still talk like that.
Right, exactly. I related to him. But like he's just so like he naturally embodies the innocence that the role required. And it works really well where you genuinely buy him as like, yeah, he's just this naive, innocent little boy. Like he doesn't know any better. How is he going to fucking know what's going on, right? But he's also not in the movie a ton. So that's another thing. To your point,
which is good.
They used him sparingly,
right?
Which was like, he's in it more in the beginning, but then like once he goes away, he goes like Karen. If the film follows Karen and Norris for a while, it even follows Chucky for a little bit.
Yep.
He comes back in the third act, but the second act he's not really in it much.
Yeah. They need Andy to introduce a doll into the story, but then after that, they really kind of don't need him after that. And to be fair, Andy should have died from that house explosion, but I'll let that pass. I mean, he's standing right there.
Oh, yeah, but he went to go tinkle, so he
okay. No,
so he wasn't near when it happened,
right.
buddy. Even the writers thought of that.
Okay,
it is such a tightly written script.
That's right. They
accounted for all.
Okay,
they accounted for all.
Yeah.
Speaking of Andy again, I like that at the end of the film, he's a little boy. Any other little boy in this situation where your doll comes to life and is trying to kill you and your mom, you just piss your pants and run in the corner.
Yeah.
No, he stands up to Chucky and he's kind of brave. Like at one point he grabs a bat and like hits Chucky. He gets Andy gets a one-liner. Do you remember what it is?
Well, I think there's the one that you said, but
it's right near the end. Andy and his mom, they're trying to stop this doll. They throw him into the fireplace, and Karen is like using all of her strength to hold, it's like a metal grating, hold Chucky into the actual fireplace. And she's like, Andy, light the fire. And in a stroke of brilliance, Chucky comes up with the idea to appeal to Andy, like to their
to him,
their friendship, right? And he says, Andy, no, we're friends to the end, remember? This is the end, friend.
Andy, no, please. We're friends to the end, remember?
This is the end, friend.
That's a great fucking line. For a kid actor, that's a great fucking line. Yeah, it's good. I don't know. I like that they gave him his little hero moment.
Right.
Yeah, it's clever.
Yeah, I don't dislike him. And credit to the actor for being able to be in a situation. I mean, as a performer, I mean, kids don't understand what's happening, right? But he was able to sort of stand up to the rigors of what must have been a difficult shoot going through all that. And he came out
he does a good
looking
job.
good. Yep.
Any other positives you have or negatives?
No, that's
anything else you want to mention?
not really a negative, but I will say that more in how this movie relates to the rest of the franchise. And I guess it's probably a positive. This movie does a lot of heavy lifting for the rest of the franchise. And I feel like if you don't have this one, you don't get any of the others.
And so some of you might be annoyed at how long it took me to get through the plot. I felt it was very important for this one to really lay out the plot because it is very crucial to later entries of like, okay, this is Charles Lee Ray. This was his backstory. He goes after Andy Barclay. He has voodoo powers. Andy had a mom named Karen. Like all of this is very important.
Yeah.
This is a very sequential series.
It also came out in 1988, so it's really right at the tail end of the 80s sort of slasher franchises. And I think it just kind of made it in. I think we'll give it the tie goes to the runner here. But I mean, Halloween started in 78, Friday 13th in 1980. Nightmare on Elm Street started rather late in 84. This is 88, right? And I think that there are moments throughout this franchise where it keeps trying to include itself with some of those heavy hitters.
Greats. Well, there's a reason it wasn't our,
That's right.
Like although
we are talking about it.
Well, that's the thing.
With
we were talking. So like that was the question. It's like we already knew who the big three were. The big three obviously are Freddy, Jason, Michael.
Yep.
Where do you go after that?
Yeah.
And it's up for debate.
Mm-hmm.
Chucky, Ghostface, Leatherface. Do we do Pinhead? There's still some big names we haven't done yet. That was up for debate. I felt Chucky was actually the next natural pick.
Yeah.
Like I pushed you towards Chucky. And when we get to our, and in case you didn't, in case it wasn't obvious enough, we did tease this at the end of our last podcast, but the next one we get to again is in that, they're still one of the big bad. We'll call them the big bads, whatever you want to call them. Like they're one of the greats among the slashers. So yeah.
I think this one maybe isn't one of the greats.
Oh, so
but
you don't consider it. So I think I do.
I think
like who takes the spot over Chucky? That's my question. Is like who knocks him out?
Well, I don't necessarily think of it as there's only 5 spots on there and you have to be one of those 5. I just think that
like A tier, B tier, C tier.
Well, I mean, by the time this movie comes out, most of the other heavy hitter franchises had started their downward slope. Right. So, I mean, only one entry actually comes out in the 80s. The rest of them come out in the 90s, 2000s, and after. It's fine. And it's not a criticism. It's just that I think that it tends to get grouped. It gets a little bit more credit as being one of those key franchises that maybe you can argue it doesn't really belong. Yeah.
I don't know. Chucky's popularity is huge.
Yeah.
I got, and you touched on this when we were talking about Halloween, where it was neither one of our top franchises, but the one thing Halloween always does well, it keeps itself relevant.
Yep. Yeah.
So does Chucky, man.
That's fine. I mean,
Chucky's
we're
always
talking about it.
Yeah, Chucky's always in the pop culture. they usually come up with a movie every 5-6 years. Like, they've tried to reinvent it a few times.
You're lucky. Yeah. All right.
You're lucky
Justin,
Justin defended you.
That's right.
I have one more thing to mention about before we wrap up on Child's Play 1. Did you catch how awesome the end credits music was? It's like this eerie,
I didn't notice,
ethereal, like haunting track. I'll play a little bit of it here. It's really good. The end, the track that plays right after the film, like for the credit scroll, very good, very haunting. It almost sounds like something out of a Poltergeist film. I really dug it. I was like, fuck yeah, all right. To me, that was just icing on the cake, you know? Yeah, so it was no Fat Boys and Freddy Krueger. But are you ready for Freddy?
I mean, nothing else can be, right?
Nothing can compare to that. All right, moving on to our next entry from 1990. Just misses the 80s. Child's Play 2. This is my number one.
Wow, really?
Yeah, I love this movie.
Okay, then we are not going to have the same
Oh,
list.
really? You have this low?
I have this number 5. So this is
That low?
bottom half of the table for me.
What?
Yeah. No.
See? You teased that we were going to say.
I thought that there was
I can't believe you have this so low. I can't believe it's a mid pick for you.
It's mid. Yeah, it's a mid.
See, I don't know. Wow.
Yeah.
Here we are. See, I don't know what you're going to put. I know. You're wrong. It begins.
Yep.
Yeah, this is my number one. I fucking love this movie.
Wow.
This movie is fucking awesome.
Is it?
Now, before I can't believe you don't love this movie.
Yeah.
When we get into it, I'm gonna be surprised about what you don't like and what didn't hook you, because seemingly this should in my mind, Mark Skew should have been won over by this movie.
Yeah.
But we'll get into it. Let me just do the plot real quick here. So we get a brilliant opening sequence. Again, a cool opening title sequence. The charred and destroyed Chucky doll, the remains from the first movie, is being meticulously cleaned and reassembled. What a cool fucking opening credit scene. Again, filmmakers, keep your fucking credits interesting and we'll watch them. If you don't want me to skip or fast forward your credits, keep them interesting. This is how you do credits. And this movie does not, if you thought the first movie didn't fuck around with its pacing, this movie is even shorter. 84 minutes, motherfucker. This movie goes. There is no hesitation whatsoever. We immediately get a title card. We get this awesome opening credit sequence, and we get a shot of the Good Guy Doll Factory. It's like this giant sign, and it's like the factory for Good Guy dolls, something we had never seen yet. The world is expanding all of a sudden, and it is revealed we are at PlayPal Toys HQ, which are the makers of these fine products. So again, they're expanding the world immediately, right off the bat. We are now we're seeing a little bit behind the curtain of the actual company itself. We get a dialogue between two high-ranking employees for the company who reveal through quick exposition that the police didn't acknowledge the killer doll story. That feels a little stupid. I didn't like that. I have no negatives on this film. So the only thing that I'm kind of like, I guess they just didn't want Detective Norris, Chris Sarandon, to come back. So they're just one line fix him out, where it's nah, the cops, they didn't put themselves on the line. They didn't put their reputation on the line, and they were just nah, it wasn't the doll. Okay, but then, so did Andy kill all those people?
Right.
What if they didn't back that story up? Then what story did they back up? Because someone seemingly killed all those people. What the fuck? Okay, that's a little dumb. Because of, and honestly, seemingly because of this, Andy's mom Karen is taken into psychiatric care. So Andy is now in foster care, and we'll get to that. The The company is facing a little bit of a crisis because of the negative publicity this has created. They're attempting to almost like fix their image.
Right.
They want to quell any rumors about like an evil doll they created. They're looking to put this to bed. Wasting no time at all, Chucky somehow, like, they rebuild him. He immediately electrocutes one of the workers rebuilding him and is sent through a fucking pane of glass. Similar to like the first kill in Child's Play 1 where she goes through the window. It's just like an over-the-top moment where, like, I don't know, did Chucky manifest that? Maybe it was just a glitch. I have no idea. It's awesome. This poor worker just gets like sent flying through a pane of glass. So chaos is already ensuing. Andy is placed under temporary care of a foster family while his mother recovers. Yeah. We never see Catherine Hicks again for the rest of the franchise.
I think they have a newspaper article that
you see photos.
Her.
You see photos. There's a few times they'll show a shot of her. That's it. Yep. One and done. She was never in any of the other entries. Missed opportunity. Whatever. So he's then placed with a foster family. The father is played by actor Garrett Graham, who you may best recognize as the father in Terror Vision.
Oh, was it?
It's that guy. Yes. In the critically acclaimed horror film Terror Vision.
It was fantastic.
Yeah.
Let's be honest.
But yeah, it's the actor, Phil, the foster father. That's the same guy who's the father in Terror Vision.
Terror Vision.
If anyone gets that reference, you are awesome. All right. We are introduced to a new character to the franchise. We are introduced to 17-year-old, like kind of rebellious teenager Kyle, who's also living in this foster home. Meanwhile, now resurrected and rebuilt, Chucky tracks down Andy's address to continue his mission of transferring his soul into Andy's body. There's also, we get very early on in the film, they introduce what would become a series staple. We get the Chucky laugh. Do you know what I'm talking about? He's like over the top, like, yeah, he would get the Chucky laugh because he like strangles one of the Play Pals employees, and he does the iconic laugh. But
you like that, I take it.
I like the laugh.
Okay,
yeah, I like the laugh.
All right,
we're not gonna have a lot of same picks. Okay, the foster family coincidentally have their own good guy doll, which it's a foster home. There would be toys. Do you remember trivia? What's the name of the other good guy? He's not going to get it. Folks, I do this just to fuck with Mark. And I love seeing the look on Mark's face of like, how am I going to remember this?
Who cares? Yeah.
So there is another good guy doll in the home. Tommy.
I was going to say Tony.
Yeah, that's close. I would have given it to you. Tommy is the name of the other good guy doll in the home. And there's a cool moment where like Andy, like, because of course he's traumatized from the whole Chucky experience, but in his mind he's like you want to think like, okay, he understands this isn't the same doll, so it's not the possessed thing that you dealt with, but he's still a kid, and he like hesitantly approaches the doll, and at this point, the actual Chucky has already swapped with the Tommy doll in the house. Chucky like buries the Tommy doll because he tracks down Andy.
Yeah.
So now the Tommy doll is actually Chucky, and Andy like approaches him, and it's a great shot where Chucky is trying to mimic the Tommy doll, and he's like, "Hi, my name's Tommy."
I hate you. Hi, I'm Tommy, and I'm your friend to the end. Heidi-ho! Ha ha ha!
Because he can't remember. You see like the facial animation. He like looks to the side. He's like, what's the name of this stupid thing? Yeah, that's a clever little thing. Mark's not won over. Great little moment with Andy. Andy's smart. He immediately checks the battery compartment.
Yep.
Good callback to the first one. It shows Andy is being very proactive. He's not taking any chances. I like this. Good character growth. It does not waste long. Literally half an hour into the movie, Chucky immediately reveals himself to Andy and attempts the voodoo ritual to transfer his soul. He like ties up Andy in his bed, but it's interrupted by Kyle, the rebellious teenager, who's just like coincidentally sneaking home at this exact time. So it just like comically gets interrupted. Later, once again showing his bravery, Andy grabs a turkey carving knife and attempts to kill Chucky before he can get him. Phil interrupts this scuffle, however, and is I like this kill. This kill always makes you don't like this kill?
There's one part about this kill that we'll get to it.
Oh, we're gonna get to it right now. So, like Phil, like he kind of doesn't really like Andy, and he's kind of like, Andy's like, I don't know, he's like he's damaged goods. He's gonna be annoying. He's gonna annoy me, basically, right?
He doesn't really think that fostering this child is the best decision,
right?
Yeah.
And he like debates with whatever the woman's name is as well, and Andy's like in the basement attacking Chucky. And Phil walks in on it and he's just thinking like, oh, this crazy kid is just fighting with this fucking doll. Like, what's going on here? Yep. And Phil, like, he ends up like tripping and then like he gets caught and he's like hanging upside down. I think he's like gets caught in the stairs.
Stairs, yeah.
And then Chucky looks at him and immediately reveals himself to Phil. Do you remember what he says?
Nope. Dude.
Hey, Phil, how's it hanging?
How's it hanging, Phil?
Yes! Yes! It's so good. I love the line delivery of that. I'm just like, hey, Phil, how's it hanging? It's so good. It's so matter of fact. And then like Chucky like hits him with something and then he falls and like just heinously breaks his neck. Yeah. So now we got one of the foster family is already dead. As a result of this, Andy's actually placed back into like the temporary home. So it's like, it's not the foster family. It's basically like the government, almost like an orphanage. I don't know, whatever you want to call it, like the in-between place. And we begin to follow Kyle for a little bit of the film. I like this. Kyle, she discovers the actual Tommy doll. Coincidentally, she's like on the swing and just like her foot hits the sand or the dirt. And the doll that Chucky had buried, she uncovers. Chucky then like immediately reveals himself to Kyle, attacks Kyle and subdues her and holds her hostage and forces her to take him to Andy. We get very funny interaction with Kyle and Chucky in the car.
Another one of these car scenes.
Another one of these car scenes. Yeah. And like they get pulled over by the police at one point, and like Kyle's like is forced to just like come up with some sort of bullshit, thing to get rid of the cop.
Yeah.
And the Chucky doll's just sitting there beside her, like still holding her at like knife point.
Right.
I don't know. There's some good exchanges in that scene. I like that scene. So then this all leads to Chucky tracks down Andy with Kyle in close pursuit because basically Chucky gets Andy and then like kind of takes him. And then now Kyle's like, fuck, I got to save Andy. She then is trying to save Andy. And it all culminates in an amazing showdown at the Good Guy Doll Factory.
Right. I think, was there also a scene at the school?
Oh, that's way early on.
Is it? Okay.
Oh, yeah, that's like midway through.
Yeah.
Both the foster parents are still alive at this point. Yeah. No, there's some other stuff.
Okay, all right.
Some other stuff. But no, the grand finale is it ends at the Good Guy Doll Factory, which holy fuck, it's good. Since you don't have it super high, do you want to get into what you don't like, or would you like me to start gushing? Because
we can talk about what's good about it.
Okay, all right. I have no negatives.
Yeah.
Like this is all positive. This is my number one. This is my favorite fucking entry.
Wow. I mean, that blows me away.
I already knew it was my number one before we even before I even did the rewatches. This was always my favorite. I always loved Child's Play 2. Yeah.
Wow.
Child's Play 2 to me is that's the best. Well, let me explain why.
Yeah.
All right. It's a perfect sequel.
Okay.
Hear me out. It does exactly what a sequel should do. You take what worked in the original, give it more fucking money, expand it a bit, add a little bit to the lore, and just make it bigger and better. And that's exactly what this does. It's very clear they had way more budget for this film, and it's all on screen. They upped the body count from the first movie's 4 kills, 7 kills in this movie. Almost double the fucking body count. Yeah. Multiple different settings. Again, the first one, you could kind of see they just kind of had to stay around that apartment set a little bit too much. Not in this movie. They're right. The school scene, the good guy factory, there's all kinds of other little pieces. The movie just feels bigger because they clearly have more money to work with. And all of the money is on fucking screen. It's the thing that you always like to say. It's like, it's very clear every dime was on the screen.
Yep.
You know, Chucky is more fluid in this movie. You get more of Chucky, which is great. He's got more movement. There's more animatronic work in here. He does a lot more. There's a ton more shots of him moving around. Yeah. Again, it's like everything that worked in the first movie. It's like, oh, the Chucky shit was cool. Let's give you way more of that.
Yeah.
You know, you want to say something, go for it.
I think I know why it is the two of us are separate on this. I think I figured it out. You want more Chucky, and I want less Chucky.
Speaking of more Chucky, so this is where Chucky's character really begins to take shape.
Yeah. I've said he's definitely more of a snarky shithead, spouting the one-liners.
This is it.
And
so
definitely more outspoken.
This is just like Freddy Krueger. See, this is where where we differ. Is like I love the mid Krugers, the 3s and the 4s, and I can even appreciate moments in 5s. Whereas you're like, I would just want the first.
Yep.
Yeah, I want that more simple. You know, they realized the comedic gold they had with Brad Dourif and his line deliveries. They just like Freddy Krueger, and they give you more of that.
I got a new game, sport. It's called Hide the Soul. And guess what? You're it. You've been very naughty, Miss Kettlewell. You goddamn women drivers!
So yeah, we were getting one-liner Chucky's, and
Yeah.
I think it works great. I love it. They let fucking Brad Dourif go off in this movie. They let him just. I thought it was great. It's fantastic. He has some great lines in this movie. Like all of his dialogue is fantastic. He really started the character's starting to take shape in a way that you don't like, that I like.
Yeah.
This is the Chucky doll. This is the Chucky version that I like, where he has a lot more personality in this one.
See, I like Chucky like that. When it's the doll, when you are looking at the doll and you're like, is this what I think it is, or is it just a doll? Whereas I think you like Chucky that's animated, running around, laughing, right? I mean,
Yes.
Brad Dourif, great, right? I mean, if you're going to have somebody...
Give the man more screen time. They do it.
At least they got the right person for the job. But I prefer the suspense piece where he's not revealed. And there's always that mystery about whether or not, is it the Chucky, or is it the good guy doll that's doing all this, or is it just a doll, right? And
You must have been very lonely watching these movies because almost none of these movies do what you're describing. All right. They expand the cast. Kyle, played by Christine Elise.
Yep.
She's a great addition to the cast.
She's okay.
She's a great addition to the series. I like her.
Yeah.
I don't know.
They didn't do much with her. She never comes back. Right?
She does.
Does she?
in this TV show.
Okay. Yeah.
So I know,
Yeah.
but to get it out of the way,
Yeah.
almost everybody, with the exception of Catherine Hicks, and I don't think Detective Norris comes back. They pretty much all come back in the TV show.
Okay. Fair
So
enough.
just to get that out of the way, just so you know.
Yep.
But Christina Lee Kyle she's an awesome character. Her scenes with Andy are some of my favorites. I think they have good. The two actors had good chemistry. Pairing an angsty little teenager who's very like rebellious with like this honestly still adorable, innocent little boy. That's a good idea.
But she's also
and those
kind-hearted.
scenes work.
I
yes.
think she,
yes.
You know, she doesn't have. I think she does care more about her foster parents than she wants to let on.
Yeah, she's got a
Right?
shell.
Yeah.
She's got a shell. And like Andy, who's so innocent and cute, kind of breaks through that. And
Yeah.
all those scenes, the two of them, are just great.
Hey, want to hear me say your name backwards? Kyle.
Oh, this.
You know, you can clearly see she has some baggage. We never really get to know what that is. But I just think that was a really good pairing of those two. I think the innocent boy and the angsty rebel teenager worked really well. They complement each other. She becomes kind of a protector to Andy because she's older, not as naive, and Andy kind of warms her up a little bit.
Yep.
It's good. She also kind of kicks ass. Like she gets held hostage by Chucky. Like that scene in the car, she's not terrified. She's
No.
like, she's just like deadpan of like, is this really happening to me? I don't know. It's great. I like that she just doesn't take any shit from Chucky.
I mean, she could have just thrown him out the window when the cop was there, but she didn't. So
No,
okay.
but you know,
decisions.
Yeah, I know.
Choices.
Even part one had that problem too, right? So, right. Again, going back to how this is a fantastic sequel. Great connection with the actual company getting involved. It feels like the next logical step, where it's like, okay, they don't like the PlayPal toys. They're not really in the first movie at all. No. There's no factory shot. There's not one scene of like one of anyone being like, we have here, gentlemen, here's the product of the future, the Chucky doll. It's going to be, we get the commercials, but you never see behind the curtain.
Yep.
This movie gives you that.
You almost couldn't do it without acknowledging, you know, they've started to expand past or beyond the borders of just the characters who were involved in the first movie. You would have to have, what does the company think of this? What are they going to do next? Especially if they're going to keep producing these dolls, right? You would almost have to have their feedback on that. And they keep making them. So good on them.
The whole thing with like the little dialogue at the beginning with like well, firstly, the factory is awesome, but then you get like the dialogue with the little executives being just like, what is this bullshit about some little Andy Barkley shit? He's like fucking with our sales right now. He's like, how are we going to deal with this? I love all that corporate bullshit.
Yep.
And I think it's so great that they put that in there. It's so cynical.
Yep.
You know, it's like, yeah, one of your toys like was involved in almost a child's murder. Like, but then again, to them, it's just like, it's affecting our sales. Like, we got to deal with this, you know, like let's rebrand marketing or some shit. All that shit's great. They take a different approach in this movie, and it very much has a different feel to the first movie. Again, reasons why this is a perfect sequel. So we trade in the inner city feel for the suburbs. It's got a very suburban feel. Mm-hmm. It almost feels like it's in a small town, like outside, like that gritty urbanness of the first movie. We've traded that in. We are now like the foster home is like this, you know, grandma's house.
We've traded the dirt for almost too clean. Right.
I like it. And like, yeah, he goes to like, we get a school scene and he's got like, it's just like some, you know, regular school that he's going to. It's not like some like tough inner city school or some shit. And there's just not a lot of grimy, gritty shots or of what you would see in the first movie. This film is very much like even the PlayPal Toys factory. It doesn't really feel like it's in the heart of the city. It feels like it's kind of on the outskirts of whatever that city's supposed to be. It's great. And speaking of changing the feel of the movie, I want to talk about cinematography. Holy fuck is the cinematography good in this film. The cinematography in the first movie is quite good. This one is like next level. If you want to talk about like, porn for film students,
right?
It's this is it. This is it big time. I don't know if you noticed this. The entire movie is shot from low angles.
Makes sense.
Did you notice this? Entire movie, it's filmed from low angles intentionally to give you the perspective of a young child.
Yep.
So the entire movie is shot as if like you really feel like a little kid in this world. Everything seems big in this movie. All the adults seem taller than they normally would.
Overwhelming in a way that you wouldn't necessarily think of something as being overwhelming.
And even the way they film inside like the house itself, we get the scary basement. The basement's filmed in Chucky's hiding down there, but like, my fuck, even if he wasn't down there, the way they shoot it just seems so unnerving for a young kid to go into that dark, creepy basement. Everything's just filmed in such a way of making the world appear bigger than it is. Genius decision. There's also some good actual camera direction. So I really liked at the beginning the shot where right after the worker is killed, after they've rebuilt Chucky, it's a really good, very clever blocking. So they move the camera. Chucky's like sitting like on the counter, right? They move the camera back. Chucky's missing in the shot. Nobody reacts though. Yep. Nobody actually notices it, and you may not even notice it at the viewer the first time you're watching it. But they're showing you through the camera movement. Oh no, the doll's alive.
Yeah.
We hadn't actually seen the doll come alive yet, but it's just a clever little camera movement.
So that's great. Do more of that.
Another great shot. Early in the film, we get a really good foreshadowing shot where Andy is in the car. I think it's when he gets picked up by his foster family, like his new family.
Yep.
And do you remember what cuts them off? They're driving in the car.
It's the truck.
They get cut off by a truck, a good
like transport
guy's
truck,
doll truck. They play pal's truck. And there's a great shot of Andy's face looking through the glass in the window, and reflected against his face is the Chucky logo. I did it. The Good Guys doll logo.
Right.
Fantastic foreshadowing. This is how you make films, people. This is how you make films, is put in clever shots like this. Show us. You don't need to tell us everything.
I got to carve that up in a moment, though.
Okay, all right. Here we go. There's also probably my favorite shot in this is there's a really cool shot where it shows, again, the basement. It's like from the top of the stairs, and you've got Chucky, and he like wakes up at the bottom of the stairs. It's such a cool looking fucking shot. There's just so much time and effort went into this, to the actual sets, to the camera choices, the photography choices, the whole foster house. It just feels like a foreign, almost like going to grandma's house.
Like you can never be comfortable here.
That's it. That's exactly it. Where it's like you don't really know where everything is. Everything feels bigger than it should. It almost feels like
you can't touch anything because it's
yes. Yeah. Brilliant. I only have one more thing to say, but it's a lot. But I'll let you dunk. Go for it.
So first of all,
I don't know why you have it so low. I genuinely am surprised, because to me, why I thought you would love this is it's a bigger version. Yeah. And usually you like that, but now I guess it's just because you don't like the way they go with Chucky.
Yeah, the subtlety of this character is what gets him for me, right? So any of the movies where, spoiler, where they're not subtle, right? It's probably going to rank very low on the list for me. I don't dislike this one. I mean, I know I've got it as number 5. That's kind of a middle tier pick.
Kind of. Yeah. It's a little bit lower than I'm comfortable with. Yeah. I would appreciate if you would put it up to a 4. Yeah.
On the top half and not the bottom half.
Well, there's only 8 picks. Yeah. So top 3 is A rank. Yeah. And then you got 4 and 5 is B. And then C tier is obviously.
And I think it's very much a B for me. I don't hate it. And I think that's important.
No.
I don't hate this movie.
No.
Okay.
I hate a couple. We're going to get to them.
Yeah. There's just a few things that I didn't really appreciate. he should not be comfortable, Andy, around the good guy doll. Like, he almost immediately is like, oh, okay, I'm fine. I was just like, that's
I don't know that he does that. I don't agree that he does that.
I mean, he starts playing with the thing right away.
Well, no, as soon as it falls, he's like petrified of the thing.
Sure.
And he's very hesitant when he walks up to it.
Okay.
So I don't know that I agree with that.
I don't know. But I mean, he starts carrying it around after that. Like almost, I don't know. Just,
okay, fair enough. They had to get away for Chucky to be at that school so he could kill that teacher.
Yeah.
That's literally why.
A lot of this movie takes place during the day. So you talk about the setting of it. Yep, I like the small town.
Completely different feel.
But yeah, but it's just like, okay. Like the whole school scene is just, I mean, they can't do it at night because like, why is the teacher there? But at the same
this
time,
is a thing for you. You think horror should always have to take place in the dark. I disagree.
I feel like if it doesn't have that shroud over it, then the tension is that the stakes aren't there.
If there's not a fog of war.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Like, how is it that window gets covered in blood in the middle of a schoolyard and nobody sees it? Like, it was just, okay, whatever. Yeah, I liked Kyle. I thought she was okay. I mean, I don't think she was no Danielle Harris.
I think she works. I think she works really well, actually.
I thought she was all right.
I think she's a good addition.
Again, I don't dislike.
Anytime you add new characters, you're taking a risk, right?
Why bury the doll under the swing where like it's too convenient. Like bury the doll in the forest where no one's going to find it. No, let's put it right in the spot where it's cleared out because people are going through it and dragging they're gonna find the doll.
Well,
and they like 10 minutes later they find the doll.
Okay. I agree it's stupid, but to the defense of Chucky, because you're really criticizing Chucky here,
right.
He did not think he was going to be dicking around the house that long, right? He thought he was immediately going to just take over Andy's body and then get the fuck out of there.
But still, anywhere else. Yeah. Anywhere else. Yeah. I just thought it was a little too convenient for the plot. And
sure.
That's the kind of thing that made me realize, oh yeah, this is a movie that I'm watching, right? That basement scene, you loved it. I thought it went.
Oh, it was great.
Oh, it just went on too long.
It's an 84. It's like a 5-minute scene.
It's the whole thing.
There's 84 minutes. They hardly use any runtime.
And it was,
folks, this is what's called a nitpick. A nitpick
I was
from
like,
a nitwit.
I was like, oh, is he behind the sheets? Because for some reason this basement has like sheets and blankets.
Every grandparent's
all
basement.
Over the place.
I'm gonna push back on that. My grandparents used to hang their fucking laundry
all over the place.
Oh, okay. So it's not okay when Child's Play does it, but it's okay when Michael Myers and Halloween does it.
Right.
How many fucking times did they have the sheets hanging out like outside of everyone's backyard? He's just
hiding behind
laundry. Laundry.
This one they had like 37 sheets, probably not 37.
No,
like
it was like 2. Right.
it just seemed like the whole thing was set up for jump scares. That when you know it's just going to be a series of jump scares, you're like, whatever.
Right.
Right. And was it Phil, the father? Is that his name?
Hey, Phil.
Phil?
How's it hanging?
Yeah. When he dies, it's almost like the creative team felt it was too, like when somebody breaks their neck in a movie, that's pretty intense, right? And I feel like they could have stuck with it and gotten more points, but I got the feeling, and you should include the clip just to be sure, but I think they added like a warp when he actually hits the ground in his neck. I think they kind of needed to.
You mean they added like a sound effect?
Yeah.
I don't remember this.
I feel like they needed
it's a pretty brutal neck hit. Like, I think the effect works really well.
It does, but I think they were probably like, ooh, I think we need to.
Like a little too.
We need to take a little bit off of this. So I think there was like a little bit of a.
Cut to it.
Maybe I'm wrong.
They didn't do it. No.
That's right. He doesn't know. I don't know. Right. So anyway, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm not. But I
feel like I would have caught that if they did. But
and I don't think it wasn't like a circus.
We will put up the Mark's right or Justin's right or whatever.
It's usually Mark's wrong.
Mark's wrong. Yeah.
Right. I mean, the level of detail that you go to with your notes, I wouldn't be surprised about.
I don't remember this. I don't remember this. Yeah.
So, what else? We talked about the scenes driving the car. It's just ham-fisted.
At least
whatever.
it was short in that one. It wasn't like a super long.
This is not this is not to discredit the movie, but the the teacher, she will always be Susan Ross's mother from Seinfeld. Obviously this was before Seinfeld.
No. That she's not the teacher.
Or sorry, the guidance whoever.
She's the foster woman.
Sure. Yeah.
Yes,
sorry.
she's the foster woman. Yeah, and that's Susan. Yeah,
she's a wonderful person. I'm sure.
We are so dating ourselves.
I know.
With these like Seinfeld references.
As soon as she comes on, and this movie was well before that.
Her kill is funny.
Yeah,
she gets like killed
it's
and like
photocopy
lands on the
machine,
photocopier and it like just photocopies a couple copies of her face being like.
Because of course it would, right?
That's how photocopiers work.
That's right. Yeah. Okay. There's one thing about this movie that I cannot stand.
It better not be what I'm about to talk about.
No, they do it a few times in this franchise.
Okay, so it's not what I'm thinking of.
There is no way that Play Pals factory is literally 5 minutes away from where they live. There's just no way. It's too convenient.
Who
Stop.
cares?
No, but the thing is,
it's so cool. Okay, so this is my last thing.
They're in Connecticut. That factory's in California.
No,
that's the way that it is, right? Like, stop with this. Like, it just happens to be right there.
It has to be near them because otherwise we can't get this amazing third act. This
right,
final scene is awesome.
No, but stop. Okay. Stop with that shit.
For how cool this final act. So that's my last point. Is I just want to talk about the final act.
Yeah.
For how cool this is. Who fucking cares?
Come on.
I'm surprised you're not willing to just be like, who cares? It's there.
I know.
But it's such a... You're telling me you don't like... You're telling me that you would rather they just didn't have this last scene because of that little bit of like, suspense of disbelief?
It just...
Like, do you not like this last sequence?
Oh, yeah. It's great.
Right.
The factory is cool.
Oh, yeah. Beyond cool. Beyond cool. It's fucking the highlight of the whole goddamn film.
But come on. Like... What are the chances? Like, we're just going to happen to stumble upon the...
so, folks, this is what's called a nitpick. A nitpick.
To say nothing of local zoning laws, because you've got this massive toy factory literally down the street from this residential area.
Well, it's just an industrial area. There's industrial areas 10 minutes from my house. You could have I live 10 minutes from from a car factory.
Yeah,
so.
you do.
Yeah. This is what's called a nitpick.
Right.
If we did a killer car movie.
I was going to say, if we did Christine, I guess we couldn't do it based in your house.
Right. Okay. Well,
I don't know.
Let's talk about this final act.
Yeah. Okay.
It's okay. The third act of Child's Play 2 is one of the best final acts of any horror film ever.
It's good. It's good.
It does. Yeah. This is why I was like shocked. I was like, he doesn't have this at least in top 3.
It's cheesy.
Ooh, I don't even know if it's that. I disagree. Okay. I'm going to go through the whole I have written out the entire sequence because it's that fucking good. Okay. So, the entire set, they set this up early in the movie. We see very early, the first 10 minutes, the Play Pal Toys factory where the Chucky dolls are being made. They could have never gone back here. Yeah. They could have just done the fascia of this factory and it would have been like, that's cool. Good production value. No, they built an entire fucking toy factory. This is a huge, massive fucking set and it is fucking awesome. And they use every part of this fucking set. So through the last act is Kyle is trying to save Andy, who Chucky has now taken hostage, and they've coincidentally run into the good guy doll factory. Okay, coincidentally, who fucking cares? It's so cool. Okay, the entire set, it's got like this really colorful, matching again like a children's toy factory. It's got a really colorful aesthetic. Like it's not realistic in that like
bright yellows and bright reds
and and
for
like
no
greens.
Reason.
Well, because it's a stylistic choice. That's why. The reason is it's a stylistic choice because it immediately you see this factory and you go, oh yeah, that's where they make good guy dolls. Yeah. Like it's very filmic. It reads like a Willy Wonka factory.
It does.
And
that's a good comparison.
And I love it. Yeah. And that is a smart decision. They could have made it cold and boring and bland. And no, they went for this colorful, visually vibrant setting and it works so well. Amazing pacing and flow to this. Okay, so it starts off with Kyle trying to rescue Andy from Chucky, and we get a fantastic fake out here. Chucky completes the ritual. Chucky. So Andy's trying, or Kyle's trying to find Andy, and they're like hidden in, because this whole factory is like a giant maze, right? And they're like hidden in this like aisle of good guy dolls. Chucky completes, first time in the franchise, he completes the fucking voodoo ritual. Yep. And for a second, you're like,
uh-oh,
holy shit, he pulled it off? But surprise, it's revealed it has been too long.
You little shit! Do you know what you've done? It's too late! I've spent too much time in this body! I'm fucking trapped in here!
There was the period of the time period to which Charles Lee Ray had to transfer his soul into Andy's body has now expired.
Yeah.
He did not succeed in time. He is now stuck in the body of the doll. Realizing this, he goes ballistic and basically just goes on now it's just, he's out to kill.
Now I don't care about killing or keeping you alive.
Now he's like, I'm killing everyone. He just goes on a fucking rampage. So what this then turns into is Kyle gets Andy, and now it's a cat and mouse with Chucky in this entire factory, this playhouse they have to work with. And it starts off with Kyle and Andy, and they're running through like the maze of good guy boxes, which is a really cool shot. They then crawl through this like conveyor chute with Chucky like climbing up after them. They end up trapping Chucky's arm.
Yep.
This like gate comes down and it traps his arm. Chucky, like a fucking wolf chewing off its own leg to get out of a trap, rips off his own fucking hand and then grabs his knife and jams it into the stump of his arm. And then he tapes that.
And he bleeds now. Like,
exactly.
Like, it's not just like doll parts coming off.
No, he's like, it's like gory. It's a really gory effect. It's like skin tearing. It's heinous. We then enter this like colorful assembly line area, and we get a really fun kill. So it's like the first area is like the completed dolls, and they're kind of going backwards. Yeah. Ironically, this is maybe a little too high level. We start in the section of the factory where they are completed dolls. As we progress, we go to they are less and less completed until we eventually arrive at the molten plastic.
Right.
As they work their way backwards through the factory, Chucky pieces of him slowly starts getting torn apart.
Disassembling as well,
He's being disassembled as they go. We get a really cool kill with one of the factory workers. It's my favorite kill in the whole movie. So like, there's like a machine that like the dolls like. So there's a couple factory workers.
Most complex like.
So there's like a machine that like jams the eyeballs into the good guy dolls, and like the line gets like jammed due to like Chucky and Kyle and Andy like running around knocking shit over. Right. And then some worker's like, fuck, and he goes and he like he unclogs the jam. And then Chucky like whacks him. He like cuts him. And then the machine turns back on and he falls backwards into the machine. And it like plops the doll eyes right into his eye sockets. So fucking over the top.
They telegraph that almost as soon as they get to the factory.
As soon as you saw that, you're like, somebody's
getting jammed in the skull with this thing, right? Yeah.
What a fun kill. Again, this movie ups the kill count, ups the quality of the kills. They're getting more elaborate. Yep. You can see it. The money's on the screen, buddy.
Elaborate equals goofy. Is it?
That's how that works.
Yeah, okay.
That's right.
That's the same.
So then they then Kyle. I can't stop saying Elise because Christine Elise, but Kyle and Andy trap Chucky in like this assembling this like equipment. It's like this enclosure thing that like jams parts onto like the doll, and he comes out of it and he's like just fucking mangled. Right. And you think like, okay, that's it. He's dead now, right? Except he's survived, and he is now wheeling himself. His guts are hanging out, and he's wheeling himself on a fucking like this little push cart.
Yep.
And like menacingly, almost like the Terminator, crawling towards Andy. Andy then there's like this valve of like liquid hot. It's like molten plastic.
Yep.
He releases the valve, and it just pours boiling hot molten plastic all over Chucky, and it just heinously mutilates him. And you're just like, okay, now he's dead. But no, no, he's still alive, and he springs out of the plastic mound like a creature from the primordial fucking ooze. Yep. And he's just like writhing around and trying to just grab at everything. He's like flailing around. Kyle then grabs a loose air hose that got ripped off and jams it down Chucky's fucking throat. And after a few seconds of buildup, boom! Yeah. They fucking blow Chucky up. He inflates and explodes into this glorious, just it's like a explosion of like blood and plastic and guts, and it's such a cool effect.
Yep.
Excellent. Excellent. We get this awesome, satisfying kill.
Yep.
Chucky's now finally dead, and Kyle and Andy then slowly walk out as it immediately cuts to credits.
Yeah, I have this. And then it just ends with Kyle and Andy walking off into the matte painting sunset.
Perfect ending. This whole sequence is 15 minutes long, and it is perfect.
Yeah.
And once again, we get it cuts to some nice, eerie playing music for the end credits.
Yeah, I didn't hate it. It's just excessive. Like it's yeah,
I don't hate aliens. It's just no alien. Okay, I get you. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah,
sacrilege.
Yeah. No, I see your points.
Yeah.
They're all wrong, but
I guess I just wish they could have kept the suspense,
mystique, like the mystique of the first movie.
Yeah,
this one is a bit actiony.
Yeah,
it's very thrillery. It's not. The series is becoming more actiony thriller, less horror.
Yeah.
It's
just more of like a. I'm not disappointed with it. I know they've got to be able to market this thing, and you can already see Chucky is becoming the marketable asset for this franchise. Whereas maybe in the first one he wasn't really. Maybe it was a bit more of a rounded movie. No, now he is the star of the movie and not just the antagonist that's sort of causing all this to happen. So,
I do find it ironic that you were saying after that you're like, yeah, Chucky, we said at the beginning of the podcast, you're like, he kind of just barely gets into that echelon of top horror, slasher guys. Part 2 is what cements him for me. To me, part 2 is like, this is when he goes from a one-off creepy horror film about a killer doll to a bona fide classic slasher villain.
Right.
This is the movie that makes that a thing. They make him bigger, they make him larger than life, they give him one-liners. You are right. They gave him a personality, but it is not the Chucky of the first movie.
Yeah. So I think this is actually a good opportunity. I've got a question for you, and I told you this before we started.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I forgot to mention we actually have a question that we're going to answer at the end of the podcast. I forgot to say it.
We always do that.
I know we always do this. So we are going to be answering this question at the end of the podcast. What is your... Conveniently, appropriately, I just talked about one of Chucky's deaths.
Yep.
What is your favorite Chucky death in the entire franchise? And I don't mean Chucky kill. I don't mean him killing someone. That's the easy route.
Yep.
What is your favorite way that Chucky gets it?
Yep.
We will answer that question in 5 hours.
I think we also have the other question too. What's your favorite Chucky kill? I think that was also...
Was that also one of our things?
Was also one. Yeah.
Oh, I forgot to answer
So
that.
there you go. You can come up with that. Right.
Well, I know my answer, but go ahead.
I had, when we were sort of preparing for this, I had said I have a special question for you. And normally we would sort of save this to the end, but I think this is a good time.
Okay.
Do you buy into this? Now, before you answer, I'll give you a little bit to sort of think about. I know the franchises that we're talking about, right? I'm not telling you whether or not you believe in a guy that can hunt you in your dreams, or hockey mask killer that just never seems to die, right?
Yeah.
So I know there's a certain suspension of disbelief. I get all that. I'm not asking whether or not you think that a killer doll is possible. What I'm asking is, when you look at Chucky, can you sort of get into that the way that you can with, say,
absolutely.
So I don't think I can.
Really?
I could never ultimately separate myself away from the fact that, okay, it's
just a killer
It's
doll?
a toy that's trying to.
No, I think he's genuinely terrifying at moments. I think genuinely the idea of a serial killer in an almost nigh unkillable body is pretty terrifying.
I struggled mightily with this, and I think that's again why any of the entries where you see him less really it really helps the movie for me, right? I'm very much a less is more when it comes to Chucky. The more that I see this sort of animatronic or 3D animated doll on screen, the less that I can get into the movie itself.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
Moving on.
Yeah.
I buy it. I think it's
Yeah.
I think it's a really cool slasher villain.
Yeah.
I think he works. I think he works really well. I think in lesser hands he wouldn't. And I'm very interested to see what you think when they redid him.
Yeah.
We'll wait. That'll be when we talk about the remake.
We got some
because
time.
that's a very different Chucky. So, okay. Moving on. Our next entry from 1991. This is Child's Play 3. I already know where this is on your list because you kind of, at least I think I know where this is on your list. You kind of dropped this like months ago when we were just talking about random franchises we might do. Where it is on mine, I know it's going to upset you.
Yeah, I'm going to surprise you, I think.
Oh.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is my number 5.
Okay. Yeah, I have this as number 4.
Oh,
I know
I'm
what you're talking
shocked.
about because we were talking about the opening scene of this movie, which I love, but it's just the opening scene.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're wearing the Child's
Yep.
Play
Oh,
3
I got-
shirt. Yeah,
Child's Play
wow.
3 here.
And I actually specifically put the Child's Play 3 VHS tape
Right.
near you. I thought this was going to be your number 1.
No.
I thought this was for sure going to be your number 1 because you had talked to me like months ago and you were like, man, Child's Play 3, that was a good one. And I was like, is this going to be this is Mark's Friday 7, like part 7? Is this part 7 all over again?
You know how you love the factory scene of part 2 or part 2?
Yeah.
I love the factory scene of part 3 for almost the opposite reason, right?
Well, let's get into it.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. So this movie starts off with another brilliant opening credit sequence. These first 3 fucking movies. So it opens with a dusty, cobweb-laden good guy factory. We are time skipping ahead.
Yep.
The factory, the bright, vibrant, alive factory we saw in part 2.
Yeah.
No more. This is like an out of commission, dead, almost seemingly abandoned factory. Until suddenly, things are being turned on. We even see you can see the melted blob residue, like remnants from the end of part 2 where he blew up.
Like it's literally untouched.
It's untouched.
Like there's cobwebs everywhere.
Oh, it's literally untouched.
Doll parts.
It's like as if right after the second movie they just shut down production and then never did anything with the factory in like years, right? But things start getting turned on, and they're cleaning up the factory, seemingly going back into production. A crane picks up the blob, that plastic blob that like what was left of Chucky at the end of part 2. And it lifts him up over a fresh new batch of plastic, like of that molten plastic. It's like spinning it. It's like
the claw like digs in and the blood starts to come out
So then like blood starts coming out of the mound, seemingly Chucky's blood, tainting the new plastic batch. Why the fuck would his blood be liquid at this point? This is like years later. It's stupid.
Maybe
it's
plastic
stupid. No,
keeps
it's stupid. It's dumb. It would be all dried up.
Yeah.
It's stupid. Plus, he blew up. Why was his blood even in that mound? Like, he blew up. Like, seemingly the blood went... Like, no, he shouldn't have... Like, he has, like, active, like, liquid blood. I don't know. It bugged me. I was like,
But
nah.
you're okay with in part 2 where the guy gets shocked through Chucky? Like, that's believable?
Well,
like,
electrocution is absolutely possible.
He's able to
and
control electrical currents now?
It is...
voodoo?
It has been noted many times that if you are electrocuted, it will send you flying through the air.
Legs up.
Yeah, you will go... It will. Yeah, that's how electricity actually works. Yeah. We cut to a boardroom meeting with PlayPal's execs, and they're debating about the possible relaunch of the Good Guy doll brand.
Yep.
That they have basically, ever since the end of 2, they have shut down production. There was apparently lawsuits, and they had a ton of bad publicity.
It's been a few years.
It's been a few years.
Yep.
We have now time skipped ahead. They're debating, like, is this profitable? Will the public buy these again? Like, is this a good idea? Right. The CEO thinks it's a good idea, and he declares Andy Barclay is ancient history. No one remembers him. No one cares.
Andy Barclay is ancient history. No one remembers him. Nobody cares. I have made up my mind. We're moving ahead.
I like that. I like the fact that the CEO is just like, you know what? So there's one bad fucking incident. It's like, who fucking cares? Like,
it reminded me of something awesome. These guys are like OCP.
Oh, right. No, absolutely. Yeah, no, literally.
I wrote down, man, that PlayPal's toy company just doesn't know when to quit with these damn Good Guy dolls.
Oh, they
kind of remind me of OCP from RoboCop.
The CEO is literally the old man.
Yeah.
It's literally just like, yeah. It's like the 90s have a problem. And the solution is Good Guy dolls.
I'm like, oh, I love it.
Oh, it's great. I literally, actually, at first, I was like, is that the guy from like Halloween 3?
Looks very similar.
Very similar. Very similar. Just two old, like, white-haired men that are powerful men.
Right.
Yeah. So they declare they are going to relaunch the brand. And as a gift, he's been given the first of the new batch of Good Guy dolls fresh off the line. Which, surprise, surprise, once again, this is the cursed doll. Excuse me. The one possessed by Charles Lee Ray. And it comes to life and it kills Mr. Sullivan. That's his name. And the way they, like, I don't know, this first kill, it's kind of stupid. Like, Chucky, like, so he's like in his executive suite, I guess you would say. It's kind of like an office, but it's like pseudo an apartment, but it's not his apartment.
I figured it was like his condo. Like
something like that, right? But he's got like a work terminal and he's got like a work desk and he's got like toys everywhere because, you know, CEO of a toy company. Chucky, like, the way they set this up is like Chucky like somehow turns on all the toys in the apartment. Mm-hmm. How are you doing this? I don't know. Like, it's not like the remake where he's a robot and he can communicate with other toys. This is just like, did he somehow run around and perfectly turn them all? Like, I don't know. It's a little, I get why they did it because it makes for kind of a cool shot, but it's just a little stretch of the imagination of being like, how are you turning on all these toys simultaneously while no one's seeing you? Sure, whatever. He then, like, Chucky shows up and he, like, after all that, he just hits him with a golf club and he utters his first one-liner of the movie. Do you know what it is?
I do.
Go for it.
Don't fuck with the Chuck.
Don't fuck with the Chuck.
Yeesh.
I have a note here. Don't fuck with the Chuck. We are clearly in the MTV era of the franchise at this point. Yeah.
So this is the Elm Street 4. Yep. This is the beginning of it. Part 2, he had some one-liners. I didn't feel any of them were particularly cringy. Part 3, they're lame. This is when the one-liners start to suck shit. And it really sets the tone for the rest of the movie of like, Okay. So we're
here now.
We're going into comedy territory. You're kind of dropping the horror. At least 2 had a horror facade. Like to me, 2 is the 3 of the Elm Street 3. I know it isn't for you, but this is the Elm Street 4 very quickly. Which I do love 4, so I shouldn't, but it. So I guess it's to say this is the Elm Street 5 for me. This is the Elm Street 5.
I feel like the franchise
comedy
held on a little bit longer. Like this one, they're still trying to tell a horror movie.
Sorry. Let me finish here. So then Chucky kills the CEO with a yo-yo. It's kind of cool. All right, sure. He kills him with a toy.
He's using his own toys against him, which was kind of interesting.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. Yeah. He then accesses the CEO's computer and just instantly finds the exact information he's looking for. So it's like a random computer terminal, and I don't even know how Chucky would know to use that even. It's like, seemingly, at what point did he learn how to use computers? First movie's 88. Like, seriously, at what point did he even know how to use a fucking computer terminal, right? But no, he just beep, 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 accesses the terminal. There's no password on it. He's just in for whatever reason. And he just somehow there's no internet.
Right.
He just has the information on Andy Barclay. He's like, oh, beep, boop, bop, bop, bop. Okay, here's Andy Barclay's. It's got like his age and his location. Like, why would the company have that information?
It's not unbelievable that the topic of Andy Barclay would have come up with the executives, right? Because obviously that is the reason why their toys, their dolls haven't been selling for years. But to have this like police file on the kid sitting on his computer.
Well, apparently, I guess they hired a private detective to follow Andy Barclay and keep tabs on him because it has all of his current information.
Right. You could say it's just too convenient, right?
Very much so. Very much so. Very much so. Not really a nitpick when I say it, though. More of an actual criticism.
That's right.
Cut to Kent Military School, which is the primary setting for this film. We're introduced to the newest recruit, Andy Barclay. It has now been 8 years after the events of Child's Play 2, making Andy, he is 16 years old in this film, and he has been recast because this film was 1991, it's only a year later. They have recast him with actor Justin Whalen. Yes, another Justin. So they've aged up Andy Barclay, which is a decision.
Yep.
Other franchises have done this too. It's not the first one to do it, but it's a choice. It's a choice. We'll get to it later when we dig a little bit deeper. But Andy is now 16 years old, and he's going into a military academy, seemingly because I think in the file it even said something like juvenile delinquency. So basically, he's been bopping around between foster homes. The system doesn't know what to do with him, so they put him in a fucking military school. Sure. I'm actually okay with that.
Yep.
I think that's fine. It's a cool setting. Andy gets his, they do like the stereotypical, shave your head. They cut your hair because you're a new recruit, right? In this scene, shout out to the kid in this scene who is, I forget his name. I think it's Tyler.
Yes.
Yeah. Did you just catch which handheld he's playing on? It's not a Game Boy and it's not a Sega Game Gear. This is weird.
Like Atari Lynx?
Is it?
Yeah, was it?
He got it. Whoa.
I think I have a note in here.
You earned that fucking trivia, buddy. See, sometimes Mark gets it. Folks.
Every once in a while.
Yes. Yep. He's playing on the ill-fated, obscure handheld console, the Atari Lynx.
Yeah.
Yep. Why? I don't know. It's just one of those weird things where it's like, okay, sure. Did Atari pay this production to use it? Because they must have, right?
Yeah. Maybe, but I mean, they don't, at least they don't do the, oh, wow.
Well, yeah. I love my Lynx.
Yeah.
It's so bad.
The graphics are great.
Well, I think they also cover the logo. So maybe it was just coincidence. Yeah. It was a handheld, whatever. We're then introduced to the resident bad guy of the academy, the bully, Lieutenant Colonel Shelton, who is just needlessly mean and he's asshole. He's just a stereotypical
someone's got to be antagonistic.
The antagonist. Yep. That's exactly it. In his introduction, he verbally berates the cadets, and then he forces one of the female cadets to do push-ups for his amusement.
Yeah,
they just immediately set the tone of okay, this guy's just needlessly evil for no reason. A mysterious package arrives for Andy, but it is intercepted by the young cadet Tyler, and seeing that it is a good guy doll, he gets excited and he can't resist opening it up. You look like you wanted to say something there.
No,
Okay, yeah.
He steals the gift.
Yeah, he literally steals the gift. Yeah. Chucky springs to life, but is disappointed when he realizes it's not Andy, and he's like, "Who the fuck is this kid?" And he begins to talk to Tyler. He then gets a brilliant idea. Since his original body was destroyed, and technically this is a new body, he has not revealed his true self to anyone yet. So he doesn't actually need Andy if he reveals his true self to Tyler.
Yeah.
He can then possess Tyler's body. What did you think of that little shortcut cheat?
I thought it was strange that after the last movie, where they kind of wiped the slate clean with that, now they're going back to it. Like, I thought they were just going to continue on with the fact that, okay, he's stuck. He can't.
That's what I thought they were going to do too. So I thought, I don't know. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. Sure.
I don't know
it's
why
like a dumb little loophole.
Yeah.
It's
like they're hamstringing themselves.
They're trying to give you something fresh.
Right.
And I'll give them credit. It's at least an attempt. It's better than just Chucky's trying to kill Andy again.
Right.
Because in fact, that's not actually what this movie is really about.
Yeah.
So Andy makes a couple friends. We got the nerdy guy who's like a stereotypical cowardly nerdy guy named Whitehurst. And we got a badass rebel chick, very similar to Kyle, named De Silva, who I actually like. We're going to talk about that a little bit later. Chucky attempts to possess Tyler's body, but of course is interrupted. This is a running gag in the series. Every time he's trying to...
He can never get it done.
He can never get it done.
Except the one time, and it doesn't work.
Except the one... he more than once.
Yeah.
He pulls off the ritual a couple times in the later sequels, but... Yeah, and the second time, the first time he gets it, he's like, what the fuck? It didn't work? Yeah, after all that lead up. So Andy spots Chucky, and Chucky reveals himself to Andy, and they have there's a neat little interaction they have there where Chucky, because now it's been 8 years later, Andy's not a little boy anymore, he's a teenager, and Chucky he sees that he's older, and there's a great little dialogue here where Chucky sees Andy's got like a Playboy magazine, and he says, "Andy, how you've grown."
You know what they say. You just can't keep a good guy down. Andy, how you've grown.
I like that. That was a clever little, I don't know, it's a neat little line. I like it. It's because it's kind of like acknowledging the fact that it's in a weird, fucked up way, Chucky's known Andy for most of his life.
Yeah.
That's kind of a weird thing, but
And it does remind us that
they have a connection.
He's not a child anymore, so we can...
They're really establishing that, and they're also establishing the stakes are... He's not necessarily, for all we know, Andy could have been killed in this entry.
Yeah.
We don't know. They've changed the rules now. He doesn't need Andy Barclay's body. Andy's not he doesn't have the plot protection of being a child actor, right? So... what precedes is Chucky going around killing random people at the school that get in his way, with Andy hot on his trail, desperately trying to stop him and save Tyler. Culminating in a war game scenario at the academy where they're supposed to use paintballs, but Chucky has replaced all of those dummy rounds with live ammunition. That is the basic plot of Child's Play 3. You have it slightly higher than me, but do you want to go first on what you liked?
Again, it's middle of the road. So I don't love it, but I don't hate it. It doesn't offend me.
You kind of agree with me on this one. This is interesting.
I'm like, it's okay.
Yeah.
I like the fact that they changed the setting for it. The military academy. It's unique, right? They haven't done anything like that before. You know that anything sort of military based is always going to get me paying a little bit closer attention, and they get most of it wrong, but at least it's kind of fun. I like the characters. I like the idea that they aged Andy. You know me, kids in these things tend to just destroy these movies, but of course we've got Tyler back. So, they had a real opportunity. I don't even know where Tyler fits in this because he's the only child at this otherwise, military school for teens. Like, what are you doing here?
Before you get to that, I'm going to interject on the military academy. It's a cool setting.
Yeah.
It's neat.
Yeah.
I like the setting of this. It reminds me, so I'm going to compare it to something. It reminds me of Halloween H2O. We're on this campus.
Yeah.
It's like a school campus, and we've got a killer running around. But I think this movie does a better job of using the space than H2O did.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
The problem with H2O is you got this big campus. We don't see a lot of it, and we're literally left with like 5 characters. This is an active academy. We've got people walking around. We've got different troops, doing different drills and things. Chucky's kind of able to just like weave around as all this shit's going on. They really show you every piece of this fucking academy. Like they make a lot of use out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Like we get scenes at the firing range. We get exterior of the training grounds, including like the war games. They go into like the woods area adjacent to the school grounds, the barracks. Like they make way better use of this school. Oh, the mess hall.
Yep. Parade square, like just all the.
Yeah. So it's a better use of the setting than something like H2O did.
Yep.
And I like it. It's fresh. It's different.
Yep.
Similar to how we had the suburbs. Give your sequel a different feel. Gives it a different feel.
Put it somewhere else.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And if you're going to put it somewhere else, utilize that location. And they do. They do that. So yeah, I thought that was great. The connection to Andy is a little bit tenuous, but I can still buy into the idea that he wants revenge against this kid. I guess. I mean, they could have just continued on without Andy, but I'm okay.
So let's talk about Andy for a second. Justin Whalen does a pretty good job.
It's okay. Yeah.
He's not bad. He reminds me of what I wanted to compare this to was Friday Part 5. That actor who had to take over for Corey Feldman because they aged up the character. Yeah. He did a fine job too. He doesn't necessarily he's not Tom Matthews, but they really changed that character, made him a badass. But that other actor in Part 5, I'm really sorry, I'm forgetting his name. He did a fine job as the older what's his name?
Tommy Jarvis.
Tommy Jarvis, thank you. As the older Tommy Jarvis. Yeah. He did a good job.
Fine.
I think Justin Whalen does an admirable job. Yeah. He doesn't ruin anything. He doesn't give you a bad performance where there's nothing cringy about his performance. It feels like a believable, like, okay, yeah, I could see Andy turning into that.
If the franchise had not ever gone back to the original actor, you probably wouldn't even be having this discussion, right?
Right. And we'll get to that because Alex Vincent came back to take over the role again. Yeah. So it's a one and done. They didn't use him again. I thought the idea of making him, of aging him up, I think was a smart choice. I think it was also a smart choice to time skip ahead a little bit.
Yeah.
Let there be a little breathing room. The thing is, they age him up, but it doesn't necessarily make the film better. Like, it doesn't really improve a ton.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's my issue. The one thing I really like about it is now that Andy's a little bit older, he's a little more mature. He's old enough now where he's outside the innocence, realm, and he's going through like puberty. It allows him to have a little love interest. I like that. And I actually like the De Silva character. I think she was a solid character, and she's kind of like the Kyle in this film. But Andy's old enough and they're the same age where, see, in Part 2, Andy's not attracted to Kyle.
Well,
he's just a little boy.
Yeah, he's a child.
Right, he's just a child. They don't sexualize Kyle at all. But in this, they give Andy a love interest, know?
But it's interesting that you say that, though, because if I compare those two relationships, I think I probably prefer the relationship that he has with Kyle, because it's always just so... Every movie's got to have a love interest. Whereas I felt like the relationship that he had with Kyle, almost like that surrogate sister.
Yeah, surrogate sister. That I should have said that sister. Yeah. That's a good way of putting it.
It's not.
Feels more familial,
right? But they don't do that very often, and I like that they used that in Part 2. I don't have a problem with Part 3.
I think I hear your point where it's like, it's kind of the obvious.
Obviously,
pick,
they're gonna give him a love interest.
But you know what? I like it in that it feels like Andy's really growing up.
Yeah.
Where you're like, you're right. While it is the obvious pick, it does feel like the story's progressing, and so that's why it really works for me. It's good. However, a big problem. So they age up Andy. So it's like, oh, cool. Now we're going to have like a teenage Andy versus Chucky. But then they give us this little shit Tyler.
What is he doing here?
And he's so annoying in this movie. All of his scenes suck. He sucks.
Yep.
Remember how I said like Andy Barkley in the first 2 movies? Like, I like Andy. He's innocent. You know, he's not annoying. Tyler's the exact opposite of that.
Yep.
Charles, stop swearing. What are you doing?
You'll see.
Wait, stop.
Here you go, little baby.
Come on. You're messing him up.
You're so cute. Oh.
Don't do that. Don't. He looks stupid.
Believe me, he's bad news. He's hurt a lot of people. I think Colonel Cochran was one of them.
You're just jealous because he's my best friend now instead of yours.
Now we can play hide the soul.
I'm tired. I don't want to play that dumb game anymore.
You're a fucking drag, you know that?
He is a almost movie ruining child actor.
And I don't understand why, like, did they feel like they had to, it had to be a child that he reveals his identity to? I guess maybe only a child would pick up the doll and play with it. But I feel like they gave themselves the opportunity to get away from that after part 2. But nope, they just go right back to it. Got to be a kid that plays with this. I guess with child's
and it's
play
exactly
in the
what you
name.
said, where it's like there's no other like young recruits in this academy. So like, that was a poor decision.
Yep.
Having another, introducing another child, then have it being an annoying child, because like most of the movie is like Andy like trying to reason with Tyler, and Tyler's just being like a stubborn little shit who's just like, no, you can't tell me what to do, Andy. Charles is my friend. And he just like won't listen to him, and I'm like, this is so annoying.
I get that it's called child's play, but we're gonna figure that out. Like the fact that the killer is a doll is enough. Like it doesn't have to be based around a child.
Right.
Like you're just harming your own movie by continuing to include that.
A positive I have, and I think you're gonna agree with me on this. Another cool climax. The third act is pretty cool.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
What is the pause?
Remember I talked about convenience?
The carnival.
This military academy just happens to be walking distance to a fucking non-stop circus. Like, get out of here with this stuff.
This is a carnival.
How is this possible? This doesn't happen. Get out of here with this. Like, they even show that shot where they're walking through the forest doing their exercise, and then all of a sudden, like, I'm like, I wonder, are they going to end up at that conveniently placed circus? Get out of here.
So what Mark is alluding to is that there is so the third act is they're doing like what's it called, war games. They're doing the war game scenario, and it's like in the forest in the surrounding area of the academy, and there happens to be a town carnival like literally 10-minute walk away from where they're conducting this, right? I agree with you. It's stupid. It's over the top. I think the carnival, while it makes for a cool final scene sequence, it's underutilized. The carnival itself should have been that could have been such a really big thing. Like there's a lot you can do with that.
Yeah.
They don't do a ton with it. So it's cool, but it's not cool, if that makes sense, you know?
Especially since they utilized the military camp so well, then to go to that and have that be the crescendo of your movie, and to just kind of drop.
So like literally, with this culminates in like Andy and no, De Silva's out of the picture at this point. So Andy is pursuing. Is it De Silva as well? Yeah, Andy and De Silva are chasing Tyler, who's kidnapped by Chucky, similar to Kyle chasing Chucky and Andy in the end of part 2.
Right.
And they go into, it's actually almost the exact same. It's like
kind of
literally,
is, right?
I didn't even think of that till now. It's like beat for beat. I think that's why I like it. So they chase Chucky into the carnival, and they end up, like they're hardly in this carnival very long. Like we don't get a ton of scenes in the carnival. They end up in this like cool haunted house attraction though. And this is like an elaborate haunted house, one I've never seen, where it's like, this is not like a carnival. It's like seemingly a local fair. I don't know how they constructed this fucking thing, but it's like a haunted house that's ginormous. And within the haunted house is a mini roller coaster.
Right.
Yeah. Sure. Okay. All right. I guess it's just the best carnival of all time. It is definitely a step up from the carnival in Freddy's Dead, The Final Nightmare.
Right.
If you remember that.
Right.
With all like 4 attractions, right? So they go into this attraction and they're like, there's this chase sequence, and what ends up happening is like, I think De Silva gets like taken out of commission or some shit. So then it's just like Andy trying to get Chucky, and Chucky's like dragging Tyler, so he gets like his chance to do the ritual. And at one point, there's like this giant Grim Reaper fucking thing that like slashes down, and it ends up slashing off half of Chucky's face.
Right. I have a note. Chucky gets half his face cut off by an obviously very real scythe in the haunted cart ride at the carnival. Do these places not understand the using of props? Did they just put a real scythe?
Yes.
On
Yes.
So that just happens to like.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, awesome.
Yeah.
But
okay, so the effect is fucking awesome, and I actually specifically put this is.
Yeah.
So this has been referred to by fans as Pizza Face Chucky. So Pizza Face Chucky is the specific version where half his face is gone. It only happens at the end of part 3. It's a really cool effect.
Yeah.
It's actually probably the best effect in the film is this, with like the tendons underneath the flesh are exposed. And it's a really cool, striking image. It's good.
And
I just realized,
and it reminds you that he is
Flash.
living underneath.
Yeah, he's
this,
living. Yeah.
Sorry, you were going to comment.
Oh, I just didn't even. I don't know why I didn't comment on this. It's like, oh, I thought for sure 3 is gonna be your favorite. You're wearing the fucking Child's Play 3 shirt. How did you end up with a part 3 shirt? That's so weird. Is that because at the time you bought it, that was new?
No.
Like, it's not a retro shirt, but like, why part 3? That's a random one. Yeah, it is a. It's a little far-fetched with like the cleaving of the face, but it is a very iconic, like the Pizza Face Chucky design is one of the cooler looks of Chucky in the franchise. Unfortunately, it's only in the final sequence, so you get to see it for like 10 minutes.
Yeah, you don't get to see him stalking around.
No,
like that.
he never looks like that again, unfortunately. The ending of that though, where like Chucky actually dies, so like. Chucky and Tyler are like up on some like hill thing.
I think it's supposed to be like a Matterhorn, and he's taking them up to the top of the mountain to do the ceremony.
And below them is like this giant spinning industrial fan, right? And Andy takes out a gun and like aims it at Chucky and shoots him, which I thought was a bit far-fetched considering earlier in the movie they establish he is a terrible shot. Do you remember this?
But the practice gave him the ability to shoot.
Oh, please. Yeah. Like, he could have just as easily shot Tyler in that scene.
Yeah,
but, like,
right.
That was my thought.
That would have been great.
I was literally like, why are you have the confidence to take that shot? I'm like, you could have easily just hit the kid, but he shoots Chucky as Chucky's like doing the ritual again. And then there's like a struggle, and Chucky ends up he falls, and then just like this big dramatic like no, and falls into the fucking fan, and then just gets obliterated by this fan.
I call it in my notes the murder fan, because apparently they don't put
there's no grading on the top. No,
covers over any of
Mark,
these
this is the coolest carnival of all time. Okay,
right.
Actual
like,
death is possible.
Literally die here.
This is a real haunted house. All right.
Murder fan.
The thing I actually find funnier about that shot is the fact that like Chucky's parts just like start exploding. Like he goes into the fan, it's like brrr, and he's like shredded apart. But then like his body parts just like start exploding. Right. Why?
I don't know.
Just because it looked cool, I guess. They're like, yeah, we gotta have an explosion here. It's like it can't just be like him getting shredded, right? That's not dramatic enough.
He can't just be diced into like a smoothie or something, you know. He's got,
what else do I have here? It's like overall, it's just a lame sequel. Like, it's not a very good sequel. Like it's got a different feel to it. Yep. Sure, got a different setting. We introduce some new characters. They all kind of suck. None of them are very good except like De Silva.
That's the reason why This one gets the edge over number 2 because I would say the exact same thing about part 2. I just felt like it was very.
Oh, I forgot that you ranked it higher than 2.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I kind of knew mentally. See, I thought it was going to be your 1, which I thought was going to be like a shocking pick. But now I think I have an idea of what your real number 1 is because now I have a mindset of what you like out of Chucky. So now I'm kind of like.
It should be no surprise at this point.
Oh, now I'm like, oh, this is going to be interesting. This is going to be a debate coming up.
Love it.
So this is a little bit of trivia. This is both Don Mancini's, the creator of Child's Play, and Brad Dourif's least favorite entry.
I have seen
3.
That. Yeah. And I'm surprised.
I don't know why they like. I feel
It's
like
not great.
I feel like it's like a Halloween 2 situation where the studio were just like held a gun up and we're like, hey, this first movie made us so much money.
Yep.
Part 2 just made us a shitload of money. Make us another film in 6 months or else.
And
like,
they did. Like,
they did.
They made it really fast.
Yeah.
Like,
They aged up Andy Barclay. They immediately recast him and they're just like boom, boom, no, Military Academy. For a slap together movie, it's pretty good.
it's not bad.
It's not bad.
Yep.
You know, you can do much worse for sure. Just some other like things I want to shit on it for. The kills suck. And again, I think this is owed to how fast, like how quickly they had to shoot this movie.
Yeah.
They're not very creative. They're very lame. They're very like, they didn't have to do any gore effects really. So like we've got the dump truck kill.
Yep. I got a note about that.
That one sucks.
Which is interesting because that one is often quoted as
one of the best.
One of the big kills in the franchise. And I was like, I mean,
yeah.
I called it the Friday the 13th Part 7 kill. Like, you know what's happening is grisly, but you don't get to see it.
You don't get to see it. It's
Yeah.
neutered. Yeah. So it's like, he like slits the guy's, he goes into the back of the dump truck and then like, he's like, help, help. And then the dump truck guy's like, oh my God, there's somebody in the back. And then he like goes into the back of the dump truck and then like Chucky slits his, what happens here? He goes into the back and then Chucky goes back to the front and then he turns on the dump truck, but you don't see anything.
No,
and then
he's
you just
got
see,
his
like,
arm up.
Yeah, they just
and
show like, and they show like paint. It's like red paint being like, it's more the implication is what's horrifying than, you know, but like you're not really going to see much in a dump truck. It's not like they opened it back up and you just saw this mangled fucking body, right?
Or you've got the camera in there with him as he's getting.
Yeah, like it's just, it's.
They couldn't do it, but if you're going to go there, you almost kind of have to do it. And if you pull that punch, then you just.
Well, obviously it was effective enough because a lot of people say it's one of the better
that's
kills.
true.
I do think that. He strangles a guy. He strangles the CEO with a yo-yo. It's okay. He slits a guy's throat. The barber guy. He just like cuts his throat with like a straight razor. And he says like some stupid line where he's like, "That's some off the top" or some shit. I'm like,
You know who that was? Who the barber was?
no, he looked familiar.
Andrew Robinson from Hellraiser fame. And I believe he was also in the Stepfather movies, was it? Am I thinking of the same guy? He was definitely in Hellraiser.
I don't know who you're talking about. Who was he in Hellraiser? The boyfriend?
He was the guy at the end, Jesus wept.
He's Frank?
Yeah.
Oh, I did not. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
So,
cool. Wow.
Yeah, I thought he was pretty cool in this.
Teaser for a later podcast.
Yeah.
For when we eventually tackle those fucking movies. The probably the lamest kill I thought in the whole movie, which I get it was supposed to be a joke. The heart attack kill.
You know what? Yes, you're right. Because Chucky doesn't do it. But I kind of like that because it allowed them to continue the. He dies of a heart attack. No one expects that there's a doll on the
That's
base.
probably
killing
why
people,
they
right?
wrote it.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's like Chucky's about to stab. What would his rank be?
He was Colonel Cochran.
There you go, Colonel. The Colonel of the base, and then like as he pops it with a knife, the Colonel's just like oh, and he's like terrified and has a heart attack and dies. And Chucky's like, well, that was interesting.
He falls into his glass cabinet of all his little soldiers.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Another terrible, like lame death. Whitehurst's death was so fucking stupid. So
He's the nerd kid,
the
right?
nerdy
Yep.
kid. So like at one point, like Chucky like throws a grenade because it's all like live ammunition. There's some like clusterfuck situation that happens where it's like the bully guy is like, Barkley, you assholes, like blah blah blah, and like some real bullets get fired, and the bully guy gets shot up, and then like Chucky throws a real grenade, but like no one sees it, and then Whitehurst is just like, I've got to do the honorable thing. And he like, and at this point, Whitehurst has been shown to be a coward multiple times. He like betrays Andy, I think at one point. I think he does.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Who cares?
Yeah.
This character sucks. And he like jumps on a grenade and then just like dies from that.
I guess that's his redemption arc. Or
Who cares?
his like,
this
you
character
know.
sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did like the swapping the fake ammunition for the real ammunition though, because it did add a little bit of suspense.
Oh, there's
to
some
it, right?
tension where
Like,
you're just like, oh god,
you know,
these kids.
this is going to happen.
Yeah.
And they just don't know it.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, no self-respecting military base would keep the weapons beside the ammunition to just put them together like that. But okay, I'll give them a free pass on.
So
on
what
that.
what are they supposed to do though?
Well, you keep them very, very, very separate, right? So they are not kept in the same location. If you can access one, you can't access the other, so that no one person can
So
put
that, so that you can't have a killer
Yeah,
doll.
right? You can't
swap
go
the
and
ammunition
right,
from
yeah.
a war game
But,
scenario.
you know, I guess if they're gonna, if that's
Do they use paintball rounds in war games? I was curious about this.
oh, maybe we usually just use blanks.
But how do you know if you hit somebody?
They just, I mean, it doesn't ultimately.
So are you guys? So
matter,
you
right?
guys go with the child like I got you, man, like that honor system.
That's how it is.
Of like
yeah.
bang, got
Right.
you, man.
Yeah.
Is that how real wars are
That's
fought?
right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I thought. Last thing I'll say, we get our first introduction of a shitty soundtrack because the first two had really good soundtracks. The opening of this and the end credits, it's that like lame, punchy thriller music, like the generic stock, like dun 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 dun. And again, they rushed the production of this film.
Yep.
They obviously didn't have time to hire a composer to do anything. It's got that Jason Goes to Hell, Jason X shitty generic soundtrack. It's crap.
I mean, it's fine for having to create it so quickly, but you're right. Like,
Yeah, it's just disappointing because I liked 1 and 2. I thought had really good like eerie soundtracks and especially those end themes. So
this is my rifle. This is my gun.
Hmm.
This is for shooting. This is for fun.
yeah,
Pulled right from Full Metal Jacket.
but isn't that a thing that like isn't that just a generic thing that like military
I
bases
feel
might
like
have said?
I don't know.
I don't know if that was made for that movie, right? Because they had actual military guys come in as like
Maybe.
consultants, so
I
that
don't
might
know.
have been an actual thing. They
I just
said.
feel like they lifted that from
maybe.
Full Metal Jacket though to
Yeah.
make their movie. I was just like, I mean, they're still kind of kids. Like, get out of here. Like, I just thought the whole thing was just lame.
Oh, and De Silva doesn't have a penis, so there's that. Yeah.
Yep.
One other note I'll say about De Silva: missed opportunity, never comes back.
Yeah. Yep.
It's another like character we just never see them again.
Yep.
That's it. And you know they really could have brought her back, especially by the time you get to like Cult,
Yep.
when like Andy's starting to like take a fight to Chucky. It's kind of spoilery, but like
Yeah.
you know we're gonna be talking about this soon. They could have brought her back.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe she didn't want to return. I don't know. Whatever. Whatever. You ready to move on to our next entry?
Yep. I think so.
Okay, moving on. Our next entry from 1998. Bride of Chucky. This is my number 3. Yeah, there it is. There it is. There it is. This is your number 7.
8. This is my worst.
You like it least than Seed?
Yep. We'll talk about why. I
That blows my mind.
hate this movie.
I
hate this movie.
More than Seed.
Yeah. Yep.
No, I
No. We'll get into it.
that
We'll get
blows
into it.
my mind.
We'll get into
I
it.
thought Seed you would agree with me on.
No, and I know why you're thinking that. And
All right, save it.
yeah,
Save it.
yeah.
It's fine. Soon as you had too low and you were talked about what you like out of Chucky, I went, oh crap. I know which entries he's gonna put high, and I know which entries I don't have that high. So we're gonna be pretty opposites on this podcast. That's fine.
I had a hope. That hope was dashed.
Well, we both agreed.
Right,
The
our
first one.
pick
We
was-
both agree
was
the
good.
first one's the wild card right now is I don't know how you feel about the remake. That's the wild card.
Okay.
The wild card is the remake.
Right.
Because I don't know where that's gonna end up, but I know there's 2 entries I know you're going to have here, and there's 2 entries I think you're going to have here that I don't. We're going to be reversed. But,
Number 3, eh?
Yeah. Yeah, I debated on this one.
Yeah.
When I get to a later entry, there's one other one I debated putting in this slot. 3, 4, and 5. So the first 2 I knew no problem. I'm like, my number 1 is Child's Play 2. My number 2 is Child's Play. I already knew that.
Yep.
3, 4, and 5, I had the hardest time placing those ones. The bottom 2, I had no difficulty. I already knew which those 2 were going to be.
All right.
Okay, let's get into the plot. So it opens at a police evidence depository on a stormy night. There's some cool Easter eggs in this. Oh, come on, they're cool. Don't give me the lame. We get a shot of Jason Voorhees' mask, Freddy's glove, Michael Myers' mask, and a chainsaw, which seemingly is from Leatherface.
Do you deserve to think of yourself in that? Okay, we already decided that we will.
He is at this point, though.
Yep.
I mean, this is probably the film that cements that. No, because this movie was this reinvigorated the franchise. As much as you may not like to admit this. This brought life into the franchise. I know you don't want to hear that. Apparently, Mancini said that the reason for the Easter eggs, specifically Freddy's glove, he wrote a treatment for a Nightmare on Elm Street Child's Play crossover that obviously never came to fruition, but it's kind of interesting. Yeah. Of all of those characters, I don't know that I would have wanted them to meet each other, but sure, whatever. Okay, so we get this young police officer, and he walks through the building and opens a locker marked unsolved. And he then grabs like some big evidence bag, and he gets a call from a mysterious woman telling her he's on his way with the package and not to forget his money. Which is like, okay, so he's stealing some piece of evidence to sell to somebody. What the fuck could possibly be in this bag? So he's waiting around in his cruiser, and he's bored, so he can't help but resist taking a peek at what's inside the bag. As if he wouldn't know. Like, it's like, if you were told to steal, I feel like he would have known what was in the bag, but whatever. He takes a peek in the bag, when suddenly an unseen figure slits the cop's throat. Enter our new protagonist to the series, Tiffany, played by Jennifer Tilly, which I'm going to assume you don't really like. You can say no, but we'll get into it.
Yeah, I find her. You fall on one side or the other. When it comes
either
to her,
you like. Okay, that's good. We're then treated to an opening title sequence where Tiffany reconstructs Chucky, and good title sequence. I like this. She's reconstructing him kind of like in a Frankenstein manner. She grabs all these like random doll parts because remember he was literally blended up at the end of part 3. So she is now stitching and stapling his pieces back together, and she grabs like random hodgepodge doll parts to build him again.
Yep.
And this is where we get whatever you want to call him. I call him like scarred Chucky, Stitch Chucky,
face,
whatever, Stitch face. This is generally, when you see most Chucky merchandise, this is the version you see. It's very rarely the part 2, like more
good guy doll.
Plain, or it's never the good guy doll version. Or it's never the part 3 version either. It's always this.
Yeah.
And I think it's because when they were starting to crank out this merch, because this movie's 98, early 2000s, that's when all that horror merch started coming out with McFarlane Toys and early NECA and all that shit. Those were the current films, so it was easier to license those. And that's why most merchandise is that version. So for better or worse. But so Tiffany pieces Chucky back together. She then draws a pentagram and reads from a book. Do you remember the name of the book?
Yes, I do.
It's really dumb.
It certainly is.
Voodoo for Dummies.
We're gonna get into that.
Stupid. She conducts a ritual to try and resurrect Chucky, and it seemingly fails.
Doesn't seem to have worked.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to have worked. Chucky doesn't do anything. Then some random goth rocker looking guy, presumably her boyfriend or lover, whatever, shows up, and he brandishes like a fake victim photo. It's like it's a fake photo of like a murder victim, like I guess to impress her and like get her hot.
Yeah, she wanted him to go kill somebody. Almost like to prove how hardcore he is. And I guess they're into that, but he's not really into it.
No,
Yeah.
he's like kind of a poser,
Yeah.
and she like immediately sniffs it out and realizes it's a fake photo.
Well, it's
like,
him, right? Did you figure that out? He
Oh,
just-
is that? Oh,
yeah, he just
I
did
didn't even
himself
catch
up.
that.
She's like, "It's you." What
No,
you just?
I didn't
yeah.
even catch that.
Yeah.
I thought he just like got his friend or some shit.
no.
Yeah, it's so stupid.
You know, Damien, this guy looks awfully familiar. I recognize the nail polish. Shit. You never really actually killed anybody, did you? Did you? Did you, you pathetic worm?
Suddenly, Chucky appears beside Tiffany, having moved from the floor, and actually talks. It's like, ooh, that's weird. He wasn't animated before. And the boyfriend makes a comment, which is, I guess, supposed to represent like the audience. He says, like, he's so 80s. Come on. He's not even scary. Nah, it's like kind of one of those meta lines.
It's a little
It's
too
like-
on the nose.
It's a little too on the nose where it's like, okay, this is my number 3. I understand this film has a lot of problems.
Yep.
So just know that I'm not going to just be purely gushing about this movie. 3, 4, and 5, I have problems with all of them. The only 2 movies in this entire franchise I think are worth owning are the first 2. I wouldn't own any of the other ones. That kind of spoils a little, some things, but not really. I'm super picky with what I actually put on my shelf. So it's not to say, anyways,
Carry on.
I'll keep going here. So then Tiffany kind of initiates that her and the boyfriend are going to fool around. She ties the boyfriend up on the bed and she places the Chucky doll on his chest. And we get a little bit of a exposition dump explaining what because we don't know who the fuck she is at this point, really. We just know that she stole the doll and it's like, maybe is she a super fan? Like, what is this? Turns out she was Charles Lee Ray's former fiance. She was like a former lover of his. I like that. We don't get a lot of connection pre-Child's Play. Like, so now it's like, rather than go forward and things are reacting, we're going backwards to the past to try to mine new things. I like that. Good connection. Just then, Chucky's head spins around and the doll comes to life. Chucky, this is a really good kill. He rips out the boyfriend's lip ring and then puts a pillow on his face and just sits on it. And then him and Tiffany just are having a casual conversation as this guy's suffocating beneath him. And then at one point he's just like, ugh, and just stops breathing and dies. I don't know. I thought it was a clever little first kill.
Started off great with the lip ring getting pulled out.
Yeah.
And then just went into womp, 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 womp.
No, I like that kill. I like how they're just, because they're both it shows how fucked up they are. They're just so sociopathic. It's then revealed that it turns out that while Tiffany has been pining for Charles Lee Ray, aka Chucky, because remember, Chucky is his nickname.
That's right.
It's his nickname. It's not a made-up name he came up with for I'm going to pretend to be a doll named Chucky. No.
That's what they call him.
That's what they called him. Yeah. His nickname was Chucky.
Right.
So she's been pining for him, and he was basically just yeah, you're some girl that I fucked for a bit.
You're great too.
You're cool, but we weren't. And it gets revealed the engagement ring was just some ring that he happened to have stole. But then when he was running from her place, he accidentally left it, and she found the ring and just assumed that it was meant for her. And so for all these years, she's been oh, he was so romantic. He was gonna we were gonna get married. So she's head over heels for him.
I still have the ring.
What ring?
The ring, the one you left for me. I found it on the mantle the night you were killed. I've never taken it off.
Oh, the one I got from Vivian Van Pelt.
Vivian who?
Vivian Van Pelt. I dumped her in the river. Remember? That ring is worth $5 or $6 grand, easy.
You mean you weren't gonna ask me to marry you?
What are you, fucking nuts?
Pissed off from this revelation, she locks Chucky up in a pen. And while this is happening, we are introduced to our star-crossed teenage lovers, Jade and Jesse, who suck. We will get to that. Jade is living with her controlling asshole uncle of he's a police chief, played by
John Ritter.
John, what are you doing in this movie? Fuck you. Like, it's so out of place. I'm like,
apparently he really wanted to do it. Like,
I mean, a lot of actors like random things, right? And just for whatever reason, they're like, I really wanted to be in an Elm Street movie. And then you end up, you know.
He was one of the only bright spots.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't like his scenes. Okay. He doesn't work for me.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, and he disapproves of their relationship for
reasons.
No, literally, I have wrote down reasons ? Like there's no explanation. He's basically just like, it's her uncle, and he's just like, I've been charged to take care of you, and I'm going to make sure that you're taken care of, and that boy is not good for you. He's not even like a rebel boy.
No,
he's just like some regular teenage boy. He's basically just like, you're not going to fuck your boyfriend. Like, okay, sure, it's fucking weird. It's like men controlling women's bodies bullshit. I don't fucking know. Tiffany brings home another doll. She brings home like a female doll in a wedding dress, basically to tease and make fun of Chucky. It's okay. It's kind of clever. I like that. She's like fucking with him. She's kind of getting her little revenge of like, you know, the fact that Chucky embarrassed her so much,
right.
You know, that she didn't see what was the way the situation actually was. Chucky escapes his pen while Tiffany's in a bubble bath watching. What movie is she watching? She'll be able to get this. It's very on the nose. Think about it. Think about the title of the movie.
It was Bride of Frankenstein.
Bride of Frankenstein. Yeah, she's watching Bride of Frankenstein. Chucky electrocutes and kills Tiffany in the bathtub. He like throws the TV or something in the tub and electrocutes her. And he then uses his voodoo magic to put her soul into the very same wedding doll that she brought home. She has like, you know, okay, sure, it's a choice, but like she has like a claw foot style bathtub like in a trailer. She lives in a trailer park.
Right.
She's living in like a trailer. It's a decent sized trailer, but it's a little far-fetched that she would have this like elaborate bathtub in the middle of a trailer.
I remember thinking it's like the TARDIS. It's much bigger on the inside. I know you may not be a Doctor Who fan, but
no one should be a Doctor Who fan.
But at least you know what it is.
Wibbity woobity wobbity wobbity. Yeah, no. It's just one of those tropes of movies where it's just like the interior set is like it'll be an apartment, but it's like 50 feet by 50 feet, like dimensions that no apartment would actually be. So it's like, yeah, her trailer is way bigger than it really should be on the inside. Whatever. It makes for a cool shot.
Sure.
I'm fine with it. So, realizing she's kind of fucked, Tiffany listens to Chucky as he drops a new piece of lore. They're altering the voodoo magic. There's an item called the Heart of Damballa, an amulet that will allow them to transfer their souls into humans, and Charles Lee Ray was buried with it when he died.
The Heart of Damballa. What's that?
An amulet! We need it to transfer our souls into human bodies.
Okay, and where the hell is it?
I was wearing it around my neck the night those bastards gunned me down. It was buried with my corpse.
How does he know that? Like, how the fuck would he know what he was buried with? Like,
and why does he have this?
No, but think about it for a second. When he was shot and killed,
yep,
he transfers his soul into the Chucky doll, right? He didn't get out of that box until Karen brought him home to the apartment. Seemingly, that's what I believe.
Yep.
Because as far as I know, the peddler immediately grabbed it because the building had been blown up. So how the fuck did he, like, how would he have that knowledge, that information? Whatever, he has it. It's quite the convenient retcon that was just never mentioned before. It's like, so you didn't need to go after Andy Barclay?
You could have done it this way the whole time instead.
Right. So you could like, why is the first movie not about you getting the Heart of Damballa instead of pursuing like, so basically they just retcon all the Andy Barclay shit because it's a lazy retcon. It is a very lazy retcon. It's one of my biggest problems with this movie. It's lazy on how it continues the series. It's the voodoo for dummies. Yep. It's writing a sequel for dummies. It's like one line fix, one line fix, one line. It's like anything that's inconvenient for us to explain. Nah, one line fix it.
Yep.
That's the explanation. If you don't like it, fuck you, basically. Yeah, lazy. So they hatch a plan. Tiffany offers $1,000 to her neighbor, who turns out to be the boyfriend, Jesse, who also lives in the trailer park. And she's like, I'll give you $1,000 if you... Well, I guess she... Oh, no, she would, because she talks on the phone. If you deliver these 2 dolls of mine to this cemetery. Nothing weird about that at all.
Right.
Yeah, but like he's like, okay, that's weird, but I need the $1,000 and I want to run away with my girlfriend. And so it works out, because then we get like this sappy music moment where like it's this teen drama bullshit where, and I like teen drama. This teen drama sucks shit. It's like Jesse asked Jade to run away with him. He's like, let's get away from all this. Let's just run away. I have this opportunity. We're going to make $1,000. Like, marry. And then he asks her to marry him.
Yep.
He's like, let's get married and just run away. And what follows is a road trip with the 2 lovers who now have the 2 killer dolls, the Tiffany doll and the Chucky doll, in tow. They're on their way to where Charles Lee Ray was buried, the cemetery. And on this road trip, Tiffany and Chucky basically just keep killing people along the way.
Right.
That's the plot.
And our 2 human characters keep thinking it's the other one.
Oh, we'll
doing
get
it.
to that. We'll get to that. Yeah. So do you want to start first? Did you like anything?
Nothing.
Just nothing redeemable?
Nope. Not really.
Okay, so then let me get to some of my positives, and then there's some things I'm going to agree with you on dunking.
Yep.
I think Jennifer Tilly is a great addition to the series. And this is why this is a 3. I don't think the film earns its 3. Like, I think even Child's Play 3, I think, is a better sequel.
Yep.
But I think this is an important entry. And I know that sounds like a cop-out. Oh, it very much so is, because all of the series is canon. I don't know if you're aware of this, but they all build on, like, even those entries that I know later on you're going to have higher than I want you to have them, Jennifer Tilly's in those.
Yes.
So this is an important entry in the series.
Nothing gets cut out.
Nothing gets left out, except De Silva and
Kyle.
except some characters.
You're gone.
No, but this is an important entry in that, as much as you don't want to admit it, this brought new life to the franchise. It literally Frankensteined the franchise back to life. And if it wasn't for this entry, we may not have gotten any of the later entries. I don't know that we would have. So I got to give it credit. So, and I like Tiffany. I think Tiffany is a good character. I want to give a shout out to Jennifer Tilly. She's kind of reminds me of, was that Coolidge woman?
Jennifer Coolidge,
the other Jennifer, who
American Pie fame,
who I never found attractive. She's supposed to be like, she's the MILF, like the original MILF. I never thought she was hot. Jennifer Tilly, most times, looks like Jennifer Coolidge. In this movie, she's fucking hot. I think she's smoking hot in this movie. This is the tightest, like, most, like, best shape she was ever in her career, because she looks great in this. She's got that just fucking sexy voice. I love that sultry voice.
You know me. I'll kill anybody, but I'll only sleep with someone I love. So, what are you doing later on? I was thinking maybe you and I could go get a drink or something. That is, if you're up to it.
He doesn't do it for you?
No.
Oh, it annoys you?
Yep.
And she, kind of like Jennifer Coolidge, she also has like a unique voice that either annoys you or you like it.
It's you either love it or it's grating.
And it's grating to you?
Yeah.
Yeah. I like that her character, she's like just as fucked up as Chucky is. Like she's a good match to Chucky. She's a good compliment to him.
Yeah.
There's a shot where like after she's heartbroken by Chucky, she's like crying on her bed right beside like her dead boyfriend. It's very fucked up. That's a very sociopathic thing to do. I like her design, like even before she becomes. I like her personality, I guess you'd say. She's like, she wears like classy dresses. She's kind of doing the retro chic thing. Even the way she styles her apartment, like she's got a clawfoot bathtub. You know, would someone have that? Probably not, but maybe she has it because she also has like a vintage car. She's very much trying to live a life of glamour. She's trying to live the life she wants to have, not the life she does have. And I like that. So I like her character. I think there's great chemistry between Tilly and Dorff. I think all of their dialogue scenes are really good. I think they play off each other really well. And they obviously knew they had magic because they kept her around. Like, they kept her as a recurring character. So they knew that the two obviously had something going on where they liked acting with one another, because the series always would keep the dialogue between those two characters alive. There's some funny banter between the two of them.
Ah, what the hell? I need the exercise.
Were you born with that knife super glued onto your hand or what?
What are you talking about?
For God's sake, Chucky, drag yourself into the 90s. Stabbings went out with Bundy and Dahmer. You look like Martha Stewart with that thing.
Who the fuck is Martha Stewart?
My idol.
Which I like. Like, I like that Chucky now this movie kind of takes a strip off Chucky. That he's not as scary in this movie, for better or worse, and there's worse. They take a strip off Chucky where it's like Jennifer Tilly is kind of almost like calling out Chucky in a sense a little bit. Like, it brings Chucky down a little bit, where he's just, the fact that he has like this nagging girlfriend now, you know, and you're making a face. Go talk about Tiffany. Go for it.
Why do we need her? I don't know.
Because the franchise needed something, and either this worked for you and it didn't. It worked for me. It didn't work for you. But it worked. But most fans love Tiffany. She's a very beloved character in the series. This is called a nitpick. No, it's not. It's not. No, this is a legit take. Yeah, this is not a nitpick. This is a valid criticism.
Up until this point.
Go for it.
So have we finished the plot summary?
Oh, we were talking about what I like. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we're well past it.
Just to be...
Go for it.
Up until this point, even if you feel like Chucky's got some jokes or some one-liners, it was still always a horror movie, possibly wrapped in a bit of a comedy. This one throws that out. It's a comedy movie, not a very funny one, but it's trying to be a comedy movie with a little bit of a horror movie wrap to it. As soon as I started watching this, I knew exactly, and I kind of felt
like the tone.
I knew what I was getting into watching. I'm like, I hadn't seen it before,
but you would have kind of
had
an idea.
There's no way you can.
You knew
avoid
there was some jokey shit in the series.
You and I have a rule, right? So I'm going to talk to the camera here for a second. When Justin and I plan out the franchises that we're going to do, we kind of go on radio silence, right? We don't talk about these because we want to have these moments, right? We want to have it fresh, genuine reactions. I have to tell you.
You almost let it slip.
I almost broke.
No, so you did a little bit. So I know what you're referring to. So Mark came over like a week ago, and this is 2 weeks ago, and you were like, yeah, I just finished Bride and Seed, and you went, and you and I knew, I was like, didn't like those ones. Yeah, I could just tell.
When I was watching Bride, I almost got on the phone to call you, breaking the cardinal rule of how we do this.
Yeah, you can't do that.
And being like, dude, I can't. Because you know why? We're not even halfway through the franchise yet, right? Like, this is the fourth. I'm like, I can't do another 7-8 hours of this plus my notes. This is going to be real. I despise this
But
movie.
this is the first reboot. This is the first reboot. This is when they rebooted as a comedy.
Right.
They're going to reboot it again.
I know.
So relax.
I know, but I didn't know that.
No, I know.
Right? Everything about this, I detested it.
Well, let me get into some more of my positives here. Let's talk about the comedic tone. It works for me. This is my Elm Street 4. It's not too far.
But
no,
Elm Street 4
Seed goes too far. Seed is Elm Street 6.
Yep.
This is Elm Street 4 This is Elm Street 5. That's a better. This is Elm Street 5. It's going a little too far, but it doesn't go, for me, it didn't ruin it. I actually like the comedy in this. I like Chucky has some funny moments in this, and he has some good lines. They work for me.
Right.
Like, I like he's got like the speaking spell, because he's like trapped in the pen and he's bored. And he's like, it's like, spell woman. And he types in bitch.
Yeah.
And then it's like, that is not correct. And he's like, shows what you know.
Like, what is that?
I like
what
that.
is that?
I thought it funny. You didn't like that, eh?
No,
I like it.
It's just jokes now. Like, it's just,
see, I don't think it's just jokes, but the next entry is just jokes. So like when the fucking stupid teenage lover characters, which suck shit, when they're like having their little like drama moment, and he's like professing his love. It cuts to like Tiff and Tiffany's all like, oh, it's so romantic. And Chucky's just like
what is that?
I like that. I like
how far we have fallen.
I like the
from
self-awareness of Chucky just being like, man, fuck this shit. That falls in line with what Charles Lee Ray would actually act like, though. Like he's not. You don't think he would have any personality?
I don't know.
He had personality. It didn't feel out of place. It felt like what he would actually act like. I don't know. That seemed like a general reaction. I also he's got a couple other funny lines. He's like, where he proposes to her and Tiffany's like, oh my God, it's amazing. They're getting married. And Chucky's like, I give him 6 months, 3 if she gains weight.
I say I do.
Let's get you packed.
Oh, that's so romantic.
I give him 6 months. 3 if she gains weight.
Like he's just such an asshole.
Right.
He's such a piece of shit in this movie. I don't know. The tone works for me in this. There's some goofy shit in this that doesn't work for me. The Chucky comedy works.
This movie was such a stark change
from 3,
from what all of the movies that we've had so far. And
it's a reboot. It really is.
I get it. Like all of our franchises do this at some point. Right, we've already talked about, Nightmare on Elm Street has, part 4, part 5, but it really kind of falls off with, Freddy's Dead. Friday the 13th has Jason X, but it's also got, Jason Goes to Hell, right? Halloween, to its credit, it pretty much stays, but I mean, even it has its resurrection moment where it just says,
sorry, you mean the one that you like?
Oh, yeah, I love that one.
Yeah,
yeah.
Okay.
So that one's fun.
See, this is a wild card because I genuinely thought, I was like, either Mark loves the comedy or hates the comedy, because now that you liked one entry in another franchise that was comedy, forever, there's always going to be the wild card of Mark might like this. For whatever reason. And I can't explain it.
And that's a great point. And I'll tell you why this one doesn't get the credit.
Resurrection sucks shit. There's nothing, like, no one is agreeing with you on that. But for some reason, it tickled you where you were like, you know what? It's equivalent to being like, dude, Jason X is just so stupid. I love it. And that I'm okay with that. That's fine. I don't think this is so stupid, though.
This franchise does not have enough in the can yet to be able to get self-referential and take. It's like, dude, you've only got 3.
Yeah,
and you started.
It is very early. Yeah, it is very early.
If this is the point where you're going to fall off, I was legitimately nervous that I had 5 more of these that I was going to have to watch.
And even if it had, you would have had to watch them, Mark. I would not have let you out of it. I would have. Had you made that phone call, I would have been like, yeah, that's what you signed up for, buddy.
I'm the kid in part 3 that jumps in the grenade, man.
You're Whitehurst.
I'm Whitehurst. I was going to pull a Whitehurst.
Nope.
Just to end it.
Nope. You're my buddy. You're my friend at the end. And I do mean end, folks.
Oh, my God.
Look. All right. Again, talking about sequels, I think it works well as a reboot. I think Tiffany adds new blood to the series. I think she's a good addition. I think the dynamic between the two of them works. I like them as like this bickering couple.
Yeah.
I get why you don't like it. It works for me.
For a franchise where I like less is more, they just added a second Chucky.
Basically,
now they're on
it's
screen
a female
all the
Chucky.
time,
Yeah, it's a female Chucky. And let's talk about that.
Yeah.
Chucky's redesign. How do you feel about Stitch Face Chucky? I kind of touched on this a little bit.
Yeah, you hammered it home that this just happened to be the look when
at that time
this became like a horror merchandising boom, right?
Yep.
It kind of removes the whole aspect of what made Chucky frightening in the first place, that it's a doll and it's hidden, it's hiding what its real capability is, right? You can't do that with Stitch Face Chucky because like no kid is playing with that, right? It's just, which is unfortunate.
Unless it were now where they have fucked up weird kid stories now. Yeah. See, ironically, now Hot Topic would sell something like that.
Yeah, they had a whole line of like living dead dolls.
That's
for a while
exactly.
After.
Yeah, they still sell those. Yeah, I sell those. So yeah. But yeah, that's a very valid point.
Yeah.
I think I like the redesign. It's a cool look. It shows. Okay, I'll tell you why I like it. You're right. He no longer can really pretend to be a doll. I mean, he kind of can. Like, I don't know that he could, a kid wouldn't like him, but there's no kids in this movie. So it's not a problem.
No.
The thing I like about it is they kind of Frankensteined the series back to life. And I like that he literally is a Frankenstein doll in this.
Yeah.
You see that he has been burned, he has been shot, he has been literally shredded to pieces, he's been melted.
Yeah.
You see all those wounds in this design. This design is I know you're not going to like this comparison. This is a part 7 Jason design.
I was going to say exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, at that point, neither Jason or Chucky are trying to stay hidden.
No.
They are very overt, right?
Right.
So go with it.
I think it's a cool design.
I don't dislike the look. It's what comes with it to give us this.
I know.
Just disappointing.
But I got a little bit of a positive out of you. That was the goal. That's all I was trying to do. The animatronic work in this is really good.
Yeah.
Really good. Like better than the first 3. They even in 98, there's no CGI for the most part. They don't really CGI the dolls. Great. One of the things that the entire I don't want to always be like the animatronic works great. The animatronics works great. They're great in almost all of them. One of the coolest things about this character and why I think it's a classic monster, they never really cheap out.
Yeah.
It's always a fucking practical robot. It's a fucking animatronic thing on the screen, and it's fucking real. Like, you're really looking at something. The scenes of like Chucky and Tiffany talking to each other, holy fuck! It looks like you're watching real animated dolls just talk to each other. Like, it's very believable.
But they would often like have their eyes not looking at each other because like there's.
I didn't
they're
catch
doing
that.
a lot of this. Like,
really, I didn't think that was that bad.
I got a note that just says like, and there's too much of that. First of all, like these two characters, I get it. They're going to interact with each other, but every time they're talking to each other, you're not building the plot of the story. You're just having these two like riff off each other. Like nobody wants to watch us talk to each other, right? Like who's watching this?
No, they're listening to it.
Yeah, right.
They don't want to see our ugly faces. Well, okay. To count, one of the shots that I thought was like, fuck, that's pretty cool for a practical effect. The shot of Tiffany crying at one point, it's a good shot.
Yeah.
Like the Tiffany doll, they actually get like a shot of her crying, like a teardrop comes down. I think it's when Chucky proposes to her. That's some
Not
cool.
bad.
There's some good practical work in this movie. Good practical work. Some shit I want to dunk on. The deaths suck shit. There's one good one, but the John Ritter death, the Pinhead death, fuck you. This is when it's too goofy for me. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
They're like, it doesn't even make any sense. It's like Tiffany and Chuck. So John Ritter's like trying to plant weed in Jesse's van, and like Tiffany and Chucky are like, "Oh, we're gonna stop this pig." And then they put nails on the dash of the van, and then Chucky somehow remotely triggers the airbag, and it fires nails into John Ritter's face. And none of that is how that would work.
I think Chucky has some like.
Oh no, yeah, it's dumb.
He's trying to reference Hellraiser, but he can't say it. He's like, this reminds me of something.
Yeah, that's literally, he's like, this looks familiar.
Again, just trying to edge itself into like those bigger horror franchises.
It's a dumb kill.
Yep.
And it makes no sense. It's like, okay, even if he was able to remotely trigger the airbag, all that would happen is the nails would just go everywhere.
Yep.
They're not going to perfectly turn and just shoot into your face.
Yep.
That's not how that works. and even if that did, it's dumb. It's lame. They also do the trope of like cars all are just ticking time bombs and they will blow up with any.
That's true, right?
That's absolutely true.
Yeah.
So like, I think Tiffany or Chucky or both of them, they like light a rag and put it in the gas cap. So the gas tank of like another cop's car, and it just like instantly explodes,
right?
And like immolates. Is that the word? Immolation.
Yeah, burning.
Yeah. So like instantly like immolates the cop, and he like dies. But it's like, okay, even if you caught the gas tank on fire, all that would happen is a shitload of fire would come out. It wouldn't explode. There's no concussive force here that you're generating. That's not really a thing. It doesn't work like that.
So this is where you nitpick?
Yeah.
This
is a nitpick.
I like it's funny when I do it. Right, it's nitpicking, but when Justin does it, it's
90% of the
real
time
creative decisions. Yeah,
valid criticism. One of us is an accredited, degreed individual.
Yep.
The other one is just a man
sane individual
with a TV.
Right.
Yeah,
I'm just watching them.
You're just a guy with a DVD player, a VHS, a VCR. My last point. Jesse and Jade are probably two of the worst characters in the whole series.
Yeah, I mean,
I couldn't tell you a fucking thing about them.
Yeah.
They're as generic can be.
Yep.
They serve no purpose.
Going on that huge road trip for $1,000. It was useless.
No, see, I'm okay. I don't mind the setup of why they're there, but they're not interesting. Like they suck. They're just boring, bland characters. They're just generic, like teenage lovers that have no personality other than they love each other. And then so while there's killings happening around them, they turn on each other.
Yep.
Well, I should think you have something to say about what happened.
I got something to say. I think you're fucking crazy.
I'm crazy. You say you'll do anything for me, and this is what I get?
Wait a minute. You don't think that I had anything to do with that explosion back there?
Didn't you?
And they start like accusing the other one, being like, "Oh, maybe Jesse's the killer. Oh, maybe Jade's the killer." Like, cool? You suck. There's just nothing interesting about you.
Right.
No, and they're never brought up again. They never come back. Right idea.
I don't really like Katherine Heigl to begin with. So.
Oh, right. That is
was
who
never
that
gonna
was.
be,
I forgot.
yeah.
It's like an early role for her.
Yep.
Yeah.
She's paying me $500 to take a couple of dolls to a friend of hers in Jersey. Jade, there's another $500 when we get there.
Oh, shit, Jesse. What has that freak gotten you into?
I don't know. I don't care. I can put a deposit on an apartment. I'll get a job. I'll help put you through college.
I think I'm gonna throw up.
It's bad.
Your boy Ronnie Yu directed this.
I know. I forgot to mention that,
Yep.
actually. It's funny. Thank you for bringing that up. Ronnie Yu, who is responsible for the critically acclaimed film Freddy v. Jason. Freddy versus Jason. Ronnie Yu, the direction of this movie is solid. There's some cool shots. There's some good, like, a lot of the shots with, like, Tiffany and the Bride of Frankenstein shit at the beginning. A lot of the earlier shots are really good. There's some filmic good stuff in this. Again, it's my number 3.
Yeah.
It's got a lot I don't like, but I feel it's an important entry in the series. And that's why I gave it a little bit more weight. It's not story-wise, like I don't know that I would want to rewatch this one again. I like the Tiffany character. I hate the movie she's in. That's a good way of putting it.
Can I rip on it some more?
Absolutely.
I want to touch on the Voodoo for Dummies book a little bit further. We brought it up.
Well, it's worse than the next one.
Yeah.
Do you want to save this for the next entry? Because it's even dumber in the next entry.
Well, this is one of the reasons why I turned on this movie very quickly, because we talked about when we spoke about the first movie in the series that they don't establish that voodoo is any kind of difficult thing. Charles Lee Ray knows how to do it. This is definitely something that exists in this universe. You're not going to get an explanation. You don't need an explanation, but it is real. And we don't know how Charles Lee Ray knows how to do it, but he does. Okay. To then come into this movie with a Voodoo for Dummies book makes it seem like anybody can do
this.
Like you're devaluing
what's kind of a cool
your own
thing.
mythos.
Yeah.
Right. Like, and I know this is like a tongue-in-cheek movie.
And there was such an it's a cheap joke.
Yeah.
And it's a cheap one-line fix.
Yeah.
And there was such an easier way of doing it, which is like, oh, Tiff, you still remember that voodoo stuff I taught you.
Right.
One line would have fixed it better, where it's like, okay, no, not anyone can do this. Tiffany and Chucky were fucking around with this before the events of Child's Play.
Well,
that was right there.
It just
Why
goes
didn't
to
you do
show
that?
they would rather go with the cheap joke, because at the time, right, in the 90s, these For Dummies books were all
big.
the rage.
Yeah.
So they're like, we got to throw this in here.
It's a topical joke.
Right? And
That's all it is. It's
you
so
are ruining
lame.
your own franchise with
That
this.
joke comes up again. Do you remember this?
Does it actually?
Yeah.
Yeah, I probably blocked
Comes
it
back.
out.
It's coming back, buddy.
Rob Zombie must have had a record deal with this, because he's got like 3 songs in it.
Oh, I didn't.
Yeah,
I didn't
he's
catch
all over
those,
the
but I
place.
mean, the soundtrack's kind of just whatever.
There was a scene where Chucky reaches into the drawer to grab a knife, but there's a pizza cutter, like literally right there. I'm like, oh, grab the pizza cutter. Grab the pizza cutter. No, he doesn't grab the pizza cutter. I'm like, you could have pizza cuttered somebody's face with that. Nope, doesn't go for it.
Dude,
Like,
this isn't Freddy's Nightmares.
It's right
okay?
there.
It's not.
It's right there.
This is not Love Stinks episode of Freddy's Nightmares.
There's a scene where Chucky's walking across the floor. I know you talked about how you love the animatronics. I do.
Yeah.
Don't have these dolls moving because they can't get that right. Like it always ends up like the thing is like a marionette.
I
like
disagree.
bouncing.
I think there's a way to shoot it where it looks convincing. Because in the first movie, when he's walking at them when he's charred, that looks horrifying.
Yep.
But the way they shoot it is they shoot it like you don't really see the legs. But you're right.
There was
I know
a
what you're
scene
saying.
in this one, and I can't remember where it was, but I think it's from behind, and we're seeing Chucky like running through a hallway, and it just looks like somebody's got strings on the marionette and they're just bouncing them across the floor and like just don't
well, that's when you're supposed to hire the little person to put
That's
in
right.
no, honestly, that's when you're supposed to do that.
I time checked this movie at 34 minutes. That's at that point I already knew I hated this and I had like almost an hour to go. I was already so angry at this. I'm like, my night is ruined.
Ruined. This movie ruined. This might be my number 2 now because of that.
I'm moving it up because you dislike it so much.
Because it ruined Mark's night.
I will say there was one kill that I thought was half decent that the bottle, and then they blew it because the CGI is just not up to scratch.
No,
right?
It wasn't there. Well, they brought that kill back.
Yeah, they love to do this.
They brought that kill back in a later entry.
Yeah.
We'll get back to it, but
still not great, but better.
Yeah.
Yep.
So the scene Mark's referring to is they're at one point they're at like a love motel and there's a mirror above a bed and this couple's fucking and Tiffany and Chucky are out to have some fun and they Chucky or Tiffany, one of them grabs a champagne bottle, throws it up at the mirror, and the glass turns into CGI shards and then falls down and just shreds these two poor fucks to death. Yeah.
Right. Kind of scene that if they could have done that practically, it would have looked great.
Right.
But they cheaped out. They didn't have CGI that could pull it off, and instead it
looks okay. I don't think it's terrible.
Yeah. Dolls having sex. Get out of here.
That
get
is
the
cringe.
hell out of
I
here.
forgot about that. Yeah, that is a cringe. Yeah. We didn't need to see that.
Do you got a rubber? Do I got a rubber? Tiff, look at me. I'm all rubber.
Bum, 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 bum.
Like I hate this movie. I hate everything.
That's a bad
about
line.
It.
That was
oh
a
my
bad
god.
line. Yeah.
The one dude that got hit by the truck, that was all right. He kind of got.
I didn't remember that.
I think it was their friend.
Their stupid friend that like shows up in the end where he's just like, that character also sucked. Everybody sucks except like the two main characters.
Fingerprints? Do the dolls have? I know they're.
When did this happen?
So there's a scene where I got it. Here's the.
I kind of remember this.
Do these dolls actually maintain the fingerprints of their former human selves?
Oh, the answer is yes. Because I think in a later entry, this plot point comes up.
Right, but
I
know that they're real on the inside.
Right,
but they're still dolls on the outside, and so.
Well, yes and no.
Yeah.
I mean, seemingly this turns into skin, right? So,
I guess.
Yeah.
The final act. Do we want to talk about that?
Let's save it.
Okay.
I'm about to talk about it. You're talking about a certain baby.
Sure.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it ultimately gets to that.
Yeah. Let's
right?
save it. Let's save it. Okay. Moving on to our next entry from 2004. So this came out 6 years after the Bride. Seed of Chucky. Fuck this movie. This is my number 8.
Number 7.
We do agree sometimes. This is I can't believe you put it higher than Bride.
And I am anticipating that.
We'll get to the reason.
We'll get there. Yeah.
Fuck this movie. I have no positives.
Right.
Nothing good to say. This is literally, we're swapping roles here now. I'm going to do the plot and then I'm going to tell you, and then I want to know what the one reason is or your positives here. Okay. So I've got Do you like Freddy's Dead or, in Mark's case, Halloween Resurrection?
Yep.
Then have we got a movie for you. It opens with the worst opening credit sequence in the series to date. So a series known for its awesome credit sequences. No, let's ruin it. We've got CGI sperm swimming down a CGI birth canal, fertilizing an egg.
Yep.
Seemingly, this is Chucky's sperm fertilizing Tiffany's egg.
Yep.
Oh, no, bad. You're going... Freddy's dead, folks. Freddy's dead. This is where we're at. It's worth mentioning, so let's talk about the ending of Bride. So the end of Bride, Chucky gets killed. He just gets like unceremoniously shot, and then Tiffany, she's like gets like roasted at one point, and you think she's dead, and then it's like the aftermath, and I don't remember who walks up to
like
her.
One of the
like
detectives.
Yeah, it's like a cop walks up to her, and so in the movie, Mark alluded to this. Tiffany and Chucky fuck like while on the road trip.
Yep.
It's like 24 hours later, and Tiffany not only is pregnant, she conceives a child.
Right.
So
are they real inside or not? Because
so
if they're
that's the stinger. So the stinger of this of Bride is the very end, and I hate this. I hate this stinger because it's so unnecessary. It's such a setup. It's like he's already gotten blended apart. He just gets shot at the end of this movie. It's like, oh please, you could shake that shit off, no problem.
Right.
They're like that's nothing. So like. It seems so forced of like, and I didn't know where they were gonna go with this. Of like they gave birth to a new Chucky, I guess. Like, are they just gonna like is Tiffany dead now? Are they just we're gonna follow this new Chucky? We got answers. Not good.
None of them are good.
No, we got answers though. So Tiffany gives birth to a doll, and it looks kind of like a mini Chucky, and it's just like. And then like that's the end of Bride. That's how that ends. So then we're going back to Seed here. We get after the shitty opening credit sequence, we get this extended scene, and it's like a POV shot of some little British girl getting a doll for a gift, where the camera is actually the doll's POV.
Yep.
It's kind of clever. I don't know. It's kind of cool seeing this because you see like this little doll's POV running around the house. The doll like runs around and murders everyone in the house before coming face to face with the little girl. And then the doll pisses its pants. And you're like, like what? The doll wakes up to reveal Glenn, our new androgynous protagonist in the series. They are the child of Chucky and Tiffany. And he's immediately grabbed by so like that weird little baby, that was Glenn. Right. He's immediately grabbed. Sorry, I'm going to say he while it's Glenn, because later on it's Glenda, but for now it's Glenn. And then they become they, right? But they're grabbed by some like rocker looking guy. And he like brings them on stage do you remember where they are? It's so stupid. Where are they? Like, what is the event? It's the dumbest thing.
I can't remember.
They are at a ventriloquist competition.
Okay, I didn't catch that.
It seems like, so at first you're like, is this a rock show? No. While it looks like a rock show, it's apparently a ventriloquist competition, like some international ventriloquist competition. And of course, Glenn is alive, so it's very easy to make it look like you're doing a ventriloquist act when the doll can just talk freely, right? And this guy's like getting a standing ovation. They are in England.
Right.
England. Like London, England. How did we get here? What? We get narration of Glenn, and it's revealed he has a British accent.
I don't know much about myself. I know I'm an orphan. I know I'm a freak. And of course, I know that I'm Japanese. But why do I have such terrible nightmares?
Why? This is a movie about dumb decisions.
Right.
All of them were bad. None of them were good. Literally, all of them were bad. In my opinion. Maybe you disagree.
You shouldn't.
You shouldn't, yeah. But he has no memory of his identity. And he was apparently, so it's like, how the fuck did we get to London, England? Like, who is this rocker guy? Where are we? What the fuck is going on? it turns out that like the British guy, like you found out this through like Glenn's narration, he just happened to, after the aftermath of Bride, this British guy was in the United States at this cemetery at the exact moment that Tiffany gave birth, and he just like found the Glenn doll just like in the cemetery. Like, why would the police not have that? Wasn't it the cop that walked in on like what? Like my head.
Freddy's nightmares.
Okay, whatever. We then cut to a guy in a Santa Claus costume walking in a snowy cemetery. He spots a Chucky doll sitting on the ground, and it looks exactly like this Chucky doll. It's like the scarred Chucky doll. And he walks up to the doll, and just then, Tiffany comes up behind him, and the two dolls kill Santa Claus. But wait, there's a twist. It's actually a film set where they're filming the meta movie Chucky Goes Psycho. Because this movie, Seed of Chucky, has a movie within a movie about making a Chucky movie. We then see Jennifer Tilly, as in the real life actor Jennifer Tilly, who's playing a version of herself.
It's great when some franchises do it. Not so great when this one does it.
What other franchise did this and pulled up? No.
Like Nightmare on Elm Street.
It's great when none of this. It's never great.
When you nail the meta, it's perfect.
Never go meta. Okay, you know what it is? Never go full meta. Never go full meta. You can do some meta references and some meta dialogue. Never go full meta. Don't ever go full meta. Okay.
Sometimes it's okay to go full meta.
Nope. Full meta jacket. Okay, Glenn is watching TV and just so happens to see a special about the behind-the-scenes making of the Psycho Ghost Chucky movie, and he sees that the Chucky doll in the special has a print on his wrist that says "Made in Japan." And Glenn has the exact same print. Fuck you. But I'll get back to that point. Glenn runs away from his captor and jumps into the back of a garbage truck. And we cut to a map showing Glenn's miraculous journey to Hollywood, California, where they're filming the movie. So Glenn has now somehow magically gone to the States. Sure. It's like 2 seconds. It's like... It's like a cartoon. Yeah, it's like, oh, now he's just in the States. He just made it there. And that evil ventriloquist guy at the beginning, he is now a new returning villain in the franchise. He will become a staple of the franchise going forward. His name is Jared. He is a recurring character. This is very important. No, I'm just making all this shit up. He's never mentioned again, folks. So can I ask the obvious question? Why the fuck were we in London? Why was that necessary? Why the fuck were we like, if that character is never referenced again, why set this up in London? Why give Glenn a British accent? Why do all these dumb fucking things? Did you know that this film is the first film directed by Don Mancini?
Oh.
He did not direct any of the other ones. He wrote them. This is the first one he actually directed.
Yeah.
So that means Mancini was like, all of these are the right.
This is good.
This is the good stuff.
No one's going to overturn this idea.
Okay, so Glenn makes it to California. He reunites with his parents, who are inanimate. They're dead. In fact, they are not the Chucky and Tiffany dolls from the series. They, of course, would have been dead and gone into police. So Tiffany did die at the end of Bride, and so did Chucky. These are replicas made for the new production, okay? But Glenn happens to have the Heart of Damballa, that convenient fucking thing that they established in Bride, right? And on the back, it's now revealed, it couldn't be any easier to do voodoo because all you have to do is just say the words and it does exactly what you want it to do. Because he has why does he have the medallion? Why? Like, Chucky had it, and I'm pretty sure it was in Chucky's hand when he gets shot and he's like in the grave. Tiffany, I don't think, had it. So why did Glenn end up with it? Fuck you. Fuck all of these things. So saying fuck you to Mark. Mark didn't make this movie, but you know,
I'm happy that you had the experience with this one that I had with Brad.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, okay. So then he looks on the back of the medallion and it like conveniently has the voodoo words to say. And he just like awkwardly says them and then it just does exactly what it needs to do. It somehow brings back both Chucky and Tiffany, both them, and puts them in the right bodies just from him saying like 3 words. So now their souls, the actual souls, are in the bodies of the replica for the movie, the props, basically the prop dolls, which look exactly like, anyways. Then Glenn, because then immediately they wake up and they're like, who the fuck is this guy? And then Glenn reveals that he is in fact their child. And he does this by holding up his arm, and he shows that he has the made in Japan. And immediately Chucky holds up his arm and it says made in Japan. They never reference this at any other point in the
never
series.
see it before.
No, only in this one. It's the thorn.
Yeah.
This is the thorn tattoo where it's like, oh no, he always had that tattoo. You just never looked there.
Again, it's very convenient, right?
Yeah, right. Of course. The other thing, like again, questioning logic. Glenn was born. He wasn't made. Why does he have that tattoo? No, I want you to tell me. I need you to tell me.
Mancini.
Yeah. Okay. So then Chucky and Tiffany debate Glenn's sex, and they pull down Glenn's pants to reveal they have a Barbie bottom, which is kind of a lame joke. And it kind of contradicts 4, because in Bride of Chucky, they obviously had, like, Chucky obviously had a cock.
Yep.
And Tiff obviously had a vag because they fucked and Tiff gave birth, right? So how does Glenn have nothing? Like, I know why they did it.
Yep.
Because we are now introduced to the series' first trans character.
See? What did I tell you? A beautiful little girl.
What? Are you blind? That's my boy. Yeah. He just hasn't had his growth spurt yet. Don't worry about it, son. You're a late bloomer, that's all.
So they make Glenn trans by doing this. And Chucky decides that Glenn is his son, and he goes with Glenn. And Tiffany goes with, decides that this is her daughter, and goes with Glenda, a reference to an Ed Wood film called Glenn or Glenda.
Yep.
Cool. So now Chucky and Tiffany have made it to Hollywood, and they're not going to pass up this opportunity to be celebrity royalty. They hatch a plan for Tiffany to possess Jennifer Tilly's body and Chucky to possess rapper Redman's body. And I was really worried you were going to love this movie because I was like, man, Resurrection had Busta Rhymes. I was like, this has Redman. I'm like, Mark has a history of liking these just so stupid, they're stupid movies. Thank God Reason came to you. But that's the plan. And while this is... why is Redman in the movie? Redman is filming some Bible movie that Jennifer Tilly wants a part in. And that's why he's there. That's it. He serves no other purpose. It's not like, at least in the Resurrection, Busta Rhymes actually was... He basically made the plot happen.
Yep. He was the actual character in the
story.
Right.
Yeah, right. That's basically the plot. Wacky hijinks ensue as Glenn, Chucky, and Tiffany try to hatch their plan to take for the parents to get the bodies of Jennifer Tilly and Redman. Fuck this movie. No. Okay. I lied. I said I have no positive. I have one positive. Let me say my one positive. At this point, because you talked about this in 3, because you were like, at this point, the ritual failed. Like in 3, why not just he's a killer doll now?
Yep.
Like that's his thing.
Out.
Why even try to get a new body? Like, why have the Tyler bullshit? How about he's just trying to get revenge on Andy, right? Yeah. Finally, Chucky embraces his new persona. He says, he finally has a change of heart, and he's like, you know what? Fuck it. I don't need a new body. He's like, you know what? He says, I am Chucky, the killer doll, and I dig it.
As a doll, I'm fucking infamous. I'm one of the most notorious slashers in history, and I don't want to give that up. I am Chucky, the killer doll, and I dig it.
Yeah.
I like that. It's the only moment I liked where it's like, you know what? Finally, Chucky's just like, all right, fine. I'm a killer doll. This has advantages. I still get to fucking kill people. I'm still a murderous sociopath. Who cares? Like, this is so over the top because at one point Chucky even says, he's like, look how fucked up this is. Like, what are we doing? Like, who cares anymore? I liked that. That's it. Go on.
So I guess what I'll start with is how I came to determine that this one would be ranked higher on my list, right? So I have this as 7.
So Mark likes Glenn. That's what this is.
That's it.
There's no way. There's no way.
No.
I knew. I was like, you are going to hate Glenn.
There are 2 reasons why I put this one very slightly above number 8. So first of all, both of these movies are an absolute disaster. Right. And I cannot forgive either one. There are 2 reasons why I gave this one the slight edge. One, Jennifer Tilly really leans into this one. I kind of like the idea that she understands that her career is kind of not the greatest, like the real Jennifer Tilly, and she allowed the filmmakers, the creative team to kind of play with that. She takes a lot of self-referential digs. I'm not a big Jennifer Tilly fan, like I mentioned for the previous one, but I thought in this one, going a little bit over the top, having a little bit of fun with her, was okay. Like, I'm like, whatever.
So,
somebody's got to be committed to this movie and try to put something into it. Right?
So let's go off on that. Yeah. The Jennifer Tilly. I hate it. Yeah. I don't like. I like her as the character Tiffany.
Yeah.
Her playing Jennifer Tilly. I get it, but I hate when they try for lame meta angle. Fuck off.
Yeah, I hate it too.
It's just. I get that she's trying. I know what she's trying to do. Where she's trying to just be like, I'm going to play a caricature of myself and I'm going to be self-deprecating.
Yep.
I get that, but it's just boring to me.
Yep.
And she's like, okay, she's rude to her assistant and she has a plot to she plans to sleep with Redman just to get a part.
Yep.
So she's playing a sleazy version of herself and it's very obviously it's comical and over the top and the real Jennifer Tilly's not like this in real, obviously, but it's just it doesn't add much. She's not a good protagonist. And for all intents and purposes, she's basically our main character.
So, how do I look? Never mind.
Jennifer, this is beneath you. Think about what you're doing. What are people gonna say?
Who cares what people say?
But don't you see how evil this is?
I don't want to hear it.
You're prostituting yourself so you can play the Virgin Mary.
Joan, I don't want to hear it.
Oh, this is so evil. You're going to hell.
No, hell would be ending up on Celebrity Fear Factor in a worm-eating contest with Anna Nicole Smith.
Yeah, kind of.
In the movie, and that's not fun. She's not interesting at all because she's playing a caricature of herself. So it's like, if she was just a little part of the movie, it might have worked. But half the movie, you're following this shithead version of Jennifer Tilly. And I'm like, I'm not rooting for you. So I don't care what happens to you. I'm not really rooting for Chucky and Tiffany either. So there's just no stakes. This is just things happening.
Right.
And getting into just to shit on the meta angle again. Okay, so they hype this up at the beginning. They are filming a Chucky movie. And it's never referenced again.
Right. Yeah.
Did they just forget they were filming a Chucky movie? A better example of this, I think it's Scream 3, and I'm not a huge fan of those movies. Scream 3, they're filming a Scream film, which I can't remember what it's called in that series. I think it might actually be Slash. Maybe. No, Stab. Sorry, Stab. They're filming Stab 3 in Scream 3. And almost the entire movie takes place on the studio lot. That is how if you're gonna do this, do it.
Nope, it was used for one jump scare and one redirect, and that was it.
That was it. It's so they didn't even use the thing they had. They didn't do.
Yep. Yeah. The only other thing about this one that puts it slightly higher is that and you just did your Simpsons rankings with Kevin.
Yep.
Insert the GIF of "Stop beating him, he's already dead." By the time I got to this movie, I didn't care. Bride had already ruined.
Yeah, see,
this for me.
Okay, so now it's a little unfair because
Sure.
you're like, Bride broke me first,
Right.
so that's why this one.
I'm like,
it didn't
it's
hurt
probably
as much.
the worst. It's
Yeah.
probably the lesser movie, but by then I was like, you're not taking something that I appreciate and
I get what you
damaging.
mean. It was
I'm
a lesser
already-
blow. It was a lesser
Yeah.
blow. Yeah.
Right.
Kind of like how you liked Resurrection. This is no, because that's actually because
yeah.
Resurrection came
Well,
late in the franchise,
right.
so
So
it kind of made sense. Where Resurrection, where you were like, at this point, who cares?
You're not damaging something that,
Right.
Yeah.
And it's
But
also-
again, Halloween already had enough entries though to be able to stand on its own with what it had. This
Yeah.
franchise did not.
Right.
So, yeah.
But it certainly thought it
But
did.
understand though, like Bride and Seed can be. If I could pick like 2 8s and no 7.
Yeah.
Then I would do
Just
that.
to remove them.
Right. Just
Yeah.
have 2 last place and no second last place.
Where again did you have part 1 was your number 2, right?
That's right.
Okay. Thank God.
Yeah.
I was really worried you were gonna pull a fucking Halloween again, where you're like, all of the new ones are all the top, and that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go. I have no. It's go into your negatives because
Yeah.
I'll just jump off what you got. I got like two.
I was
two
really
big ones.
It was really hard to hear the voice of Pippin from Lord of the Rings.
That's who plays
Yeah.
Glenn.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Who cares? Okay, well, let's get to Glenn. Let's
Yeah.
do Glenn.
Yeah.
Okay, because Glenn, I have a lot to say about Glenn. Glenn sucks.
What was the point of Glenn? Was it just to
Right.
be able to have a?
So now we have
like-
so you kind of
Yeah.
nailed this with Bride, where you were like, okay, so now we have 2 Chucky dolls. So now we have 3 Chucky dolls,
Right.
but one of them sucks.
Doesn't even want to kill. Like,
Right,
so what?
okay.
What are you even here for?
So Glenn, the design,
Yeah.
say what you will about having 2 Chucky dolls in Bride, at least Tiffany was a doll that complemented Chucky.
Yeah.
Like it was a cool looking design with the wedding. She had like the black fingernails and like the eyeliner, and she has like the wedding dress, but she's also wearing like a leather jacket. She has like it was a cool character design, you know? Despite what you might feel about the character, I think you would agree the design was pretty good.
Yeah.
Glenn's design is it's almost I think it is intentionally meant to make you not like it. Like he's pale.
Yeah.
He's like it's this pale ugly design. He's so weird looking.
Yeah.
Like he just looks like it's a horrible design, and touch on the voice, it's this effeminate whining voice
filled with hate and blood and guts. I'm not like that at all. I wouldn't even hurt a fly. Oh, there he goes.
He's just such a wuss. Why?
Yeah. I mean, it just seems to work against everything that the franchise has built up so far. You've got this character that's not aggressive, doesn't want to kill, tries to get his parents to stop killing. I'm like, okay, but then why are we here? Like,
Right.
what is the point of this? Right.
And he's like a coward.
Yeah.
Like at one point he just like screams at like he pisses his pants when he gets scared. Cool.
But I mean the baby that flew out of the doll at the end of Bride was definitely not
Glenn.
yeah.
No, they obviously made some. Well,
I mean, that one wanted to kill everything.
Right. Well, that one looked like a mini Chucky, whereas
Yeah.
this, I don't know exactly. It's like okay. So I want to make something clear. I don't care that Glenn is a trans character.
Yeah.
Let me be clear about that. I'm not being transphobic at all. That doesn't bother me at all. You can have cool trans characters. This character just sucks. That's the problem.
Yeah.
It's like, it doesn't matter. Like, I think people are going to be like, no, I like Glenn because of the whole trans. Like,
Sure.
maybe you like Glenn because of that,
Right.
but Glenn's not a cool character. It doesn't matter. It could be Glenn or Glenda.
Yeah.
The character sucks. The design sucks. The voice sucks. They're not interesting. They're not integral to the plot.
Yeah.
They're not fun to watch. Like, nothing is good about this character. So that's why I don't like this character.
Yeah, and we've had franchises before that have tried to address social issues, right? Like Nightmare on Elm Street 5, the sort of the pro-choice, pro-life, part 2 with his sexuality, and there's Part 5 didn't really do it very well because they only kind of spent 30 seconds talking about it. Part 2, on the other hand, did it very well because they kind of made it an undertone of the whole story, right? This one, I just kind of feel like it's okay if you want to address that. I know Don Mancini, he's openly gay man.
Gay
you know, these groups of people need representation too. But I almost kind of felt like if you are a trans person, do you find that this represents you very well?
Like this weird.
Are you happy with this?
Yeah, this weird wussy scaredy cat character
that doesn't motivate the plot or anything. Like
no.
it's not. Yeah,
it's poor. To me, it's like a poor representation.
Right.
It's just like it's terrible. At one point, Glenn does like a Glenda persona. It's right at the end of the movie where like Glenn finally snaps and then like is doing it's supposed to be like his female persona, Glenda, and he looks like she is now like Tiffany, the Glenda, like she
right.
That could have been something. Maybe that should have been the character of the whole movie. I don't know. It's a hell of a lot better than the Glenn bullshit because Glenda is just like a stone cold killer and like a little very maniacal. But at the same time, I'm just like, it's too far. It's too late in the movie. They don't do enough with it. It's not enough to redeem it.
Yep.
yeah. I know Mark's just like, yes, yes. What else do you got there?
Yeah, I guess it just, the whole idea that they have taken this from being primarily a horror movie franchise to being just a tongue-in-cheek jokes.
That's it. This one is Freddy's Dead. This is Halloween Resurrection. This is just full comedy. But it's not good comedy even. Like part 4, I know it didn't work for you. Some of the comedy lands for me. I like some of the jokes.
But it stayed a horror movie all the way. Like Freddy was still stalking people and killing them.
I'm talking about, Bride. I was talking about Bride. Bride. Sorry. Bride is still, there's a horror movie, you know, it is, but like.
It seemed more slapstick.
It is. It definitely is. But this one just goes full comedy.
Yeah.
Like full comedy. Like John Waters.
Yeah.
So apparently John Waters, who's also openly gay, John Waters, and Mancini are apparently friends, and he also loves the Chucky movies, so he like desperately wanted to be in it. He has the coolest kill in the movie is his kill with the acid melting his face, but like his character, everyone in this movie sucks. Everyone in this movie sucks.
I have a note here. So we have a quick release sex joke, a doll masturbation setup, and a doll boob flash, all in one 30-second scene.
Yeah, they show Tiff's tits
all in 30 seconds.
Yeah. I wonder if I have to blur Tiffany's tits, because technically it's a doll.
Now, in artificial insemination, timing is everything, so you'll have to hurry. That shouldn't be a problem for you.
Yeah, just don't let that player get into her pants. I don't want him touching my woman till I'm him and you're her.
Right.
Hey, aren't you gonna give me a hand here?
Will YouTube, will this bother you? Let's find out.
Did you get to see it? I don't know. I'm like, how far has this franchise fallen? Just terrible. What else? The Britney Spears. Like, stop. Like, there was the reference to Britney Spears, but it's not actually her. But like, I mean, I get it's just
lame topical
references to try to be relevant. Like those kinds of things age so badly too. Right?
You know what this felt like? It actually felt like a scary movie.
Right.
Like that's what it felt, and those were becoming big at that time. Because I don't even know when the first scary movie came out. Maybe like 2002, something like that. Yeah. But like it felt like one of those. Like this movie feels like a parody of itself. But that sucks.
You don't parody yourself. Somebody else does that.
Right.
Yeah.
Can I get into another big criticism? Can I get into some continuity / logic issues? I think you'll appreciate these. And I think you'll I mean, the obvious thing is the movie obviously sucks. Justin, why are you like, who cares? Why are you reading up on this thing? No, because I want to make it real clear how much it sucks.
Yeah.
How bad things are set up. Mancini wrote and directed. This is your baby. You know the franchise. I think he wrote all of the movies. Yet you have all these continuity issues that you created for no reason. Okay, So the problems start immediately. The logic issues. They're making a new film called Chucky Goes Psycho, right? Why do the dolls they make for the new movie, the meta movie, look exactly like Tiffany and scarred Chucky?
Right.
Why would they look like that?
Who even knows that?
How would you? Yeah. Okay, so let's say you maybe wouldn't you design it to look like a good guy? Right. And maybe you would design, maybe it would look like that, like kind of an evil, or like part 3, like, wouldn't it look like an evil good guy? Why the fuck would it look like the scarred version? Did you get police photos of the crime scene at Bride? Right. That's a stretch. Tiffany's doll. How would you know what that looks like? Because Tiffany got caught on fire at the end of Bride, if you recall. Yeah. She was like charred. No one would know what that doll looked like. But yet, the doll looks exactly the same. Okay. What else do I got here? Okay. Yeah, right at the beginning, another logic issue. So, they set this up in the first fucking movie. What does John tell Chucky? He says, the longer you remain in the body,
the more human you become, right?
Right.
Yep.
But from this point on in the franchise, the second your soul goes into the doll, you are now instantly
full on.
It's full on. You're instantly it's instantly human form. It was rushed a little bit in Bride, not too bad. Like it was within a couple days, but which is in line with the first movie. It only takes place over a couple days. But in this one, it's instant. So this one of the guys on set, like one of the stage, like set hands, whatever. The guy, one of the technical guys, he goes. So like Glenn has now resurrected. He's put the soul of Tiffany and Chucky into the prop bodies, and he goes to like remove the back plate on Tiffany to do some adjustments, and he opens it up, and it's like a fleshy interior. There's no battery compartment. So they broke their own logic. Right. Remember in part 2, when Chucky was pretending to be Tommy, what does Andy do?
Checks the batteries.
It's the first fucking thing he does. Was it a fleshy back or was it a battery compartment? It was still a battery compartment because he hadn't fully become all fleshy yet. That takes time. It had been a couple days. Okay.
The first movie takes place in Chicago, and now suddenly it's New Jersey. I don't know if you caught that. As far as where Charles Lee Ray is killed.
Oh, they changed the...
Yeah.
Like,
why? They don't... Yeah.
But it's such a point. I don't even know that. So it's like what does that matter?
Right.
It's like who cares? And obviously that's what they thought because I didn't...
Nobody's going to catch that.
I didn't catch it. Yeah, I didn't catch that at all. Okay, Glenn's voodoo ritual. Why would that work? He just says a couple words. There's no intent behind it.
Remember, they've already devalued their own
with Tiffany, right? But this is devalued even further, where it's like he doesn't even know what he's saying. He has no intent in it. How would that ritual work? In that, like, okay, let's say he's able to activate a voodoo ritual, right? But there's no like with this is going to sound really nerdy, but with magic, there's supposed to be intent.
Right.
You have to visualize what you're supposed to be trying to conjure. Glenn never met his parents. So how does he know what souls he's imagining are being brought back from the other world, right? He wouldn't. How does he know to bring, how is he able to bring 2 of them back? How does he bring them back in the right bodies?
You give this too much credit to think that these concerns are so far down the road. They can't even get like the look right. They're not even going to be concerned about something like that.
No, they obviously don't. No. The made in Japan fucking thing. This is a big thing in the movie where it's like Glenn has a made in Japan thing, and so does Chucky. Yeah. Okay, where were the Chucky dolls made? Because it certainly wasn't fucking Japan.
Right.
Where were they made?
Well, they were 5 minutes away from the from the foster house, apparently. Which
that's right. Yeah. They were fucking made in the U.S. of A. Yep. That is an American-made product. Did Mancini forget this? PlayPal dolls were not manufactured in Japan. They were made in the States. So he should have a made in the USA label if he was going to have any label.
Right.
Now, I hear you. Some critics are going to say, but Justin, Tiffany had changed Chucky's body parts in 4, and remember his arm got blown off. So maybe she used a doll arm that would say made in Japan. Okay, fair enough. Except that's not that doll.
Right.
This is a prop doll. So why does that prop doll remember, it's not actually Chucky's body. So even if it didn't say made in USA, why does it say, why did I have the bowl, Bart? Why did I have the bowl?
Because the props were made in Japan.
But yeah, right. For the actual
for
film.
the movie.
Yeah,
but-
not the meta movie,
yeah.
for the actual movie. So why would he have that? He shouldn't have that stamp. Why can Glenn speak Japanese? Because he has that stamp.
And even if Glenn is going to have a stamp, his actual doll parents were still made in the USA. So he would have the USA stamp. Like,
fuck you.
Yeah,
it's all wrong.
It's all wrong. Yeah.
It's dumb. My last continuity issue. In the previous entry, Chucky point blank says to Tiffany, what is the whole catalyst of the, like, at its core, what is Bride of Chucky? Really? What kind of movie is it? Well, no, I know.
What do I think
but
it
what do they do? It's a, like, really, what is it? What kind of movie?
Driving.
Yeah, it's a road trip thing.
Oh, okay. I didn't understand what you were getting at. Yeah, that's the whole premise of what drives the plot for me.
It's a road trip, right? And why do they have to go on the road trip? Because Chucky tells Tiffany right at the beginning, he's like, "We need this heart of Damballa. It's buried in my thing." And Tiffany's like, "Well, let's go get it." And Chuck's like, "Yeah, sure, no problem. Except we're dolls. How are we gonna do that? Like, no, you can't just walk around as animated dolls." And he point blank says, he's like, "What are we gonna do? Drive a car? I'll work the wheel and you'll work the pedal?"
All right, let's go.
Oh, sure. I'll steer and you can work the pedals. We're dolls, you dope!
Oh my God, what are we gonna do?
So they point blank established in the previous entry that won't work.
That sounds ridiculous. Yeah.
And yet, in this movie, Glenn and Chucky go on a little road trip in Redman's car and do exactly what Chucky said wouldn't work in the previous entry. So they just immediately forgot that.
That's character development. They're getting.
Oh, man, this movie sucks shit. God, I don't think anyone defends this, though. I'll say this, like, sometimes I'm wrong about, like, not wrong, I shouldn't use that word, but, like, sometimes my pick goes against what the majority think.
Yep.
Like Wes Craven's New Nightmare, most people like that. You're more on the side of the majority. I'm more in the minority on that one. Pretty certain Seed is most people groan at that one.
What I'm surprised, though, is that you have Seed so low, but you've got Bride so high.
Because Bride, to me, is Elm Street 5. It's still got enough good in it that I can see the good. And again, I talk about the importance of Tiffany. I think it is important to the series moving forward. And I like Tiffany. I think Tiffany's a good addition. And there's things I don't like in the other ones. I think you're going to be surprised by my next pick. Can we move on? Or do you, more dunk?
I got a few Dunkin' points.
Dunk away, sir. Dunkin' Donuts.
I'm like, these movies really aren't about Chucky anymore. I mean, I think we've already kind of covered that, which is interesting because now they've gone to the name Chucky as instead of Child's Play, right? So
we didn't mention that. So yeah, Bride is the beginning of the Chucky. Yeah, they started calling them Chucky now. They're no longer called Child's Play.
The wheels have fallen off. You know what? Good. You can't use the Child's Play name anymore.
You don't deserve it.
Yeah, whatever cachet that had, you don't deserve it. You
had 2 at 5 and 3 at 4.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So there's only 2 openings left. Yeah. Okay.
The Glenn Chucky battle was horrendous. Glenn does awful marionette kung fu. I'm like, this.
Oh, it's so bad.
I'm like, this reminds me of Team America World Police, but Team America did it better because
it was just meant to be ironic.
They were just in on the joke.
That was in on the joke.
This was not. Either they were trying to be funny and knew it looked stupid, or they weren't aware.
They were being earnest. Yeah, it's hard to tell.
And I'm like,
the whole how Chucky dies.
Yeah.
Glenn chops him up with an axe.
Right.
And then, what do you think of the ending? The ending can suck my dick. It's so undeserved. So like, Chucky gets killed because he attacks Tiffany, and Glenn is more attached to Tiffany than he is his father. And then he kills his father, and Tiffany is successful and takes over Jennifer Tilly's body. And from this point on, in the world of Chucky, Jennifer Tilly is Tiffany Valentine, Charles Lee Ray's fiance.
Yeah.
I want to be clear about that.
Yeah.
Anytime you see Jennifer Tilly,
She is now possessed.
It is possessed Jennifer Tilly. It is not. It is Tiffany. Jennifer Tilly is Tiffany.
Which, who cares at this point?
And
Whatever.
then I guess she put Glenn's body in a little boy.
And your newborn boy.
Yeah, because that's the end of the movie.
I have a note. So Tiffany installed herself into Jennifer Tilly, and Glenn installed himself into the newborn boy. I don't care anymore.
Anyways, can we move on? Can we move along?
When did you want to take a break?
This podcast is sponsored by the fine folks at Fly By Night Movies, Games, and Toys. Fly By Night Movies, Games, and Toys is your one-stop shop for everything cool and collectible. We are located in the heart of downtown Oshawa. That is Oshawa, Ontario, Canada. If you're looking for movies, video games, and toys, check us out. We are worth the drive. And we're back. We just took a little break and had some Dairy Queen, as we often do on the show. It refuels us, is what it is.
Sponsorship? You think we plugged that last time?
Yeah, I think we threw it. I've also tried getting Mary Brown's, I think, at one point. But we only have 3 entries left.
Yeah.
I've got my number 4, my 6, and my 7, I think. So mostly I have 1 mid-tier and then like 2 kind of bottom picks.
I've got 1, 3, and 6. So mine, I've got some pretty high rankers still left.
Yeah, I know. And I think I know, because I know what's left. So I have a feeling I know what, I think I'm going to guess each one. And I think I'm probably going to be right. Yeah. But I hope you guys have been enjoying when we are at odds with one another, because that's about to ramp up again. Let's get to our next entry from 2013, Curse of Chucky. This is my number 6.
You know where I have this.
I'm going to guess this is your number 1.
You are correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Are you disappointed to have it so low?
I am a little bit.
Yeah.
I thought that we would. This is where I thought our lists were going to be the same. I'm like, there's no way he's not going to watch this and be completely blown away with it.
Blown away. Blown away. Yeah. I'll get into it. Let me just get the plot out of the way and we'll get into it. But it ultimately doesn't do it for me. Yeah. I appreciate what it so this is the second reboot of the series, let's say that. It takes place 9 years after Seed of Chucky, and Mancini once again, I believe, returned to direct. I think he directed this one as well as the next one, Cult. I appreciate the fact that Mancini obviously got the memo that Seed went too far.
If he wants to keep making movies,
whatever the fuck Seed was, don't do that shit again.
Right.
Because Seed of Chucky, it goes too campy.
Yeah.
So this is a reboot in terms of tone. We're going back to a more serious horror grounded film, right? It opens, let's get into the plot. It opens with a delivery truck dropping off a large package to a huge old house in the middle of the woods. A cute girl in a wheelchair named Nika, played by Fiona Dourif, Brad Dourif's daughter, who's pretty cute. I gotta say, like, because Brad Dourif is kind of like a Clint Howard. Like, he kind of has an unfortunate face.
They didn't select him to be Grima Wormtongue in Lord of the Rings for no reason.
Right. Yeah. Like, Dourif kind of has he's got a unique look, you know. But his daughter, she did okay. Yeah. She turned out okay. Yeah. She accepts the delivery, which turns out is for her mother, who she lives at home with. I think I said this, but the cute girl in the wheel, she's in a wheelchair.
Yep.
So Nika is a handicapped character.
Yep. Paraplegic.
Paraplegic, yes. Here's a question for you, because I didn't recheck this. Was she born with that? She was, right? Because
she was. Yes.
Okay, and it's because of.
Yes.
Okay, so that was for the reason I thought it was. Okay, so she accepts the delivery. She lives at home in like this old house in the middle of nowhere in the woods, and there's this big box that gets delivered. And it's seemingly for her mother, which is strange. She accepts the delivery, and the delivery driver is like this cute young guy, and just immediately starts hitting on her. You know?
Hey.
Yeah, sure. Okay, fine. And she's actually like open to it, which I appreciate that. They kind of like a little back and forth, you know? And then her mother comes in and is just like, nope, no way. He was just being polite. You're reading too much into it. Sorry, but you're hitting. Like her mother's just like immediately
like there's no way that he would ever really be interested, you know?
Yeah. It's like, oh, okay. So they kind of establish it's like, no, they don't have the greatest relationship, but okay. The package is revealed to be a good guy doll, new in the box. I think it was in the box.
Yep.
Yeah. Because of course it is. Because we've done this now a few times, but we're doing it again. Someone comes in with a big package. Oh, it's a good guy doll. Cool. All right. Fiona wakes up in. Did I put Fiona? I meant Nika. Same person. Yeah. So Nika wakes up in the middle of the night to her mother, like a blood-curdling scream. And she rushes downstairs to see what's up. And she finds her mother's lifeless body in a pool of blood. Her mother has been killed. But who could it be? We then get like an opening title crawl. It doesn't do the creative ones like the other series, like the rest of the ones in the series do. It's no CG sperm, thank God.
Yeah,
but
that's true.
It's just kind of, it's whatever. It's a little generic. There's like a shot of Chucky looking menacing.
But then it just kind of, I thought it was.
It's okay.
I thought it was decent.
Yeah, it was okay. Yeah. Then we cut to Nika has visitors at the home because it turns out it's like this big old, I want to say it's like an old type of mansion. It's not quite that big, but it's pretty damn big.
It's pretty big.
It's pretty big.
Yep.
Yeah. Nika's, so the visitors are Nika's sister, Barb, a.k.a. Barbie. Come on.
Well, I mean, she kind of acts like that. I mean, she thinks very highly of herself.
No, but they clearly did that because like, oh, Barbie doll, Chucky. It's like,
I guess. I didn't think of that.
It's stupid.
You would.
Yeah.
If you're looking for things to hate.
Oh, I'm not looking for things to hate. The things are just there and I notice them. Yeah.
That's right.
That's not a nitpick. That's a criticism. Yeah.
It's like the definition of
So Barb is there along with her husband and her daughter, Alice, who is Nika's niece, as well as Alice's hot young nanny, who the husband clearly just wants to fuck.
They don't even make a secret of it. Yep.
No, it's like so obvious and like out in the open. He's very much like, eye fucking her like in every scene that the two of them share. There's also their priest also comes to the house. Sure. I guess they were religious because presumably this is to prep for the funeral because the mother just died. So there is no funeral scene in this film though.
No.
But presumably this is to help Nika grieve and also help her with the preparations for the funeral. That's how I interpreted it. Like, that's not why Barb's there.
Yeah.
She has an ulterior motive, but otherwise I don't really understand why the priest was there.
I think he's just doing a care visit.
Sure.
Like, when something happens, you're just kind of going by to make sure that they know that you're available.
But Nika's sister Barb, she has her own ulterior motive, which is she immediately tries to like convince Nika to sell the house so that they can split the money. Because it's like, look, we could really use the money right now, Nika, and this house is way too big for you. And then, but like, she goes a step further because she's not just like, we'll split the money and we'll both like move on with our lives. She hands her like a pamphlet for some like community she wants her to go live in. It's like for, I don't know, handicapped individuals.
Like you can't look after yourself now that you're
right. It's very condescending and very like, I don't know, like mean-spirited. It's like her own sister, and she's very much just like, here, go live in this community, upend your life. Like, I know what's best for you, Nika. Yeah. So they're establishing they have a little bit of a strained relationship. Nika's close with Alice, though, the niece. They're close. Everyone else in the house, she's kind of just indifferent towards, including the priest. Nika decides to, after everyone just like hangs around and talks about random bullshit for a bit, Nika's like, I'll make dinner for everyone. So she goes and prepares, it's like some sort of soup stew dish.
It's chili.
Chili, that's what it is. She's making chili for everyone. Oh, you know the fucking trivia for this goddamn movie, do you? Meanwhile, they immediately reveal that Chucky is alive and possessed. We don't know. So here's the thing. Did you know this was a sequel to Seed the first time you watched this?
I didn't.
Okay, so that was a genuine surprise then at the end.
Yeah.
We'll get to that.
Yeah.
But I also didn't know if this was a reboot, like a new timeline.
Yeah.
If Seed and them were canon, I didn't know. And for anyone that watched this for the first time, you don't really know. They give you those answers, but not right away.
Yeah, as you're watching, you'll start to see things that allude to previous entries. But
they point blank. Yeah.
But you don't know necessarily that those entries are part of it.
But you do know Chucky's evil because they immediately show him, he puts rat poison into one of the dishes.
Yeah.
But whose dish?
Which one? Yeah.
And this scene's kind of cool. I like it, where it's like, he poisoned, so he's trying to, first he's going to put rat poison into each one of their dishes, which, by the way, doesn't immediately kill you. Just, I don't know, movie logic. It's like, if you eat a little bit of rat poison, you're instantly dead. It's like, nah, it doesn't really work like that, but whatever.
Living dolls, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Well, you gotta have, sorry, but living dolls are supposed to be in the grounded world. If you want, like, you know, like, we can accept the one thing, but you can't push everything. But sure, whatever. He puts rat poison.
Yeah.
So he's gonna put rat poison in all of theirs, which it looks like Parmesan cheese. So that's why they all, like, no one, it doesn't look out of place in a sense. But he ends up getting interrupted because, like, Nika, I just said walks, but wheels back into the room. And then he only ended up getting to poison one of the dishes. But you don't know whose dish.
Yep.
And then we get this dinner sequence where they're all in like this circle and the camera just keeps moving around looking at each one of them. And they keep teasing like who is the one that got the poisoned dish. And to compound the tension, they all, like, at one point, almost every character has some stupid moment of like, this tastes funny.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
What?
This is amazing.
No, I can't believe there's no meat in this.
Like, you know what I mean? Or it's like the little girl's like, yeah, this tastes funny. And you're like, oh my God, he poisoned the little girl. And then, like, the sister's kind of being a bitch, being like, yeah, it's okay. I don't know. It's a little off. And it's like, they keep, like, setting it up.
Father, whatever his name is like, oh, this is some of the best meatless chili I've ever
like
had.
they keep sort of trying to play this up where it's like, we don't know who it is. Presumably, it was the priest, though, because he starts, like, sweating profusely, and then he just, like, runs out the door and leaves. He's like, I've got to go. I'm really sorry. I'll return. He runs out. We immediately cut to a car wreck where the priest is barely alive and pinned inside his vehicle. A la Final Destination, he's, like, pinned, but there's, like, metal, like, it makes absolutely no sense. It's like, this is not how someone would be pinned in a car wreck, but whatever. Because I think he was driving like a convertible, but like the way he's pinned, there's like, it looks stupid. There's like two sheets of metal like on each side of his neck. And it's like, what part of the car is that exactly? Because the car got wrecked. Okay, sure. But what is this thing that is like around his neck? It just looks like two pieces of flat, like sheet metal. And that's probably what it was. But then the cop, like, they're like, oh, we can't move him because we don't know how serious he's in. And he's like, and this cop comes up and is like, no, he's dying. Move that metal. And they move it. And apparently that metal was holding his head onto his body because immediately his head rolls off. And not only does it roll off, blood starts shooting out of the stump like a science fair project, like one of those volcanoes.
The hell are you waiting for? Get the shit off him. I can't make that call. He's bleeding to death. Get him out.
Okay, set in on my count. 1, 2, pull.
Well, I mean, they tell you, don't move the victim, right? Because
that's what happens. Now we know.
Right?
Yeah, this movie is educational. Yeah.
And I just want to remind you, right? It was fine that the toy factory was 5 minutes down the road, but the fact that somebody, that this chili might, lead to somebody leaving and then getting in a car accident. Okay, right, it was a drunk driver. Right. It was also, I think, storming out,
Oh, no. I didn't have any issue with the fact that I assumed he got into an accident because of the poison, is what I assumed, that he fucked him up. Isn't that the implication you got? Because otherwise, who the fuck ate the poison?
No, I think the whole idea is that he leaves because he's going to be really sick. But that's not actually what ends up killing him. He gets in a car accident.
Oh, so it's coincidence.
Yeah,
I interpret it as though because of that, it fucked his concentration up at the wheel, right? But either way, it's dumb because the way he dies is stupid. I'm not complaining that he was in an accident. I'm complaining that the sheet metal holding the man's head onto his body makes zero sense. And then when they take it off, it just like a Kill Bill, like spray of blood. We cut back to the family who's now watching home movies, but they're like watching movies on it's like a Super 8 projector.
Yep. We had one of those. So it's a thing.
Right. Okay. Right. But you're older than these people, and these people are like in their 20s when they've been they're not children from the 70s. They're not even children from the 80s. Like they would be like 90s kids. Like I don't think it would be Super 8 reels. I know why they did the Super 8 because it looks more filmic to have them sit and look at a big projection screen and be like, it's less cool to have them take an old camcorder from the 90s and hook it up to the VCR. But I'm sorry, with their age, that's what it would have been. It would have been more. I don't think it would have been Super 8. It feels like they're pushing that.
Right, but if you think about it, if this all would have taken place, a decade before?
Well, so this movie takes place in presumably 2013, right?
Sure.
They're in their 20s, so... Okay, but they would have been kids. Yeah, they would have been kids at the end of the 80s, but the 80s had camcorders. Nobody had Super 8s. That's what I'm saying.
It's the mom's videos, though, right? It's
right.
Yeah.
But the mom's videos when they were really young, which would have been 88. They're watching a video from pre-Child's Play.
And I don't think I would not say that Nika's in her 20s. I think she's supposed to be early 30s.
Good, because that means I can date her. Fiona Dorff, if you for some reason watch this and...
I think she's your age. Yeah.
Really?
I think so.
There's still hope, buddy.
Go for it.
There's still hope. Yeah. There's a ring on that finger. There's no ring on these fingers.
I mean, you are trashing her movie, though.
There's blood on these hands, though, because I'm about to murder your film. All right. So, what was I saying? I don't know, the Super 8 thing. I get why they did it. It's filmic. It wouldn't have been Super 8.
If we do the math, it probably doesn't.
No, it would have been those camcorders,
the
big,
massive VHS.
Right. Yeah. They would have been filming on VHS. It would not have been Super 8. They just went with Super 8 because they're like, it's so filmic. I get it. Yeah. Sure. It's a choice. In the footage, Nika spots a very funny looking Brad Dourif. And she's like, that's a funny looking guy. It's like home video footage they're all watching, but it's like, you just see Charles Lee Ray in the footage.
Just kind of standing off to the side.
Yeah, and he's standing off to the side, just kind of being like, "Rrr." And he's wearing a Hawaiian shirt or some shit. He very clearly looks like a wolf in sheep's clothing trying to blend in with these normal people, right? Yeah. He just stands out. And what follows is everyone staying at the old house. So we've got Nika's sister Barb, Nika's Barb's husband, whose name I don't remember, their daughter Alice, Nika's niece, as well as the hot nanny, whose name I also don't remember. And they're staying there while the funeral / house situation is resolved. Meanwhile, Chucky comes to life, obviously, and slowly starts picking them off one by one on a dark and stormy night, with Alice basically functioning as the Andy Barclay stereotype. Because we, again, have Alice immediately bonds with the doll, and we now have our Tyler. They reestablished. Not as annoying as Tyler.
Right.
Definitely not. But they had to we're reestablishing the formula again. It's a welcome return to horror. Gone is the over-the-top comedy crap, and it is a welcome change, for sure. Do you want to go first? Because you obviously love this movie.
Yep.
So I have some good things, but I have a lot of things. Like, I don't hate this movie. Seed, I hate.
Yeah.
The next one I'm about to talk about, I hate. I don't hate this. I just think it comes up short. I'm shocked you have it so high. I could see you having it in top 5. Top 3 boggles my mind.
I thought this was a great movie.
Yeah.
I thought they did first of all, to say nothing of the fact that it took a franchise that I thought was absolutely on life support and reinvigorated it. Like, if the whole point of Bride of Chucky was to reinvigorate the franchise and it killed the franchise, this movie actually does what it was supposed to do and brings it back to what this was always supposed to be. A scary movie franchise with a force that kills in an environment that is absolutely chilling.
Okay, so here's my question. Yeah. How can you put this above 1? Because what you're saying is you'd rather watch this than 1.
Yeah.
But this is still tied to this shit. So how can you say that? That's what I'm struggling with.
Technically 1 is tied to that shit too.
No, but 1 you can watch standalone.
Yeah.
This, you watch it, that ending reasserts, oh, this is still a sequel to Seed.
Yeah.
We're still in that timeline. Jennifer Tilly's shows up. Like, that's why I'm shocked that you could say you'd rather watch this than Child's Play 1.
I thought this was a fantastic movie.
You'd rather watch this over Child's Play 1?
Yeah.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
So now you see what I have to deal with.
Doing it again.
I'm just like trying to get the audience's sympathy
That's
here.
right.
I'm appealing to their humanity.
She's still not going to go out with you.
Oh, Fiona Dourif? I think we have a chance.
We should start a letter writing campaign.
Yeah, I think we have a chance. If my fans, all 10 of them, would please message Fiona Dourif on her social and link this video and just start sending her clips. Barrage her, harass her with /cinema clips until she finally has to acknowledge us. That'll work, right?
Yeah,
Women love it when you badger them. Yeah. Well, hey, what's the new trend on how to get chicks? Negging, buddy. That's what I'm doing right here. I'm just negging
You're
her.
going to take her movie and just destroy it.
Exactly. And then she's going to be like, you know what? Everyone else always says this. My movies are so good. He's very honest.
That's it. Oh, man. No, you know what? I was thinking about it earlier today, and this might blow you away. I don't know if I would include it on the list. But the fact that I'm even thinking about it, there was a moment there where I was thinking this might be on my favorite horror movies of all time list.
Oh my God, you're out of your mind. It's nowhere near that level. I think the problem was you got polluted by Bride and Seed.
Yep. I won't deny that.
So I know if you rewatch this in 5 years, you will watch it with clear eyes and be like, okay, I was off with that comment, but it doesn't stand that tall.
Oh, it's good. It's a good one. I you know what? I love the characters.
Okay, let's get into the characters. Let's do that. I got characters. Okay. There's one character in this that's good, and her name's Nika. Nika Pierce. Fiona Dourif. She's good. She's really good.
Yeah.
Really good. I appreciate the fact that she's a handicapped character.
Yep.
I don't appreciate the fact they handicap her twice. So she's in a wheelchair, and it's like, okay, I appreciate the fact that you're giving us a handicapped main protagonist. They don't often do that, especially not in a horror movie, because they're like, well, they're easy to pick off.
You can't run away.
Right,
Yeah.
right. So I that's a bold choice, but I dig it. What I don't dig is they're like, no, the one handicap wasn't enough. It's not enough that she's in a wheelchair. She also has a heart arrhythmia. Why? Why does she need 2 handicaps? that's so unnecessary to the plot. It's just a lame extra gimmick. It's like,
right, but it's not it's not a convenience though. It's not like they've done this to.
But what is the purpose of this? You're already going to have to write around the fact she can't really run away from Chucky, not easily. So why are you writing in this extra thing so that it's just weird. It's like you're giving yourself more bullshit to write around, and I don't know why. It serves no real purpose,
I guess the whole idea is just like, obviously we're going to talk about it, later on, but the reason why that she is afflicted with this isn't because like it was just going to be, she gets one thing, she gets her handicap. Like,
well, that would have been fine. I would have been fine with that.
Well, yeah, okay. I'm glad that you're going to be fine with it.
It doesn't need to. Yeah. Fiona Dorff. She's great. Like her acting is really good. Like it's, all of her, everyone in this movie is okay. She is excellent.
She's my Lisa Wilcox for you.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'm going to say she's my Lisa Wilcox for this series because she is the surprise hit of like, fuck, you're a good actress.
In fact, the church's official response to a situation like this is not to judge, but to pity.
My mother and I have had quite enough pity, thank you.
I understand.
It was my fault. I should have seen it coming.
Nika, you cannot blame yourself. She was supposed to be taking care of you.
All of her, like the scenes where she's like grieving her mom dying, that's really well acted. As much as I hate the heart arrhythmia bullshit, the scene where she's actually having that like heart arrhythmia, it's very tense.
Yeah.
Her acting in that is excellent. Like very believable. You are terrified with her of this.
Yep. Her inclusion is a breath of fresh air in this franchise.
She's also just a smart, cool character.
Yeah.
So like she immediately, like as soon as she gets like the Chucky doll thing, she immediately tries to track down to see where the fuck the Chucky doll even came from. And it turns out it came from it. So she eventually finds out because she like calls the tracking number and the shipping company is like, where did this come from? And it turns out it came from an evidence depository, which is stupid. Why would it have come from there? The only thought I have, because obviously we know at the end of the movie, it's Jennifer Tilly sending these out. So did she just get lazy and use the address of the police depository as the return address? That's the only explanation I could come up with for that.
I mean, the courier service would have had to have picked it up from somewhere.
No,
right?
No, they didn't, because at the end of the movie, they show Tiffany's the one delivering these packages, right? So I'm guessing like the Chucky doll was delivered or was sent by Tiffany. And we know this because at the end of the movie, she's the one bringing the package. So it just seems like it's like Chucky and Tiffany just got lazy and they're like, just put the fucking evidence depository. It's like you could have put any address. Why not put Hollywood, California? Right. Why put the evidence depository from Bride of Chucky? Right. I don't know. It's a bizarre choice. But I do appreciate the fact that she's very proactive and she like, so as soon as she sees the Charles Lee Ray thing, she like immediately, her sensors go up, like her radar goes up and she's like, something's off about this guy. She starts researching the Chucky doll, trying to like learn about it. Like she doesn't know about all this, the Andy Barclay stuff and all that stuff. Like she's a very proactive, smart character. She's a good character.
Yep.
It's a character you want to root for. And I do. I did root for her, you know. She's also kind of fucking badass.
Yeah, she doesn't...
like being in a wheelchair, she holds her own pretty fucking well.
Yep. Yeah, she doesn't wear the kind of woe is me.
No
feeling sorry for
far
herself.
from it.
Yep.
So I've got two specific moments here. So later in the film, when Chucky finally is like, revealed, Nika knows that like Chucky's the main antagonist. She's like, he's attacking everyone. He tries to attack her. She uses one of her paralyzed legs as a fucking shield and takes a hatchet to the leg.
Right.
Because she wouldn't feel it. And then she uses that to grab the hatchet out of Chucky's hand and then chops Chucky's fucking head off.
Sorry, did you not like this movie, or I'm having a hard time?
Yeah, it's a cool moment, except it then breaks its own logic, because what happens when you knock off Chucky's head or do anything to Chucky's body parts? What's supposed to happen?
Hey.
No. what's supposed to happen.
Should be bleeding out.
That's
Yeah.
right, but it's not. It's a fucking doll's head, and he just puts it back on.
Yeah.
Forgot its own continuity. Again, obviously Mancini is not good with continuity. He breaks his own logic constantly, and that's another example of
Yep.
that. Of like, if she cut his head off, it should have been bloody as fuck.
Yeah, but you act like this is the first movie where they've completely disregarded their own rules. Like, I mean, if you haven't gotten used to it by now, like this
I know what you're
happens
saying,
all the time.
but for it to be
Like,
your number one, it should be flawless. We shouldn't have any of these. Like the gem should be, shouldn't be any opaqueness in
That's
that
right, okay.
in this
Got it.
jewel.
Gotcha.
Nika also grabs at one point. Chucky's trying to like stab her, and she like grabs the fucking knife with her bare hands.
You want to play, motherfucker? Let's play.
Like, yeah, Nika's badass. I like Nika. She is a great addition to the franchise. She's a really good actress. I'm going to say something, and please still go out with me, Fiona Dourif. She is wasted in this franchise. She is better than these movies. I almost feel bad for her because she's now basically pigeonholed into these films because this one was successful, and then she's in the sequel, and now she's the main character. She's a recurring character in the TV show.
Okay.
And I'm like, you're better than these. Like, you can actually act, girl. Go get some real roles.
Right.
Like, you can do better than the 7th or 8th Chucky movie. You know what I mean? Like, you can do better than the Chucky TV show. And it's almost a crime. She deserves better roles than these. I think she could be in real films.
But it just goes to show that like she's in this because she wants to be in this, not because it's the only thing that she can get, right? It's a family affair for her.
Right. What I'm saying is she's kind of fucking herself by doing this because now maybe she's not going to get any opportunities that...
To our benefit, though, because we get to see her in something like this.
Nope.
Get out. Get out.
Nope. There will be no agreement from this side of the table. All right, keep going. What's your next positive you got there?
Well, I think you were going to talk about the characters overall, right?
There's only the good one. There's the one, and that's it. But
I thought
go
the
ahead.
sister was good. I mean, the
She's
whole
so,
idea
like,
is
stock.
Yeah,
She's
she
just
needs she needs to be detestable.
Don't you think I'm the best judge of when I'm overextending myself? Frankly, no. Really? I don't think you realize the strain you're under. There's no shame in admitting that you need help. You mean assistance.
Nika,
I am worried about your heart, okay?
Right? She needs to be
Man, all the casts suck. The priest sucks. Like, everyone sucks in this other than Nika.
I thought they were, oh, come on. Like, compared to, what was it, Joe and Jewel from the last one?
Oh, they're trash too, right? Yeah, they're absolutely trash. Yeah, Jesse and Jade, they're crap. Yeah,
like, come on.
Yeah.
These people actually seem like they have a background and some motivation. They may not be
okay.
good motivation.
You know what it is? It's like, okay, we got Child's Play 1, good characters. Child's Play 2, good characters. Child's Play 3, some good characters. Child's Play 4, or Bride of Chucky, 2 good characters, and it's the 2 dolls. And then Seed of Chucky, we've got no good characters. And then this, it's like, okay, we're returning back to one. But it's like, that's how I felt. It's like, I didn't feel like we had good characters. I felt like we had one good character. You know, I don't know.
I thought they were good.
Would you stack up the sister though against like Catherine Hicks's Karen or like Kyle from 2, even fucking De Silva from 3's better, more interesting? Like, come on, man.
Oh, I like the sister. I think I would have her above all of those.
Why? She's just a nothing stock, like.
Oh, but you hate her by the time when she gets hers.
Right, but that's
like,
what I mean.
yes.
You're not rooting for. She's
Oh
not.
yeah, but you don't have to.
So what you're
not
saying?
Every character is there to be liked.
So what you're saying is there's characters you like to see die.
Sure, yeah. I mean, the whole reason why, one of the reasons why we like Nika so much is because her sister is such an opposite, right? She's such a terrible person. You know, here's this character who has had to deal with real strife, and yet her sister comes in with this perfect life, who is willing to just ship her sister off to a home just so that she can get a little bit more money. Oh, I loved to hate this character. Thought she was great.
Who else? Because you said characters. Who else do you like?
I thought that the daughter was fine. They did a great job of shoving her into a closet for most of the third act.
Shut her up. Don't let her do anything. Just get her the fuck out of the movie. Yeah. She's no Andy Barclay.
Yep.
She's no Andy Barclay.
Yeah, but get rid of the kids. Once they got rid of this kid, even better.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. What else you got? Or would you like me to go on to? I have some other points.
Yeah.
Again, I don't hate everything. Let's talk about the Chucky design. So it looks terrible, but then you find out why it looks terrible.
Yeah.
So
and they hide him very he's
new
more sinister.
So the new Chucky design, I think he looks awful. He looks kind of like dumpy looking. Like he just looks something about it. Like he looks kind of chunky and like it's just he looks stupid. But then you find out why, because it turns out the real scarred Chucky is actually underneath the. He almost like the way I interpret it was like he's wearing the skin of an actual good guy doll over top of an actual the real Charles Lee Ray Chucky doll. Because later on it gets revealed, Nika's sister
chunked off.
His face starts peeling off, and then you see the scars. But continuity wise, how does that make sense?
Like why?
No, why would he still be scarred? Like it would actually have made more sense for him to just be in a new Chucky body. They should have just went with that. Like I get why the whole to me the whole reason they had that reveal of like underneath this new Chucky is our scarred Chucky is just so that we as the audience can go, it's the same Chucky.
Right.
But you could just do that through dialogue, dude. It's called writing a movie. Sometimes you can do that. I know it's hard. Don Mancini, but it's kind of lazy because he was.
I didn't need it.
Right. It doesn't add anything other than you going, oh, it is that Chucky.
I did get the sense that he needed to make sure that there was at least a tenuous connection to the movies that came right before it, because he didn't want to completely alienate those freaks that think Bride and Seed
are
right?
like really good.
And I'm sure they're out there. I'm sure you're out there. So he's got to have that connection, right?
I guess.
But you're right. Like it doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Do it through dialogue. Yeah. Because why would he be in the scarred version? He got chopped up by Glenn. Like why would he be in that scarred? So what did they sew him back together again?
It is for the impact of it, right?
Yeah.
That all of a sudden you see it come off and you're like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Like, even though we already knew, and even though the characters in the movie wouldn't make that connection. They're like, who's this scarred?
Right. No, they wouldn't. Exactly.
It's
Yeah,
just for the audience.
For the audience. Yeah, absolutely. There's some good cinematography.
Yep. There's a lot. I thought the whole movie was shot very well.
Yeah, I think there's some Chucky in particular. There's some cool creepy shots of Chucky.
Like
Again,
they kind of like shade his face and do like a side.
Even
eye.
though the dumpy look doesn't look great, they shoot it very well to make it look creepy.
Yep.
Yeah, there's some really good sinister shots of that face smiling, and you're like, ooh.
When he kills the babysitter. That's one in particular.
Yes, absolutely. He's got like a really evil fuck face, in that scene. But yes, the cinematography is quite good. The setting, the old house. I'm assuming this is on your positive. You must love this.
I love that house is dripping with perfection.
Literally dripping. Literally dripping. So it's probably my favorite thing about the movie is the setting. I love single locations, and they use a lot of this house. I find the story and the characters within it aren't interesting. That's my biggest problem with it. But the setting is great. The creepy old, it's not haunted, but the creepy old haunted-esque looking house. It's just got so much character to it. In the middle of this house, this old mansion, we've got an old-timey elevator. Similar to the elevator in Child's Play 1. Right. It's like literally like, even though it's like going up one floor. So I'm guessing that wasn't for Fiona. They just found a house that had it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because that was a thing at some point, like some old timey houses. That's a cool set piece. That old timey elevator, the big metal caged elevator is great. I love the fact that like, you want to talk about how to dress your setting, like how to dress your set. So we got this old house. It's raining out. Literally dripping with character. The rooms they're leaking water.
Yep.
I don't know if you caught this. There's buckets of
all over
water
the place.
all over the place where they're just catching water. No one draws attention to it. They don't need. That's how you fucking do a film. You don't need a character being like, yeah, the fucking roof leaks all the time.
Can't believe I got to bail this out again. Yeah.
They don't explain it. You just have it in the shot.
Yeah, because in their world, they've just
They live with this.
Yep.
Yeah, they live with this. You see all these buckets everywhere, and they're just dripping water. No character draws attention to it. We get a little bit of a trope of horror films. We get the creepy attic. I'm just a little disappointed we didn't go into the creepy basement, but we got one of the two. That's pretty good.
Probably would have been difficult for her to get down there and back up.
No, but we could have had another character go down there.
Yeah,
Like the nanny
that's true.
could have gone down there. Maybe her electricity kill was in the basement or something, but they don't use every inch of the house, but they use a good chunk of it anyways. But we got a creepy attic, which is always appreciated. A complaint I have about cinematography. Are you familiar with what I'm going to call it a dual focus shot is?
Is that where like two items are focused?
Both? Okay, so normally when you do this shot that I'm about to explain, this is how you would do it. You'd have my face and say Chucky was behind me here. This is in focus. This is out of focus. And then if you wanted to rack the focus, meaning swap the two, you would change the depth of field. So now this is out of focus, me, and what's behind me is now in focus. That's normally how you do that shot. But you can get around that by shooting the same thing with two different cameras. So now what's in the foreground and in the background are both sharply in focus. Obviously, somebody on this movie loved that effect because holy fuck, did they overuse it? I don't know if did you catch this?
It didn't. It didn't trip me up clearly as much as it did with you.
Oh, they way overused this shot a bunch of times in the movie where it's just like a character's in the foreground and then everyone in the background's in focus, and it's like, yeah, just do it once. You don't need to do it. I think they do it like 4 or 5 times. It's like you're losing the impact of that shot.
Right.
You know, now you're just overusing that. You know, whatever. Again, it's that's the filmmaker side of me that's like annoyed by things like that. Why don't you go to your next pick? Whatever you got.
What do I have here? So we talked about the house already. Just in general, lowest budgeted movie of the entire franchise, $5 million.
It feels like it.
It doesn't.
Disagree.
You know what it is?
They can't leave that one spot. They had one house. That was probably Don Mancini's actual house.
No, I got it. This is like Godzilla -1, right? When you don't have
you
don't have a lot of money.
No,
right? You're forced to be creative. They put it into the writing. They put it into the direction. They put it into the staging. Right? When you got too much money, you end up with Bride of Chucky. Right? When you've just got so much money that you can't. You think that that's going to be able to compensate for having a terrible movie? No, this one, they had $5 million and they had to spend it wisely. They had to do it with writing. They had to do it with caricatures or with character building. Oh,
caricatures was the correct word because that's what they are in this film. Right. All of the characters besides Nika are caricatures of actual people. Right. Yes, you had that right.
That's right.
Your brain was trying to auto-correct. Yeah,
but it got it right anyway. Right?
Yeah.
There's also direct-to-video. This one and the next one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It feels it.
It's so weird. Like I mean, this is the best one in the franchise, and this one,
it doesn't feel filmic. It feels low budget to me. I know you're saying that
low budget
like,
in the best way, though. Like this is guerrilla
filmmaking. You saw it as like, oh, this is a scrappy film, and they made it work. I'm seeing it as he needed. No one was really going to give him much money after Seed of Chucky, so he had to do something. It largely succeeds, but I'm not making it. I'm not going to lie and say I'm not saying you're lying. You're lying to yourself, but I'm not saying it. I'm just not going to say it's the best in the franchise. I just can't. I can't get there.
Yep.
I can't even get that it's top 4. You know, it's definitely bottom 3.
Everything that I've talked about so far, they get it right in this one. They keep Chucky as a mystery. They keep him hidden for a very long time. He doesn't quote unquote come to life until much further into the movie.
20 minutes in, that's not that far. It's 20 minutes in is when he poisons the rat, does the rat poison thing.
Right, but
That's
he's not
not
running
that-
around. He's not being.
Well, they don't know that. So
Yeah.
yeah, I'll give you that.
Yeah.
He doesn't reveal himself.
Right.
He reveals himself really late in the movie.
Yeah.
He reveals himself, I think, to Alice first. I want to say around like the 45.
Because again,
mark.
remember, once you do that, you can't go back.
No,
To,
yeah.
I thought the chili scene was great. Did you catch that it was like Russian roulette when they're showing the table from over top
Yeah.
and they're going around?
Yeah.
There's like the 6 barrels of a gun.
Yep.
One of them's got the loaded bullet in it.
Yep.
See, you don't need $5 million. You don't need $20 million for that, right? That's just
nope.
That's just
If for $5 million you can make a solid direct-to-video, yeah, you definitely can do that. Yeah. Something else I want to criticize. There's some terrible CGI in this, and it's like, you don't need to. If you can afford the puppeteers, don't use them. And there's a couple of shots. There's a terrible CGI shot of like Chucky walking down the stairs.
Yep.
Why? Don't just cut around that. Or later in the fucking same movie, they have an overhead shot. So the way to do this is like, okay, we got to film a guy in a Chucky costume being the Chucky, because if the robot can't do it, let's not use CGI. They figure it out later because there's a shot above. It's above a ceiling shot looking down, and it's clearly a guy in a Chucky costume walking down the stairs, and it works. It's totally effective. Why have this shitty CG shot earlier? I don't know. It's weird. There's also like a terrible CGI shot with the husband where Chucky like rams Nika's wheelchair into him, and he does like this flip that's like an inhuman flip, and it's clearly like the CGI has like they just took the model and like flipped it.
I think it becomes more of a stark comparison because the rest of the movie is so clean.
Yes.
Right?
So
Like-
why have these?
Like, because CGI screw ups and effects screw ups are rampant throughout this franchise, right? This is not the first time they've like.
Well, no,
yeah,
the first three they didn't use CG.
John Ritter getting a face full of nails.
That's when they started
Right.
doing the CGs
Right.
for. Yeah,
Right.
absolutely. But
So
the first
it's-
three didn't really do it.
But you don't notice it in, Bride of Chucky because you're like, well, the whole thing is shit.
Right.
Right. But in this one, you're like,
Wow.
this is so good. And then when
Yeah,
something like that happens,
it stands out. It
Yeah.
definitely stands out. I'm curious if you caught this. There is absolutely no payoff for the cool metal wheelchair that is teased at the beginning of the film. I know you know what I'm talking
Yeah.
about. Come on. So at the beginning of the film, they show that like inside the bathroom is just this weird something out of, it reminded me of the wheelchair from Elm Street 3 that kills the nerdy guy. It's like this horrific looking all metal wheelchair. And I'm like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, not everything has to be a Chekhov's gun.
Yeah,
right?
well, they show it not once, but twice. Twice they tease this fucking cool chair, and you're like, "What is that chair? What's gonna happen with it?" Chucky doesn't use it as. I thought he was gonna use it to kill somebody. Doesn't use it to kill anybody. Nika doesn't use it for anything. Why even have it in the shot? Like, why isn't the cool metal chair Nika's main chair? What is that? It drives me nuts because I'm like, you chose to put it in the frame. So, but what was your logic? What is a metal chair? Like, what is this?
Why have her flirting with the delivery guy at the beginning if he's never going to come back?
Right.
Like
right. Yes.
Why include things unless they're always going to be integral to the plot? Like, why have set dressing?
I know, but it just that one seemed very much like they were trying to point towards something.
Yeah.
I almost think they maybe had a kill in mind with it and then didn't have the budget to
couldn't
pull
do
it
it.
off. Yeah. That one feels a very I'll let you keep going. I only have one last thing to say. And it's don't watch this. No.
What else have I got? Again, keep Chucky as inanimate as possible. I think we talked about that. Whenever they do that in these movies, it's just that the potential for what he's going to do, I find is much more frightening than the actual, right? So when he's actually running around, it kind of loses something. I thought this movie did very well with that. When Nika looks up Chucky on the internet, all the previous movies were referenced.
Okay, I've got that down. Some good Easter eggs.
Yeah.
There's some good Easter eggs in this. We see an article about Andy from Child's Play 1. At one point, Chucky actually says, you remind me of someone named Andy Barclay.
Yeah.
You remind me a lot of Andy Barclay. He was a whiny little bitch just like you.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So
I was hoping that we wouldn't see anything from Bride and Seed, but we did.
it's all canon, buddy. It's all canon.
Yep.
It's all part of the same franchise. So to Mancini's credit, he acknowledges even the worst parts of his own franchise.
Yeah.
You got to give him some credit for that. You know, you're not. He doesn't try to run from those things.
Yep.
You know, he tries to work them in. Do you want to get into the? Sorry, keep going.
No. He still has some one-liners. I was kind of.
I don't remember
hoping.
any of them.
Yeah.
So they weren't bad enough to insult me or good enough to make me laugh. So I
Yeah.
just don't remember them.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't write any of them down, but I mean, I wouldn't necessarily. I mean,
You can't call this living. You've just been on life support. Time to pull the fucking plug.
Women. Can't live with them. Period.
some of the kills,
pretty good.
Pretty good. Yeah, I thought the electrocution one was pretty epic.
Yep. It's not bad.
The knife to the eye.
That one's pretty
for the
heinous.
sister.
That one's pretty heinous.
I mean, anything to do with eyeballs, right? And then it goes right into her eye, and then he like basically pulls the eye out.
Yeah.
Like, yep. No, thought that was great.
There's some pretty good kills in
Yep.
it that are like, I mean, the priest kill is stupid, but it's not really Chucky's kill. It's
Yeah.
just, I don't know what that was.
We're back to a movie where we take Chucky seriously because he had become a real, like you were even saying, like his own girlfriend doesn't think of him all that highly.
Right. They brought him down a peg. Yeah.
Right. No, he's right back up a peg. And
we're
maybe
we're
even a
right
peg or
back
two.
to the don't fuck with the Chuck. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. That's where we're
Yeah.
back to. Yeah.
Right.
It reestablishes that.
He talks very little. Right? I mean, I think which is interesting.
Well, the
because-
most they give him is that ending.
Yeah.
He talks a shitload the last like 10 minutes. That's when you get the whole.
the 10 minutes that could have been cut off
Yeah,
and made the movie absolutely
I'm waiting.
perfect.
I want to talk about the ending because
Yeah.
I know you hate this ending.
All right, go for it.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, before I say that, I'll say this. Ultimately, my feelings of this film, just hear me out. This Curse of Chucky reminds me of Halloween H2O. It's not a bad movie by any means, but it's not a great movie. It's just kind of too simple, safe, and doesn't really add much to the lore. It feels like it feels like a strong series reset, but ultimately it feels it comes up a little short, and even part 3 felt larger than this. That's my feelings on the movie. It's like, that's why it was so low for me. It's like, I appreciate the quality was there again, but it's just a little too small in scope. It doesn't nail it for me. It's like an H2O. It's just, it ends up being a mid pick for me.
I feel like most of our viewers are probably going to take my side on this. I think they may not have it at number 1. I think I'm the only one that puts it at number 1.
Curse is actually very well liked.
Yeah.
I am off on Curse for sure.
And again,
but you are way off on 2. So
I don't look at the ratings for these.
No,
Like,
and I also don't
wanna
care
know.
what you people think. Yeah, I am here to say what I think about these films. But Curse is very well regarded.
Like when
Curse
we
is very
finish here
well
today, I'm going to
regarded.
go. That's when I'll start to dig into. So, what did everybody else think of this? Because I don't want to be.
Oh, I think most
influenced
people
by
have it
that.
like their top 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. So no, I'm definitely in the minority on it, but I don't give a shit.
No,
This is what I think of
you
it.
care.
Yeah.
You care.
No, this is what I think of it.
Yeah.
I think it's a ultimately kind of weak entry. I think it's an H2O. I just don't think it doesn't really do anything wrong, but it doesn't really nothing impresses me in this movie really. It's just kind of like, yeah, it's okay. And now let's talk about the ending. Ooh. So we get this big exposition dump. So it turns out, because you don't really know this until the end. Yeah, this is in the same timeline.
Yeah.
Sadly. This is so Chucky, after he's like subdued Nika, she's like bleeding out on the ground, and he reveals his whole motivation of why he's attacking the Pierce family. Because that's the other thing, is like, why are you going after them?
Why are you here?
Right.
Yep.
So it turns out that Charles Lee Ray had like this obsession with Nika's mother, and this took place before the events of Child's Play 1. So this is before the first movie. He was obsessed with her. He kidnapped the mother while she was pregnant with Nika, right? And then Nika's mother was able to contact the police. The police show up, And that is what triggered the events of Child's Play 1. So when you see Charles Lee Ray like hobbling through the streets and Chris Sarandon's chasing him, Nika's mother is what created that. She was the catalyst for that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't really like that it's connected that much. That's a little too much of a direct connection. Yeah.
We didn't need that, right? Like we already know he's a bad guy. Like it doesn't have to be.
Well, they have to give him some reason, but that's a little bit too much of a reason. But it also is just kind of like, okay, his motivation is he just is trying. So he was obsessed with this woman. She, in his mind, betrays him and calls the police, even though she's a kidnapped victim.
Right.
And then he stabs her.
Yeah.
And because of that, that's what paralyzes Nika. Is it damages her while she's in the womb.
Hits the baby.
Yeah, it hits the baby or something.
Yep.
Yeah. And also causes her heart arrhythmia. Sure.
Again,
It does both
developing
those
babies,
things.
getting
Yeah.
stabbed. Come on.
Sure, whatever. Okay, so that's a little stupid of a motivation. I don't like that motivation. I don't like the connection. He should have had the balls and just made this a direct reboot.
Yeah, but I'm still okay with it so far. This
So then, okay,
this
no,
is
no,
fine.
So then
we're still okay.
So then, Tiffany shows up, and
damn it,
okay, this makes no sense. Why is Tiffany helping Chucky? Chucky tried to kill Tiffany at the end of Seed of Chucky. Or did we just forget this?
Hey man, you're the one that likes those movies.
No, I only like Bride. I hate Seed. Seed's the worst.
Yeah.
He tries to kill Tiffany. They have like a falling out.
Yep.
Chucky seemingly gets killed by Glenn. So I have a couple questions. Who put Chucky back together? And why have they now patched things up?
Yep. And I'm sure some viewer watching this is gonna be like, "There's easy answers to these questions that we just
but
missed."
not in the movies.
Please tell us what we're
maybe
missing.
in the TV show they explain all this,
or the
but
novelization.
Fuck off!
of,
Yeah, no, it's I didn't understand that. And then this leads to like, so Tiffany shows up like right at the end, and I think she picks. Oh yeah, I remember this scene now. Fuck this scene. So they copy Bride of Chucky. So it's another shot. There's like a so I guess I should also give the actual ending of the movies. So it ends. Chucky wins. It's the first entry that Chucky wins.
Yep.
So everyone in the house is killed except Alice and Nika, but Nika's like mortally wounded. Nika gets arrested and goes to court, and Nika like tries to like tell her. It's basically what we assume happened to Catherine Hicks's character Karen in the original. Is like she basically just like, no, the doll is alive and killed all these people. I didn't do it. They're like, yeah, okay, send her off to the loony bin.
Yep.
She then goes to the loony bin, and Chucky is again still alive. She has like a badass line where she's like, "You didn't kill me, motherfucker."
You lied, you son of a bitch. You hear me? I'm still alive. Still alive.
Or something like that, as she's like walking away to like her, jail sentence or whatever. And the police, some police officers like takes the Chucky doll into like the cruiser, and then like Tiffany comes up behind him and slits his throat. I'm like, fuck, these cops. They're not trained to look in the backseat in the Chucky universe. Like, yeah, because literally it's the exact same shot from Bride.
Yep.
I'm like, come on. They didn't even need that. Like, you could have written it a different way.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a little lazy. And then we get a shot of Chucky successfully transferring his soul into Alice, the niece.
Yep.
Again, Chucky wins. Nothing interrupts the ritual this time. And then it cuts to credits.
It's great, right? Isn't it? Isn't that great?
And then we get an after credit scene, which I guess you don't like.
I wish I had just been like, all right, movie done, and shut it off.
Nope. After credit scene, we get another big box Chucky delivery, this time to a very familiar face. Well, you may not recognize him immediately, but Andy Barclay.
Yep. The original.
Andy Barclay, it's the original actor. I think his name's Alex Vincent.
Yep.
Who is now older. He's like a grown man. And he gets a delivery at his house. And we have some really good Easter eggs in this shot. We see so it's like in his house, we see Andy's diploma from part 3. So he actually did graduate from the military academy.
Yep.
Great touch, Don. Sometimes you remember your own lore.
Right.
Yeah. Nailed it. We also get a picture of Kyle from part 2. as well as the classic photo of Andy and his mom, which is obviously it's Catherine Hicks from the first movie, but I believe it's also the photo he brings to the military academy in 3, because he has a photo of him and his mom. So great little callbacks. And then Chucky cuts himself out of the box, and Andy turns around with like a shotgun and just like immediately blows him away.
Yep.
Play with this.
Andy!
That's the actual ending. Yeah. Which, in case you're wondering, like, what was that about? Is meant to set up our next film. Yeah. So.
No, I thought it was fantastic. Thought it was number one.
Okay.
If I was going to go back and watch one of these again, this would be it. I want to watch it again. It's like the only one that I can say that.
I would rather watch 3.
Presto, you're dead. It's definitely you.
And that reflects in my ranking. On to our next entry. Here we go, folks. From 2017, Cult of Chucky. This is my number 7.
Number 3.
Fuck you. I'm gonna get. I have nothing good to say. I have nothing good to say. This movie sucks shit. It's bad in every sense. There's nothing redeemable in this movie.
What number do you have this as?
7.
7.
So
the only one that you thought
Seed.
The Seed is wow.
No, this movie sucks. This is a hollow piece of shit. I can't believe you have it ranked so high. I knew
people. I don't know what to tell you.
No,
like
I knew you would like Curse.
Yeah.
I didn't think you would like Cult. I thought you would agree with me on Cult, because Cult is so directly connected to the earlier entries. I'm shocked you like it.
Oh my God.
But it's connected, but not in good ways. All right, here we go through the plot here, folks. So it starts off with older Andy Barclay, who we saw at the end credit sequence, the stinger on the end from the previous entry. And he's on a date with presumably his girlfriend, and they're having a debate about gun control laws.
The Second Amendment isn't just obsolete, it's dangerous.
Yeah, I totally get why you think that.
I'm sorry, I've just never known someone who's into guns before.
I'm not into guns, Rachel. I have a couple.
More than the one.
That doesn't mean that I'm a fanatic. Okay, it doesn't mean that I'm not for restrictions and waiting periods and background checks.
Cool. His girlfriend Googles him, or had Googled him, and is like, I looked up your background, and it turns out when you were a little boy, you were involved in some weird murders, and there's some hinky shit, and blah, 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 blah. It's just too much for me, babe. I can't deal with this. And then she like breaks up with him. It's like, okay, sure.
But he's also been through this a few times.
Yeah.
Like,
Clearly he's gone through this routine. Part of me is like, you're better off, dude. Like, fuck that chick. Like, you know what I mean? Like, she's not ride or die. Fuck her. Like, don't judge someone based on their like fucked up childhood. Like, come on. And then we cut to a secluded cabin in the woods, presumably Andy's home, except it's not the home that he got the package delivered to in the previous movie. So I guess in the time between the two films, Andy has relocated now to the woods.
Laurie Strode.
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Is that what you're...
No, but okay. Your description
is kind of like, yeah, okay, fine. I guess this is the Halloween kills or ends of the franchise, sure. No, it wouldn't be ends because she moved in the suburbs.
Yep.
Andy reveals a framed sweater from Kent Military Academy. Yep. Again, great callback to 3. They seem to really like 3. It's just funny because like Don Mancini and Brad Dourif's least favorite entry. Hey, we've got to make sure to reference 3.
We should throw that in there every chance we get.
Right, yeah. You know what? Maybe they've warmed up to it at this point. I don't know. And behind the sweater that he's got framed is a hidden safe. And he opens the safe to reveal a live Chucky head. Just the head.
I was going to say kind of alive.
No,
like
it's alive.
He's alive.
It's 100% alive.
But all he is
just a head.
the head.
It's just the head. And it's like a mutilated head. Yeah. So he has that head. I'm assuming it's the head of the Chucky doll that tried to kill him at the end of Curse.
He shotgunned
he shot
it, right?
Yeah, of course, yeah. Andy lights up a joint and starts smoking and talking to the Chucky head, and then he like shares the joint with Chucky. It's kind of stupid.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
You like that? That works for you.
Hold on. We'll get there.
I can't believe that.
Yep.
Fuck you. That should not. You should think that's stupid because Tiffany. I bet you when Tiffany and Chucky just lit up and sparked up a blunt in this movie, you were probably like, "No, this is bad."
It's not the smoking the doobie that I care about, right? What I was going to comment on more, and we'll probably get to this.
Is their relationship?
That's right.
Okay, yeah. So then Chucky like taunts him, and then he's like, "You know what? Fuck you, you little shit." And he grabs a blowtorch and then just starts torturing the Chucky head. We cut to Nika Pierce, who's now under psychiatric care, and she's receiving shock therapy, which I'm tired of this trope in movies. Is that even a fucking thing anymore? Like
not now.
No, you know what I mean? But it's like
think.
this movie is 2013, I think I said.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, anytime, this is such lazy writing. It's like, oh, somebody's in psychiatric ward. Okay, give them shock therapy because that just shows you how cruel and awful it is to be in psychiatric treatment.
Yeah.
It's such a lazy way of being like, this is hell for her. And
Right.
it's like, they don't even do that
It's not
treatment
even a
anymore.
thing
It's not even a
anymore.
thing
Yeah.
anymore, but okay, whatever. She's receiving therapy where a psychiatrist is trying to convince her that she was guilty for everything that happened in Curse of Chucky, that she is actually delusional, she's schizophrenic, and everything she imagined didn't actually happen. Now, there is some precedent to this. They allude to this in Curse. I don't know if you caught this. It turns out her mother actually has some mental illness because she has PTSD from obviously being kidnapped and tortured by Charles Lee Ray. So there's a little bit of precedent there, so I'll give it a little bit of credit. It's like, it's not that far-fetched. They could convince her she was, you know.
Yeah, and that sort of raises the question, whether you want to talk about it now or not. Do you think that she believed that what they were trying to tell her, or do you think she was just pulling
No, I think she was going along with it.
Yeah,
I don't think she believed it. Yeah, no, I don't think she really believed it. I think she was telling them, I think it was like a Sarah Connor situation. She was telling them what they wanted to
Good
hear.
example.
So, yeah. So, but she's seemingly agreeing with them. And because of her positive progress, she's transferred to a medium security facility where she'll have, more freedoms. She gets transferred to the new facility where she meets some of the new patients, including some batty older lady who's like, "I'm invisible. Can you see me?" And we get probably the worst jump scare in the entire franchise.
A long, long time ago.
It's awful.
Angela, we can all see you.
Fuck you!
You know what I'm talking about? Where they're like sitting like this, and the old woman's like looking at her, and then this guy, like, no, he comes out of the ground.
Right,
He doesn't even come this way. He literally comes up, and he's just like, "Angela, we can all see you." And he like appears out of nowhere. It's like, yeah, human beings don't move like that, but whatever. Okay, fuck you and your jump scares. Fuck jump scares. I've had enough of jump scares. Just stop doing them. Just stop. Stop with the little stingers. I'm so burnt on jump scares. I know you don't like them either.
I can't stand them.
I cannot. They're so lazy. Earn a jump scare. I don't mind if, like, once in a film you have something pop out and start pursuing the, like, a better way of doing a jump scare is like, okay, in part 4 of Friday the 13th, when Tommy Jarvis and his sister are like boarding themselves up in the house and they're like, where the fuck is Jason coming from? He's coming in at some point and he just bursts through the fucking door. That is genuinely terrifying.
Yeah.
But it doesn't feel cheap. It feels like it was just part of the shot and it gives you a jolt, but it's not the person coming up behind and you going, oh, it's just you, Mark. It's not that crap.
Well, because the jump scare is worthless.
And it's not the open a cupboard and a cat says, meow.
Every time.
Like, it's not that shit.
Who keeps cats in their cupboards anyway? Like, get that shit out of here.
Yeah. So Nika meets, so this jackass that does the jump scare, she meets another patient named Michael, and they talk for all of a few minutes before randomly fucking in the stairwell. What?
Yeah.
No. Why? It doesn't make any sense.
No, I didn't.
And
think
I
it
don't
was-
think Nika's character would do that. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird.
I think what they're trying to
I didn't
say
get
is that she is at a point now where
she just doesn't give a fuck.
Well, there's that, and she's also looking for any kind of positive human contact, right? She's been put through the ringer for a while, and here's a guy that seems decent, and we're both on the same page. Let's just do this,
Dude, I
Yeah.
wouldn't have. So your reasoning is sound.
Yeah.
The problem is they give them 2 seconds of dialogue before they fuck.
Yeah.
There
Yeah.
wasn't enough.
Right. But-
we needed like 2 scenes. If they had like 2 scenes and it's like, okay, I understand that's like, she's so at her lowest. It's like any kind of other positivity. That would have made sense.
This is not the same Nika from the last movie. Just like Linda Hamilton from
No, I get
Terminator
it.
1
I
is
get
not
it.
Linda Hamilton in Terminator 2, right?
Well, I'm going to compare it to Ellen Ripley in Alien 3.
Sure.
In
Yeah.
Alien 3.
Yeah.
In Alien 3, and when she's in the prison and she's like so just removed from emotion, and she shaves her head and she's just like, there's no femininity, and yet she slowly warms up to the doctor
Yeah.
at the prison,
Yeah.
the pathologist.
Mm-hmm.
And but they that doesn't happen. She doesn't immediately meet him. She's like, "Want to go fuck?" It's like that doesn't happen like that. So I don't like the way they did that.
Yeah, but I think on the flip side, though, they're trying to show that this isn't a relationship, right? Because they could have done the other thing that they always do, where, you got a female lead, a male lead, they're going to overtime. It's the reason why I didn't like it in part 3, right? That's like, okay, because they always do that. No, these two are not, there's nothing there except for the moment that they have because they're in this awful place together. Why not?
There needed
Right?
to be something there.
Yeah.
All right. We then get a group therapy session where another patient freaks out over Nika's presence. So we get introduced like to the rest of like, I don't know, her colleagues, which are all of the other patients. And like one of the other patients, I think it's the annoying Asian girl who's just angry all the time.
Who's right all the time, but is like
know-it-all about it, so you just hate her. And she's like, why is this serial killer with us? This is minimum security. Like, she's a serial killer. Like, she killed our family. Like, we're not safe around her. And then like the Michael guy is just acting like a simp bitch. Like immediately he's like, well, Chucky did those killings. It wasn't Nika.
Yeah.
And it's like, shut the fuck up. Fuck you.
Right.
You simp bitch. You got a little bit of pussy and you're immediately like, well, she's innocent.
Yeah.
It's like, all right, whatever. Nika mentions, where did I put here? Oh yeah. So Nika mentions, while in the group therapy, Nika mentions her niece Alice. And then the creepy, like, can you see me woman? She's like, she reveals that Chucky called her and he now has control of Alice and he's coming for her. Which is like, ooh, okay. So that's kind of weird. Like, we as the audience know that's possible.
Yeah.
Everyone else in the room was like, was the exception of Nika. Nika takes it serious, obviously. Everyone else is like, what the fuck? And you're like, okay, that's interesting. I mean, that must be real, right? In the session, the doctor reveals a good guy doll, coincidentally named. Do you remember?
Not this one.
Chucky.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All right.
he's named Chucky.
Oh, right. Is this where they tell us that there's
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
All right.
Okay. Oh, all right. Here we go. So
Unnecessary.
He has a good. Yeah, it's so dumb. Well, no, but it's dumb for not the reason you think it's dumb. Okay. So Mancini fucked up, but in a different way. So the doctor's like, oh yeah, here's a good guy doll, Nika. It's not evil. It's just a doll. It's also named Chucky. And they're like, what the fuck? And then the doctor says like, turns out that Chucky was actually not that uncommon of a name among the good guys.
Yeah.
2% of good guy dolls had this name.
Hi, I'm Chucky. Wanna play?
Whoa. Is that
It's just a good guy doll, one of thousands made back in the 80s.
No, he said Chucky.
They had 50 different names. 2% of them were Chucky.
You're saying it's a coincidence?
Not at all. I paid for a Chucky.
Here's the problem with that. So it doesn't make sense for one of two reasons, and I don't know which one it is.
Right.
So one, the good guy in part 1 in this movie wasn't named Chucky. That was my interpretation.
That's right.
Charles Lee Ray's nickname was Chucky.
Yeah.
So he went with Chucky because it was easier.
You're Tromsley Ray.
My friends call me Chucky.
That's why it was named Chucky, because that was his name.
It was probably Tom or something. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. But then they're kind of ruining that by being like, well, a lot of the dolls were just named Chucky.
Yeah.
So
none of them should have been Chucky, because that would not have been
a
name that would have
So
been.
are you telling me that Chucky coincidentally possessed a doll named Chucky?
Yeah.
Do you get this? That's where I'm like, no, they fucked up a little bit there. I don't know how they fucked up, but it's not right.
And they didn't need to do that, right? Because every other time
it was
Chucky
Tommy.
just goes into the doll.
No, but
and
every
it's
other
somebody,
time it was another doll. It was like Tommy or something else.
Hi, I'm Oscar, and I'm your friend to the end. Heidi-ho! Hi, I'm Tommy, and I'm your friend to the end.
Yeah, there was other names of the dolls.
I guess maybe because they wanted to have the doll do it's like, hi, I'm Chucky.
Yeah. Right. Stupid.
Probably unnecessary, but whatever.
Yeah, stupid. Michael reveals at mealtime his name is actually, I think he calls himself like Mark all of a sudden, and he has like no memory of Nika, and it gets revealed Michael has multiple personality disorder. And people call him, I think his actual name is Malcolm.
Yeah, I think so.
And they call him Multiple Malcolm. He sucks. Nika then gets a visitor who turns out to be your favorite character.
She gets a visitor. Do I have a note of that?
It's Tiffany.
Oh, yeah.
Tiffany shows up, and it's revealed that Tiffany is now Alice's legal guardian.
That's right. Yeah, she does come to visit.
Because she delivers another Chucky doll. So she drops a couple bombs. She's like, "Oh, Nika, this is Alice's legal guardian, Tiffany Valentine."
Like,
dude, who knows how that came to be? It came to be. I mean, it could have happened because Chucky was inside Alice's body, right? So they couldn't have made her do anything. Tiffany reveals not only is Alice dead, so Alice is now dead. She's out of the franchise. She's not coming back.
You don't seem very motherly.
Huh.
How is she?
She's dead, Miss Pierce.
And then she like gives her another Chucky doll, and she's like, "This was from Alice." It's like, yeah, trust whatever this woman gives you. This seems all normal. So now we have two Chuckies, one from the doctor and one that Tiffany dropped off that Nika has in her possession. I believe the one from the doctor, there's another girl that like she has some weird psychosis with like her child died or something, so she gets attached to that doll and then she starts carrying it around. But anyways, we have two dolls in the hospital. One of the Chucky dolls comes to life. We don't know which one, and tries to kill Nika. But in a really fucked up twist, Nika has actually already tried to kill herself.
Mm-hmm.
So Chucky walks in and Nika has like sliced her wrist and is literally bleeding out.
Yep.
She grabbed like the wire off of one of the wires off her wheelchair and used it to like cut open her wrist.
Yep.
It's pretty brutal. It's very dark. It's like, ugh.
Yep.
That's pretty grisly. Nika, however, does not die and wakes up to find that Chucky has stitched her up and written in her blood, "Not so fast."
Yep. You're not going to do this to yourself.
You're not getting an easy way out. Yeah, easy. I that is a little far-fetched to me. I don't know. I don't know that I didn't like that. It didn't work for me.
The whole sadistic aspect of Chucky that,
I guess. I don't know. I feel like he wouldn't go to that
the funny thing about that is that,
like, was that even necessary?
Like, this is exactly the kind of thing that Freddy Krueger would do. And when he does it, it's like the greatest thing ever. Right? And, it almost looks exactly the same, right? Like writing in the blood.
I guess, but Freddy usually just lets people like die. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's not great. So another patient is now killed. So this is like the first kill. And in her blood, it's the "Can you see me" woman, the older woman. And in her blood, it says Chucky did it.
Yeah.
But which Chucky is it? We don't know. And what follows is Nika trying to stop the real Chucky as he cuts his way through the patients at the facility. with the big reveal being that there are, in fact, multiple possessed Chucky dolls, each with a unique personality. Fuck this movie. I have nothing but, I don't have like any positives.
No, what number did you have this again?
7.
7. Oh, man.
Nothing good to say.
My God.
I have nothing good to say. Okay, I'll give you my one positive.
Yep.
Fiona Dourif, Nika, is still good, still solid. And I have a note. Aside from Nika and Andy, everyone sucks. Would you agree with this?
They went a little too One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
Everyone's being a cartoonish,
right?
Yeah.
Like, you know, and I don't want to speak on this. I have no knowledge of this, but it's like every patient in this hospital is like a gross exaggeration of
we've
what that
got
is.
like the multiple personality guy. We've got the child obsessed woman, and I don't know what the Asian ladies would be. I guess anger management, maybe.
What hers.
But like
the older lady, she's like sees things. She's got.
She's just delusional.
Yeah,
she's just extremely delusional. Yeah,
So-
all the patients suck. So Andy is good in this movie. But he's hardly in it.
Yeah.
And that's my beef. It's like, they hardly use him in the fucking movie. Like, all the scenes with him and Chucky are really good. But he hardly shows up. And then when he eventually does show up, it's like, it's over an hour into the film.
Yep.
And the way he gets involved is like, so he has been following this story because he's like, the real Chucky, he thinks,
is in my safe.
Safe.
Yeah.
So, but then he learns that like, oh, Chucky has figured out some way to possess multiple dolls at the same time. So he's like, I need to save Nika because she's obviously in danger. So he goes to the facility to try to save Nika because remember, he doesn't know her yet, but he's been following this story. He actually tries to get her out. I thought this was kind of stupid. He's watching video footage, which I don't know how he would have video footage of this, but do you remember this? He's watching video footage of him appealing to the doctor to release Nika. He brings in the head of Chucky, which clearly is alive, and he's like, that's a neat trick, Mr. Barkley. That's quite the effect. Or Las Vegas would love you, or some
Now carry on.
It's very clever, Mr. Barkley. Very convincing.
What? No. He's alive. Just look at him.
You should get a job in the movies. I want to see Nika Pierce.
And it's like, that, like, you can't make that.
Yeah.
Like, not really. Like, there's no wires attached to it, buddy.
So then his plan B is just get himself committed so that he can get inside.
Right. And it's like, oh, that's how that works. So
it's just so
he
easy.
shows up and he just like assaults a guard and they just immediately put him in a cell. And it's like, that's how that works. If you run at a prison and just like punch it, they will lock you up in that prison. That's how that works. Yeah. That's that logic. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I didn't like this one nearly as much as I liked Curse of Chucky, but I still thought it was a pretty tight horror film. Again, what are some good things about it? The environment, right? It's okay. This is like the most sterile,
oh, dude.
Which, okay, probably not fitting of what this place should be, but at least that sort of minimalist environment created a bit of an interesting horror setting, right?
I've got, it is a bland, sterile, white, boring setting.
Yeah.
Literally everything in this movie, every shot is washed out. It is either white or it is shades of gray. It is the ugliest entry in the entire fucking series. Even uglier than Seed, because at least Seed just has regular color. It is so ugly. Obviously somebody, like the cinematographer or Mancini, obviously had this idea of like, I'm going to make it all white.
Yeah.
Like he obviously had a vision for this, but it doesn't make it look, it's not aesthetically appealing.
Right.
It's very,
it's
just ugly.
It's off-putting, which I think is part of what makes it work for me. Right.
Yeah, but you can do that in shots. You don't have to do it in the whole fucking movie.
Yeah, but
like every shot,
you can't-
every shot. It's like white halls, the recreation hall, even the fucking exterior of the building.
You can't get away from this.
It's so like depressing and boring looking. Ugh.
Andy's relationship with the Chucky head.
Go for it.
What'd you think?
It was fine. I mean, it's some of the like at this point I said this in 3 where I was like, it's kind of weird to think that Chucky has known Andy like for most of his life, and like no one really has known Andy as much as Chucky has at this point. So they're almost like pseudo fucked up family in a sense.
I thought this was incredible. This is the kind of thing that shows that they have been, for right or wrong, entwined with each other for so long that they really can't connect with anyone else. And yet they are the last people that they would ever want to interact with. Yet Chucky has kind of become Andy's best friend. He's really the only one that understands what Andy's been through.
Right.
That's why he keeps bringing him out to talk to him.
Right. Because he's got like nobody.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, part of it is he wants to torture him to get, you know, a little bit of
But
satisfaction.
the other part, he just wants to like interact.
This is all that he has left in the world. And Chucky.
It's a really fucked up.
Yeah.
No, I like it.
Yeah.
This works. This
Yeah.
works. This works.
Yeah, there's a element of,
but they don't do sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say the comic book Watchmen, talks about superheroes and how superheroes and villains fight each other, and it's this kind of like over and over the secular thing, but eventually they get old, and eventually they lose their relevance, and eventually they get to a point where they are the only ones who remember who each other are and kind of become friends, not necessarily friends, but there's an attachment there that they are the only ones that kind of keep each other relevant. And I thought that was sort of prevalent here. Andy doesn't have anyone else to talk to who can appreciate what he's been through. He can't believe that he's talking to this thing that has tried to kill him and that has literally ruined his life. Yet he's drawn to him. Right? I thought that was fantastic.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
They just don't do enough of it.
Yeah.
You only get literally like 2 scenes. There's like 2 scenes. Like, he's not in the movie enough. He's not in the film enough. Another complaint I have, the film drags. Ooh, man, has it ever drag. So she's like in a facility, and because of that, she's just not free to move around and do anything. So like she's constantly like obstructed by the staff and her treatment.
Yeah.
And we get these like long bullshit treatment segments of her being hypnotized. And it's like, why are we watching this? It's like, we already know she's innocent. So why do we have to watch 10 minutes of a psychiatrist be like, Nika, you're the crazy one. It's like, you're dragging this out. It's like, we know she's not. So just cut to something else.
I get you.
And they do it
But I mean,
multiple times.
what else could they do? Like, just have her treated like she's innocent? Because in world,
no, but just don't
she's not,
show
right?
those scenes of her being treatment. Just have her coming out of treatment or some shit. Like, I don't know. Just don't waste the screen. Yeah, I know. They got to fill the screen time with something, right?
But the thing
That's
is,
a bad
like,
answer.
If they didn't think that she was mentally incompetent, she'd be in prison, right? And then she'd never be going anywhere.
No, I know
right?
what you're saying. It's just I get it. I get that it's like the Sarah Connor shit. It's like, we know she is not crazy. We know what she's saying is true. But the difference there is like, there's like one scene in Terminator 2 in this. It's like they keep doing these treatment segments and like the group therapy. It's like, enough. Show something else. Like, stop.
No, you need to know.
Drag. Drag. Well, and then there's the whole like shit with like her doctor's revealed to be a creep and he's been like molesting her.
We didn't need that.
Yeah, like why?
And that was part of the reason why he
transferred her,
right?
so he would have more access to her. Fuck off.
But it does
subplot.
that does introduce the element of Chucky offering her the broken bottle to kill him. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember that scene. Yeah.
So where is she?
He tries to tempt her, which
where is she going to fall into? Because that's the same thing with Andy, right? Like, are we now becoming associated that way, right? Because he's obviously he's grown attached to Andy, or Andy has grown attached to him. Can he do the same with Nika? He's very manipulative that way, right? She doesn't. I think it would have been cool if she did, but
there's also like there's like a dream sequence bullshit at some point. Do you know when do you use dream sequences? Never.
Never.
Just don't. Just stop, because they never amount to anything. Unless Freddy Krueger's going to show up and do something.
Right.
The answer is never do them.
So the 3 rules that we've decided upon:
no jump scares,
no kids, no dream sequences.
No meta.
Oh, 4.
4.
Four rules.
No meta. No meta. Yeah. No. Yeah.
Except when I think it's great.
Yes, exactly. Except for when Mark likes it, apparently. I have one last point, but do you have any more? I'll let you go ahead of me, because my last point will wrap this up before we get to the next one.
Just a few scenes that I thought were good. The finger melting scene where they light the lighter under the dolls.
Yeah, because she's like, I'm gonna prove that this is Chucky.
But you're like, you still don't know if
because
the doll was actually.
Well, no, I don't think it. Okay, so the way I interpreted this, because there was 2 dolls, right?
Yep.
There's Nika's doll that Tiffany dropped off. That's Chucky.
Yep.
So that was Chucky, 100%. The doll that was like, "Hi, I'm Chucky." The other Chucky that the doc had, that wasn't Chucky until Chucky did that ritual and transferred his soul. Which actually, okay, wait, I want to briefly touch on that for a second. Where is it? Okay, it's a neat the whole Chucky, the multiple Chuckies thing. It's a neat concept, but it's underutilized, I felt. It's kind of lame. And again, remember I said Voodoo for Dummies is going to come back up? Do you remember how Chucky learned about the new spell? He found it on voodoosfordummies.com.
A few years ago, I came across this groovy new spell on voodoofordummies.com that changed everything. Now, I can be me, and me, and me. And theoretically, anyone or anything with 2 legs and a hand for stabbing. Like Alice.
No. What are we doing? Stop, Mancini. It's lame. And his new spell he does, it's the exact same ritual. He doesn't do anything different. He literally just says like, "Oh, grant me the power, Damballa," and he says the exact same fucking words he's been saying since the first movie. At no point do any of the rituals change. That's so lazy. Change the fucking ritual. Yeah. But yeah, so his new ability is Chucky has learned, he now has the ability, due to a spell he found on voodoofordummies.com, he can split his soul and transfer it into basically any human-like object, including other humans.
Right.
So Chucky's a god.
Now, how many are there at the end? Is 3?
There's 3.
Yeah.
There's 3 Chucky dolls in this film. And it's just, it's so underutilized.
Yeah.
Like, the film is called Cult of Chucky. That's another thing I want to criticize.
Yeah.
What is the cult?
I guess it's because there's
multiple Chuckies. Yeah, and
right?
literally Tiffany says at one point, she's like, "Want to join us, Andy? The cult is growing."
I'm coming for you. And for him.
Actually, there's 3 of us at the moment, and the cult is growing all the time. Hey, Andy, you want to join up?
Fuck you.
Oh.
It's like...
But each Chucky had its own personality as well.
Yeah.
So you could tell. It reminded me of, I can't remember the name of it. What was that Michael Keaton movie?
Multiplicity.
Well, where he clones himself, but one of them is kind of dumb.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. I'm like, is this the...
I would much rather watch Multiplicity than watch fucking Cult of Chucky. Yeah. Multiplicity's not that bad. It's not bad. It's not bad. Yeah, it's not bad. But no, like, the whole... I was expecting... So, I remember this movie getting so much hype when it was getting released, and you would forget this, but I met Alex Vinson at a horror con.
Yep.
And I was there as an attendee at the time. I wasn't even a dealer for that show. And he was so excited to be a major part of the franchise again. And he got me excited to watch this film. And like immediately, like within a day or two after meeting him, I was like, I'm watching this. Like, it's cool. Like, I like Andy Barclay. I like, I was never a huge Chucky fan, but I'm like, hey, let's give this one a watch. I didn't watch Curse. I hadn't watched the precursor. I hadn't even watched Seed at the time. I just skipped right to it. I'm like, let's just check it out. Then I watched it and I was like, oh, this sucks.
You have to go get her.
No, I can't.
Why not?
My outdoor privileges were suspended. I hacked into Dr. Foley's computer. It was ridiculously easy. A lot easier than being CEO of a $200 billion corporation.
You're Mark Zuckerberg now.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh.
It's not that
I'm
bad,
like,
but it's good.
I'm like,
he was pretty good
that's
in
a
it.
shame. Yeah, I know he is, but the movie. No, but I remember when I was thinking about it, I was like, ooh, the Cult of Chucky. I'm like, is this going to be like,
no,
like they're. Are we doing a Thorn trilogy? Is
Is that-
that what's up? Like, are we
doing-
going here where it's like, oh, Chucky has like weird, creepy followers that are trying to help him, or because like the series is so off the rails at this point. It's like you could have gone any direction for this movie. It's just a dumb name. I think the name is inappropriate. You know.
We had our second glass falling kill.
This one's actually pretty good.
Yep.
Yeah.
They've done a little bit better with the CGI for this one. So very similar to the first, you know, so somebody who can't move, glass comes down, takes her out.
And it's an annoying character. It's that
Yep.
like annoying, angry girl that
Yep.
just yells the entire film, and she's like just snooty and rude. So you're like, yeah, she had that coming.
What else? No kids, but I think we already talked about that. Even
Yep.
Alice, she's mentioned, but she never even shows
she's dead.
up.
She's dead.
Yep.
Alice is dead.
Um,
Alice is dead, baby.
Yeah.
Can I wrap it up?
Yeah.
Please. Okay. My biggest complaint.
Bring us home.
It's clearly just a setup for the TV show. So you wouldn't know this.
I wouldn't know that.
But
Yeah.
it is 100% just a setup for the TV show. So we reintroduce Andy. We bring Tiffany into the fold. We set up Chucky's new ability. Nika is now established as a series regular. And it ends on a cliffhanger ending where Chucky wins again, and he possesses Nika's body.
Yeah, I got a note about that. I was like, oh, okay.
And it's really fucking stupid. So he possesses Nika, and she instantly gets up and starts walking. How does that work exactly, Mark? So I guess the voodoo magic also fixes someone's paralysis.
I think I have a note about that.
Yeah, why would that work? How does that work exactly?
Is that apparently voodoo can also give you the power to walk and remove straitjackets.
Yeah, what the fuck? But it ends with like Chucky's still very much alive. There's still multiple Chuckies. There's multiple Tiffanys.
Yep.
And like Tiffany just shows up at the prison, and Chucky in Fiona Dorff in Nika's body gets in the car. Then they all just start laughing and driving off while Andy's like trapped in his cell. And it's just so clearly a setup for the TV show. And it's like this, you know, if you wanted to just do a setup like this, here's a better idea. Why didn't you make this the pilot of the TV show?
Yeah.
Because that's what it feels like. It feels like, especially because I know what became of the pilot. It's like, it's clearly, it's not a satisfying film. I don't think this is a satisfying movie. It doesn't have a satisfying ending. It ends on like a cliffhanger. It ends on like the bad guys win and drive off, and the good guys like, oh, I'm gonna get you. That's not how you end a movie generally. So it feels it's very setup heavy. This should have just been the first couple episodes of the show.
Yeah. Now I think I might have to go watch the show.
You go for it. I will be shocked if you like the show. I guarantee you'll tap out. There are limits to how bad your tastes are.
I'm fine with it not ending closed because that's the whole idea of slasher franchises. At this point, they're setting it up for the next thing.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to give them a hard time about that.
Yeah.
No.
But the studio seemed to not like it because are we done with?
Yeah, I think
Cult?
so.
Thank fuck.
I was going to mention something about the fact that they bury their dead on the grounds of the hospital, but so that was strange.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. For this movie, makes sense.
That's what they do, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So moving on, obviously people agreed with me and the studio agreed with me and cooler heads prevailed and they're like, well, we're going to reboot this shit. Let's bring something new. Moving on to the actual Child's Play remake from 2019. Once again, this is Child's Play.
Yeah.
It's my number 4, buddy.
Number 6.
You're not that far off.
Yeah,
You're not that far off. You're up there with me a little bit. That's a mid-range, buddy.
Well, I mean, technically, since I put my 7 and 8 both at 8, that leaves the spot for 7 open.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's technicality. Yeah. That means you think it's not that bad.
No, I think this is pretty bad.
Oh, you don't like it?
I don't like it.
Oh, okay. I think it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually think it's pretty good.
It doesn't offend me. It doesn't make me go, holy shit.
It's
I
not
hate
Nightmare
this.
on Elm Street remake.
Right.
It's not that.
Yeah.
But I genuinely like it. Yeah. It's nowhere near as good as the the Halloween trilogy reboot.
Right.
It's not in that conversation. No. But I like it as much as I would say I like the Friday remake. I think it's a solid mid,
I'd say I liked Friday better than
Sure,
this.
yeah, sure. But you're wrong on a lot. As
Mark,
this episode has
Mark,
proven.
we've already proven.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So this is a complete remake, reboot. There's no continuity connection whatsoever. We're starting over fresh. And they established that right in the opening. It opens with a television ad for Caslin Toys, which are the new Caslin, whatever. Yeah. Caslin Toys, which are the new stand-in for the Play Pals. Yeah, Play Pals toy group. And we get it's an advertisement for their new cutting-edge product, the Buddy.
Oh yeah, the Buddy. The Buddy doll.
No, it's specifically the Buddy. Yep. It's not Buddy 2 yet.
Not Buddy 2.
Yeah, it's the Buddy. And who is the CEO and founder? You must have this.
I can't remember what his name is, but it's
Tim Matheson.
That's right.
Yeah, prominent 80s actor Tim Matheson.
Who would later go on to be like the dad on, other shows.
Sure. I was like, Tim Matheson, yes. And he's literally only in like 2 scenes. And they're both like, he doesn't even interact with any of the characters, but I thought it was cool. And so they have this advertisement for the Buddy doll. The Buddy doll, which is literally the good guy doll, but it's this universe's version of a good guy doll.
It's a modern retelling of the good guy doll.
Right.
No.
This is not a doll. It's actually a robot.
Yeah.
It is a child's robot toy. So it has smart learning AI technology, and it can also sync with your smart home appliances, as well as all of the other Caslin products and apps. So it is it's a child's robot toy that can connect to the internet. That's what it is. It's not a doll. This is a fresh new product, and it's not called a good guy. It's Buddy. All right, this is all fresh. Cut to a Vietnam warehouse. There's no way you didn't like this scene. Where the Buddy doll is being produced, where they're actually making it. And it's like, that's pretty fucking dark. They're just like, it's so cynical to be like, oh yeah, here's the sweatshop where we make these overseas. And there's like this disgruntled employee and he's like being abused. And then he's basically just like snaps and he's like, all right, fuck this company. And then he fucks with the programming of one of the Buddy dolls on the assembly line and removes all of its safeguards. All the safe locks are removed from the software. And then he immediately jumps off of the fucking roof and kills himself. Brutal. Yeah, that's I was like, holy shit. I love this explanation though. I love the fact it's like, there's no voodoo. This has nothing to do with the original. This is 100% its own fresh take. It is a robot, and it is strictly the whole crux, the catalyst of this film is a disgruntled
this guy's
employee.
pissed off, and he's had it.
And he fucks with the software.
There's a lot of stupid in here as well already, but we'll get there.
All right. Cut to Aubrey Plaza, who is our new Karen. She's replacing Catherine Hicks, obviously from the original, and she's working in a big box store named Zedmart. She returns home to her apartment, where we're introduced to our new Andy Barclay, played by Gabrielle Bateman. And they have, similar to 3, aged up Andy. It's not little boy Andy. We have young teenage Andy. He's 13 years old.
Is he 13? Okay.
He's 13. Yeah. He's still a kid, kind of. Like, he's a kid to us, but he's not a little boy.
Right.
He's on the just getting into maturity.
He can be whatever they need him to be.
He's on the cusp of puberty, which I think that was a smart choice. The relationship between Andy and his mom's kind of weird. Aubrey Plaza, we'll get into this. She was, I think, a bad choice for that role. And because she looks like his sister, like she looks so young.
Yeah.
And the way she acts towards him, like she calls him like dude.
Andy, I told you to unpack those boxes.
Okay, I know, and I was. I wanted to make a mental map of where I should put everything first. For maximum feng shui.
I think you were maximum feng shuiing so hard you forgot to put your phone down for 5 seconds and feed
You
Rooney.
mean this busted-ass phone that we're replacing for my birthday?
Dude, I've already been working doubles to try to get you a new hearing aid.
I'm fine with this one, but this is my primary source of education.
And she like talks to him very casually, and it's like, I didn't think it was his mom at first. I was like, oh, are they going with like, that's his sister and she like adopted him or something?
This is like part 2 kind of.
Yeah, or something like that. Like hot, but no, she later reveals that like she had Andy when she was like 16. So it's like, oh, okay. So it's just like a teenage pregnancy. That's why she's so young. Andy is a bit of a loner, and Aubrey Plaza is like trying to encourage him to like make friends in the neighborhood and like get out and like meet some people, because it's revealed that they've just moved to this area and they've moved there for a fresh start. They never explicitly state this, but my interpretation was there was something fucked up happening with Andy's father, the actual father. Yeah. They don't say what it was, but there's something there. It's kind of implied because Andy has some baggage before this movie starts.
Right.
Yeah. Cut to Karen back at work where this woman's returning one of the Buddy dolls because it's, quote, acting strangely. And because it's, quote unquote, defective, she like bullies her, she like strong arms her manager. She's like, well, you guys are just going to throw this out, right? It's just going to get destroyed, right?
I'm going to take it, right? Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, well, I'm going to take it. And then the manager's like, okay, fine, just take it. Get the fuck out of here. So she's like strong arms him into saying yes. And then she takes it home. She gives it to Andy as a gift. It's an early birthday gift. And unlike the original, his reaction compared to Alex Vincent's reaction, part 1, is the exact opposite.
It's the correct reaction
He's
for
like,
his age.
Oh, cool.
Why are you getting me this?
Kid's toy.
Yeah.
Because he appropriately sees it as like, it's a kid's toy.
Robot or not, it's for
clearly
like
for a younger
6
audience.
or 7-year-olds.
Right, yeah. So it kind of goes into the whole thing of like his mom's a little out of touch. They don't have a great relationship, but it also goes to there's intent behind this. This was a smart choice. But Andy kind of feels guilty, and he's like, no, you know what, Mom? It's pretty cool. Like, let's try to have some fun with it. So he activates the doll, and it immediately requests a name. And I liked this, but I can see if you didn't. So it's like, please tell me my name. And he's like, Han Solo.
What's my name?
Han Solo.
Did you say Chucky?
What? No, not even close.
Chucky. I like that. Chucky.
And then it like the doll like glitches, and me was just like, did you say Chucky? And he's like, what? No, Han Solo. And he's like, I like Chucky. That's a good name. I appreciate that, because like it subverts your expectation, because you're expecting, it's a funny joke, and then this goes into the tone of the movie. It's very tongue-in-cheek and dark humor, but like you're expecting him to just be like, Chucky.
Right.
I'm going to name you Chucky, which would make no sense. But instead it's like, no, he does the stupid kid thing.
He does what every kid would do.
Right. Pick a dumb name. But then the movie's just like, no, we're not calling him Han Solo.
Obviously, we're not going
to
that.
No, obviously we're not going to do that. And we're not giving him a different name. He's Chucky. So like he just glitches and it's just like, I'm Chucky, which makes sense because they're establishing early on, there's something, it's foreshadowing that this Chucky doll is in fact the one with that guy tampered with. And it's already showing it's glitchy and buggy, and it's not quite acting right.
Yep.
You know something's off with it. Andy slowly begins to connect with the doll. They slowly bond. They kind of have a little bit of a montage. We get a shot of Andy in bed where Chucky sings him the Buddy song.
You are my buddy until the end. More than a buddy, you're my best friend. I love you more than you will ever know. I will never let you go.
Which, it's kind of cute. It's adorable. It's going to come up again. the Buddy song. I don't quite remember it. Every time I say Buddy song, I think of the I love you, you love me, like the Barney song, but it's not that. But
Insert clip here
of the Buddy song. Yeah. It serves a purpose in the movie.
Right.
It is a running motif, that the Buddy song. I'm okay with it. It seems realistic that they would have some stupid shit like that. We get a little montage of Andy. He's like trying to teach Chucky just basic things, and like the robot's clearly starting to like learn.
Yep.
You know, they're showing you that. There's a funny little moment where like it mimics the opening of in the ad, because in the ad it's like the smart learning AI will learn your children's schedule and help them with their daily routine, and it shows like in the ad. It's like, you forgot your science book. And then it shows like Andy's Buddy doll, which is like fucked.
Yeah.
And it's like, Andy, you forgot your science book. And it's like holding up a toilet paper roll.
It's not quite with it. Like,
I thought that was clever. That's clever writing of like, it's a good callback to the ad. It's like, oh no, Andy's doll's fucked. It's not working right. Like something's off with this doll.
Right.
But it's trying to do it's trying to do the programming, but it's not quite working. I thought that was a clever joke. Fuck you. Don't say anything to the contrary. All right. Andy and Buddy are hanging out as Andy's blowing off steam. He's actually like venting about Andy's like hot mom has like this douchebag boyfriend that clearly doesn't want really any relation. He basically just wants Andy to just disappear. He doesn't want to have to like really interact with him. He just wants to fuck Andy's mom.
Right.
And Andy's like blowing off some steam, and he actually begins to bond with the doll because it listens to him.
Mm-hmm.
Hang on to that thought.
Yeah.
That was smart. That was a really good decision they made. While hanging out, while Andy and Buddy or I guess Chucky are hanging out, Andy is scratched by the house cat. Who had a dumb name. I don't remember what it was. It was like Tom Collins or some fucking shit, or Wayne Newton or something. But he gets scratched by the house cat, and Buddy like reacts in surprise, and Andy's like hurt, and the doll can recognize that Andy is in pain. And this is where we get our first shot of Chucky's eyes going red into what I'll call evil Chucky mode.
Right.
And while in evil Chucky mode, it is trying to eliminate a threat that it perceives to its owner, which is Andy. So Chucky actually tries strangling and killing the cat.
Yeah.
Andy interrupts this, of course, but this sets up what the main running thing in the film is. It's a robot trying to understand the complexities of humans and social interactions, but it has no limiters on it, so it overcorrects. It's trying to protect Andy from any kind of harm, but it doesn't
exercise any kind of self-control. It's just
because it has no control.
Remove thing that is causing grief.
Right. And that's basically how the film goes on, where it's like anytime Andy's like, okay, so like Andy says, I'm so sick of this cat. And then Chucky kills the cat later on.
Right.
Like he later just kills it. And then Chucky kills the mom's asshole boyfriend because Andy's like, I just want him gone.
Yeah. So he makes him gone.
Right.
Yeah.
He's just trying to make him happy. Right. It's just a robot trying to please his master. They also introduced two, there's like a girl and a boy in the building who Andy befriends. They're okay.
The Scooby Gang, as I started to refer to them as.
Yeah, they kind of suck.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, I didn't really like. They don't give them enough, but they're okay. They're yeah, I agree. They're not great. They're just whatever. What ends up happening is, I like that the way that so Andy's like shy and afraid to talk to anyone. He's very like antisocial, and the kids walk up to Andy, and one of the I think the boy says like fuck. And then Chucky repeats fuck back. And then the girl and the guy are just like, holy shit, he can say that? They're not supposed to say that.
Supposed to be able to
and
say
they're
that.
instantly won over. And they're just like, all right, this kid's our friend. It's like, you have a doll that says, you have like a robot that says fuck? Awesome. You're our friend. I don't know. That's cute. It's
That's how friends are made.
No, but it's believable for kids, right?
Yeah.
They're just like dumb young teenagers, right? But Andy realizes how dangerous Chucky is as the stakes increase. And him and his friends remove Chucky's power source, seemingly killing Chucky and they like chuck Chucky down like the garbage chute in the building because they're an apartment building, similar to the apartment building in part one. Again, this is a remake. But Chucky's body is found by the creepy maintenance guy in the building, and he is brought back to life. And this all culminates in a final showdown between Andy and Chucky at the launch of the Buddy 2. It's like this event held at Zedmart.
Right.
Yeah. I like this. I really like this remake. I don't think this remake gets enough credit. I know a lot of people don't like it, but I don't think they don't like it for what it is. They don't like it as a Chucky movie.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's it. We know there are entries in this franchise that I do not like, right? They are part of the franchise, whether we like it or not, and they're terrible. This does not feel like a Chucky movie. I feel like they had a movie created, and they're like, hey, why don't we just make this Chucky instead, right? The connections are tenuous, right? You've got a doll. He's meant for kids, kills people. The mom's a single mom. That's about it, right? There's really nothing that connects it to the original mythology, for better
Other
or for
than
worse.
the concept of
Right.
a kid and
Yeah.
a killer doll,
Like
that's
some
like
of
his
the
companion.
Yeah, but I mean, you've got other movies like this. I have not seen like the Megan movie or the Annabelle movies.
Yep.
So I don't know if this is a better comparison to those. You can maybe tell me if it is or not. But it seemed like this was just a little too far away from what we've come to expect from this. I get the whole reboot thing. I thought it was kind of cool that they used this as more of like the threat of AI, but I just felt like it was too far away. Like, this isn't just a reboot. This is almost like a completely different movie, right? There's no soul transfer, which, okay, maybe that was cheesy from the very beginning, but that's kind of part of what makes this franchise what it is. If you don't have that, doesn't mean your movie's not good, just means you don't have a Child's Play movie. You don't have a Chucky movie.
So this
right?
is actually why I like it.
Yeah.
Because to me, the best remakes just do their own thing. Take the beats, take the basic idea of the original. So to me, the original is like, yeah, there's the voodoo shit. I don't think you need the voodoo shit. You just have a kid with his companion that's a toy that's killing people. To me, that's a Chucky movie. You can warp that however you want, and that's why I respect the remake. I actually don't have the remake represented here on the desk. I respect it because it just does its own fucking thing. It doesn't redo shots. It doesn't try to reenact or recapture any magic from the original. Like, it's just its own thing. And I think that if this film were called Batteries Not Included or some generic title, people would love this movie.
Would have been fine.
And case in point, people love the Megan movie. I love the Megan movie. It's a great movie. But this film does not get the credit it deserves. It is a solid film. It's just the fact that it's part of it's Child's Play.
Yep.
People hate it because of that.
Yeah, but if you're gonna,
Mancini didn't help it.
If you're going to trade on the name, though, like you can't take what you like from that association and leave what you don't.
Well, you
right?
absolutely can, because it's a remake. You are meant to do whatever the fuck you want.
but
You're taking the beats that you think are important and you're doing your own thing. It's a remake.
It's like, well, we're going to call it Child's Play,
Right.
but we're really not going to do Child's Play. And it's one of those things where,
well, it's
you go into the movie expecting something, and you are handed a bill of goods for something that you didn't buy.
Yeah, but this is the question
There's a bait and switch.
How far do you want your remake to change? And my answer is, the more creative you get, the more points you get from me. Like, if you get the basic beats of whatever the original concept was, win in my book. But if you're doing your own thing.
Yeah.
But if you want it to retread, you're never really going to get an A tier mark. You're only going to get a Friday the 13th remake, which is just mid. It's not a high tier. If you want a mid, this could have retread a lot of the same territory. They could have went with a doll. They didn't have to go with a robot. But because it's its own thing, for me, it's higher up. But I think this is very case specific. Yeah. Like, I don't think this is a generic rule that applies to all. I like remakes that really do their own thing. It seems that you're not as comfortable with that, but I bet you there are some that you really prefer. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I bet you there's examples. You know, they're going to come up as we go through this over and over.
Yeah.
But like, so this one doesn't quite work for you, but I respect the fuck that it just does its own thing.
Yeah. I feel like you got to maintain enough of a connection to the original, or else you lose the license to be able to make it a remake.
Use the name, yeah.
Right? I thought Friday the 13th was a great balance. Nightmare on Elm Street was just terrible because they just did it poorly.
They didn't understand the tone.
This, I would put in the middle. I don't hate it like I like the Nightmare one, and I don't really like it like I like the Friday the 13th.
Yeah.
It's forgettable.
Right.
I'm probably not going to watch it again. I'm not angry having seen it. I'm not watching it going, oh shit, I'm seething
It's
about
not seed.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just like, okay, I like what you were trying to do here.
Right.
There are some other things that just kind of.
Well, we'll get to those.
Yeah,
We'll get
yeah.
to those. So, ironically, so people are like, oh, it just wasn't a Chucky movie.
Yeah.
Did you know what the original concept for Chucky was? Don Mancini's original vision.
Like way back?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
When he wrote Child's Play,
Yeah.
it was about a robot doll that a boy had that he shared his blood with the robot, and that somehow animated the robot. There was
Sure.
no voodoo bullshit.
Right.
Chucky was originally a fucking robot.
Right.
So, ironically, this is actually closer to Mancini's vision
I guess. Yeah.
than Mancini himself would end up making. I don't know. I find that weirdly ironic, and I also kind of want to hate on Mancini a little bit because he heavily shit on this movie and like distanced himself, and all the cast basically just ignore it exists, and it's like it feels petty to do that.
What was the deal with this one? Because this one's Universal.
So what ended up happening was basically his beef was with the studio because the studio wouldn't give him money to make another film.
Yeah.
So he was basically just like, fuck you, I'll make it, I'm going to take the rights that I own and I have the rights to make a TV show. So then he took that over to Sci-Fi Network, makes a TV show, whereas Universal still has the film rights that are like, all right, well, fuck you. We're going to reboot it like we said we were going to. And this movie didn't flop. This wasn't a flop film.
Yeah.
I think there was a missed opportunity. I would have liked to see this get continued, but they kind of couldn't because Mancini's TV show took off.
Right.
Because the core fan base followed Mancini. But that's where I kind of want to hate on Mancini a little bit because it just feels a little bitter. It feels a little petty to just be like, fuck you guys. I'm not even gonna, you know, like I'm gonna make sure this fails. You know, I get it. It's his baby. I guess he's entitled to do that, but
what do you think about the return to the Child's Play name?
Smart.
Yeah.
Good. Yes.
See, I thought it was
rid
kind
of the fucking Chucky names. The Child's Play is way better.
Absolutely.
As soon as I saw Child's Play was the name of this, I was like, let's go, boy.
Yeah.
Let's go. I'm like, this is where we're going back to and it is the tone of the first couple.
Yeah.
It's a dark comedy, but it's not not Seed, it's not Bride, it's not too far. It's serious, but it's dark comedy. It's a dark comedy. This is a good tone.
Yeah. I thought it was an interesting choice simply because the last time the Child's Play name would have been used on one of these movies was like 18 years before this one came out. So you're talking about like an entire generation of film watchers who probably don't even realize that this movie is connected to those ones from the 80s and 90s, right?
Right.
So you're using the name for name recognition and then marketing it to an audience that doesn't recognize the name anyway. So, I mean, if you wanted...
It's bold.
Yeah, it was kind of an interesting choice. Like, if you wanted them to make that connection, you would have kept the Chucky name.
There
going.
might have been something with licensing with
Possibly,
Mancini.
yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, that it's filmmaking's weird,
Yep.
you know. Let's talk about the redesign. Yeah, you don't like it.
No, I don't. I don't like the look.
So I like the fact that they don't just... I like that he's called Buddy. I don't like I like the fact they're not like, he's a good guy. It's like, no, just call it something else.
Yeah.
Don't just copy everything beat for beat. Do something new, right? This film does a lot new. Debatably too much.
Yeah.
Debatably too much. The first time I saw, before I'd seen the movie, I've seen the movie 3 times now. Before I'd seen the film, I saw the images of the new look of the Chucky doll, and I thought, that looks stupid. Now that I've watched it a couple times, I don't mind it. I don't mind the derpy. Okay, so it's very derpy looking.
That's a good way to describe it.
No, it is. It's a very derpy looking doll. It's the stupidest looking that Chucky is in the entire franchise. I think it's intentional. I don't think they tried to make a cool doll and then ended with that. I think they were trying to make him derpy looking on purpose, because I'll get to it. But to me, it's in this film, it's very clear it's a cheap, mass-produced product. Those are going to look, they're not going to look slick. They're going to look a little stupid. They're going to look a little off. So to me, he feels like, because remember, Andy's like, oh, it's kind of a kid's toy. That's the point.
Yep.
He does look like a kid's toy. He doesn't look like some badass thing a teenager is going to find cool. He looks like a derpy little thing that a young kid wouldn't see those flaws in the face, but an adult would be like, man, that thing's ugly as fuck.
Looks stupid.
Right. But I also think the look works really well for what they do with the doll, what they do with the character. This is probably the most Chucky is a character in one of these films.
Ironically, yeah.
Even though he's a program.
Right.
Because really, Chucky is he's not really a doll. He's not really even a robot. He's software.
He's the Terminator this time around.
Basically,
he's a machine trying to learn.
He's literally Megan.
Yeah.
He's just a software program. Right. And I like that. I like the robot angle. I love fucking killer robots. So as soon as I found out, I was like, oh, Chucky's a robot? Sign me up, buddy. Love me some killer robots.
Yeah, it does take something away from when you're being chased by a robot. There's just no human connection there, right? Like
I
fine.
disagree. There's more human connection in this film than any other entry. I'm going to argue. Hear me out.
Before you move on,
Yeah,
just
go for
on the look of the doll.
Yeah,
totally different.
Yep.
But I thought it was a little bit strange that on the case of the DVD that you lent to me, they have the character on there. He's very
obscured. Yeah.
But it's meant to look like the original.
Yeah.
Like when I saw
they don't reveal the buddy.
When I saw the movie, I'm like, where's that coming
the
from?
The promotional images try to.
It's very much like not that.
I'll put that
but
poster up here right now. It's very much meant to deceive you.
So I was less.
Movie studios be deceiving,
they
buddy.
be doing that. Yeah.
So I like the killer robot Chucky. He looks a little stupid. I think it's intentional. I think he has again, talk about animatronics. The animatronics in this are still really good.
Yep.
Chucky's still practical.
Your buddy is now.
Hi! Yes. Are you my best buddy?
Buddy, you can connect to Caslin products, right?
Sure. Do you like music?
Connecting to Caslan Music.
Yes. There it is. eBay, here we come. Finally.
Yep.
There's a few CGI shots, but he's almost the entire film. He's practical.
Right.
And I think he was intentionally made to look stupid.
I could buy that.
Because I think you're supposed to actually feel bad for Chucky in this film.
I did put that in there. What's my comment?
This isn't... Chucky is a piece of software. He's basically a robot that's trying to learn.
Mm-hmm.
This is not... It's not Charles Lee Ray. There is no backstory of like the strangler or any of that bullshit. It's not some serial killer that's possessed inside of a robot doll. It's just an AI algorithm trying to learn what it is to be human. And they give him this sad... He's got a very expressive face.
Yeah.
Top-notch animatronics. And I think you're just supposed to pity him a little bit.
I said I'm having trouble with this sympathetic character.
You don't like it?
No, I know what they're trying to do and it's working, but at the same time I'm like, but you're Chucky, right? And this is, again, the whole idea of then why associate it with the previous franchise? Because one of the things that we are meant to do is dislike that character or, well, like it ironically, right? Whereas in this new one, you're like, I kind of feel bad for this.
Yeah, but I like that. I like that they give him more motivation.
Right.
It's the most depth the character ever had. Right. That's what I'm saying. Ironically, this is the most human Chucky's ever been, even though he's a fucking robot.
And this movie, with any other name,
would be a success.
Is right, but then no one's going to go see it.
And it was called Megan, and it was a smash hit. Yeah. Literally. I'm gonna be clear. I love Megan. Megan is a great newer horror film.
I haven't seen it.
I recommend it. It's this film, but it's a female doll and it's a little girl.
Yep. Gotcha.
It's the exact same movie. Like literally beat for beat, it's the exact same movie. And it's also made by Universal. So there you go.
They knew what they had.
Universal made both. They were just like, okay, let's do this again because people be people and they won't accept it because we tried to call it Child's Play. That was a mistake. Let's repackage the exact same movie. And then everyone's like, nom, 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 nom.
You went and saw it though, didn't you?
Well, I like the remake though. So
yeah, well,
you know,
you're one of those. So.
I'm one of the
just eat the popcorn.
Okay, talking about the new redesign. We have a huge controversial decision because you're like, but why? There's no elements of the original. No Brad Dourif.
Yeah.
How did you feel about this? So Brad Dourif, who up until this point was always the voice of Chucky, has been replaced by Mark Hamill.
Yeah. Great. I mean, Mark Hamill's fantastic.
How did you feel about this?
I just, again,
so you didn't like
it's another thing that just makes me think, well, then why is it Child's Play?
Because it's a different thing.
But
It doesn't need to be Brad
you know
Dourif.
You know what
that
else?
was a good idea.
You know what
I'm
else is
so
different?
glad it wasn't Brad Dourif.
You know what else is different? Back to the Future is different. Child's Play. What
do you mean? Like,
by that logic, you can just put the name on anything and say, well, it's different. So it's just accept it's different.
There's
like,
not. But Back to the Future is a remake, though. This is a remake of something else in the franchise. I'm saying
but
it's
really
its
not.
own thing.
At this point, it's so different.
You're saying they go way too far.
Yeah, like it's
I'm
a
okay
tenuous
with it.
link.
I'm okay
best.
that it's so fucking different.
But it's just it's almost like, why are we reviewing this movie as a part of this discussion with all these other 7 movies?
Because it has enough of it. It uses elements of the original plot. It uses elements. It's just it's its own thing.
But then why aren't we?
You're gonna. Okay,
it's too far.
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
They're gonna recast. Like you know.
He's not dead though.
No, but you have. It's a remake. You have to fucking recast. Like if they're gonna did Kane Hodder play the new Jason?
Right, but the voice of Chucky is so integral.
At a certain point, you need to adapt.
I'm glad you said Kane Hodder because you kind of just stepped right into that.
Adapt or die.
Yeah.
No, but okay. As much as I hate the Nightmare on Elm Street remake, I can't believe I'm about to give it a plus. At the very least, it wasn't Robert Englund. Because it shouldn't have been Robert Englund, because it's not the same fucking thing. It's different. That you have to recast. Mark Hamill kills it, man. Yeah. He's really good in this. Yeah. And his performance is
great.
Absolutely fantastic. He's a great cast. He's a very, very, in case people didn't know, I mean, if you're watching this, you know, Mark Hamill he's an okay actor. He is an incredible voice actor.
Voice acting is just,
like God tier. Yeah. He kills it as Chucky.
What's your name?
Andy. Sup?
Hi, Andy Sup. You left me all alone. I don't like the closet. I'm sorry to hear that. Because if I can't be your best buddy, then nobody can. You said it yourself. Everybody leaves you.
What did you say?
You'll see.
He brings this sadness to the character and this innocence to Buddy, where again you feel bad for the doll.
It's all good.
It's good.
Yeah,
it's good casting. It's fantastic. Let's switch over to Andy. What did you feel about Gabrielle Bateman as like the little teenage boy Andy?
I thought he was. He won't crack my top 5 of
Andys. Of the 4 Andys.
Even Andys.
Of the 4 Andys.
Of the 4, he's not even in the top 4.
Yeah.
No.
There's 3 Andys. Yeah, sorry. I was thinking of little boy Andy. Okay, there's young Alex Vincent versus old Alex Vincent, Justin Whalen, and Gabrielle Bateman. Yeah. And Gabrielle Bateman's number 5, so you're leaving room for a future Andy.
But again, he's not Andy. He's just called Andy. You know what I mean?
I disagree. It's a different version of the character. I like this version of the character. Andy, he's like a loner. He's a loner. He's antisocial.
Yep.
Complete contrast to what we're expecting from the first 2 films. Because Andy in the first 2 films, he's just like an innocent little boy. But like in part 2, he's like talking to Kyle, like immediately he's like chatting up with like someone much older than him. Like he's very social and friendly, and he's like, "Hi, I'm Andy." You know what I mean? Like this is not that Andy. This is a damaged goods a little bit Andy who clearly has a little bit of a fucked up childhood, like home life.
Yeah.
And I like that. I like that angle. And why it works so well is it makes the relationship between him and Buddy so believable.
Right.
Because, okay, at first, Andy's reaction is like, that's just a kid's toy, Mom. Like, what are you doing? But then you realize, you like, even Andy himself, I think, is surprised at how quickly he bonds with this toy, right?
He's just an asshole. It doesn't matter anyway. He's just gonna end up leaving us. Like everybody else.
I will never leave you. Are we having fun now?
Yeah, I guess.
But it's like, he's lonely. It's like a sad, lonely kid just looking for some sort of connection. And he finds it in this like AI program, this little robot companion, you know?
Yep, he's got his...
It works.
He's got his mandatory millennial angst.
Yeah.
You know?
And the way, and also it is also a good way of explaining why he likes this particular version of Buddy, because this particular version is glitched.
Yep.
And Andy is too old for Buddy, and so are the other kids, but they all like him because he says fucked up things because he's glitched.
So it makes him cool.
Right, because he says like, because Andy's like, the cat is a total dick. And then Buddy repeats it back and he's like, whoa, I didn't know you could say shit like that.
That's Mickey Rooney. He's a total dick, so just don't touch him.
Total dick.
Whoa. You're allowed to say that?
Also, it's believable that this like teenager would like this thing, right? It's good writing. I have a big point to make, but go ahead and if you want to chime in.
Just a couple things. Like right back at the beginning, when the guy that creates our new doll jumps off the roof, we know that this building is only 2 stories high, so it's not going to kill you. I just thought that was kind of stupid. Like, I mean, come on. Andy lands on a car, so he's not even falling 2 stories. He's basically still falling 1.5 stories. You break a leg, but that's about it. You're not going to die.
So this is called a nitpick. Mark likes to. That is the nittiest pick of all your fucking nitpicks
No, I'm just.
today.
I see that. I'm like,
pick.
I'm like, why did he do that? He's clearly not.
Yeah, you're right. He's going to be in the next one.
Like, why?
Yeah, right.
What was the point of that?
Right. Absolutely.
Oh, he's dead. Okay. Here's another one though. That was a bit of a joke. That was a bit of a joke. But here's one.
Yep. Go for it.
Why did they create these dolls to have a kill protocol in the beginning? Like, why did he have to disable these safety protocols? How about just don't program it to be a killer doll?
No, it's not. So he doesn't program it to be a killer doll. The technology, it wasn't that. What it was is because it's an AI learning program.
Behavior and safety protocols.
Right.
Yeah.
So you would have to do that for AI. What? No, you would have to, any AI, you would have to put limiters on it because otherwise it's free to just, the potential for mayhem is too rampant. They've already proven this every time they have an AI chatbot and it becomes racist when it starts talking to humans within like fucking a minute, right? So
I don't know.
That is the least, I find that totally believable.
Why is
all
it
he
even...
did was tick off the restrictors. It's not that he makes the doll evil, it's that he takes the restrictors off this robot so now it has the potential to carry out whatever. Like, they need to restrict it from doing things of like, okay, you can't kill a thing. You can't do. Of course, you would have to write that into the hard code because otherwise there's just so much potential.
I don't know. It just seems like a little, like he's like, all right, screw that.
Put it on the evil mode.
It's like,
here's your problem. The crusty doll is on the evil mode. Right.
It's like they're built to kill, but they have to like turn that off.
No, but they weren't. It's just that he had no limiters.
Come on. Somebody out there had to think that was that when they saw that, they're like, that looks stupid. Yeah. What you're saying probably makes sense though.
Yeah.
Yep. They're limiting his ability to learn those things. It's like the Terminator. He had to be told not to kill John Connor.
Exactly.
Otherwise, he's going to kill John Connor.
Exactly. Yeah. It's the whole point. It's the same thing with like where he's like, okay, you can't just go around killing everybody. It's from part 2.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then he'll live. Yeah. And had Andy had that conversation, he would have just stabbed the boyfriend in the leg instead of murdering him. Okay. So one of my favorite things in this movie, because they've completely changed Andy. They've completely changed Chucky. They completely reframe the dynamic between Andy and Chucky. It is more of a resentful friendship gone wrong than a body swap motive. And in fact, they actually kind of reverse the roles. And for a little bit, Andy's kind of the antagonist and Chucky's kind of the protagonist. They kind of make Chucky sympathetic and Andy's kind of a dick. He abuses Chucky a few times to gain popularity with the other kids. He almost uses Chucky as like a parlor trick to make friends. And there's a few cringy scenes, and even Andy feels guilty about it. Like how the kids are like treating Chucky. Like he makes him do like some fucked up shit, where he's like, stab this like unicorn doll and say, this is for Tupac. Remember that stupid shit? It's like, that's kind of fucked up. But like, ultimately in this film, Chucky is trying to be Andy's protector. They've reframed this dynamic completely. And there's no motive of like,
the doll's not evil.
There's no malicious. Right, but you could say by the end, he's kind of evil, but he's misunderstanding.
Well, and he goes into survival mode because at that point they're just trying to kill him.
Right.
And he's like, well, no, I'm aware enough now to know that I don't want you to do that to me.
Right. And it's also kind of one of those things where he's like, what else? Like, I just don't understand why this isn't what you want.
Right.
Like, yeah. It works. It works for me really well. There's some great kills in this movie. There's some good ones. The asshole boyfriend and the tiller. You remember this? This is heinous.
Doesn't it like rips his face off?
No.
Right?
So he does get his face ripped off, but not for the reason you're thinking. Okay. So it starts off in like he's on a ladder and he's like taking down Christmas lights. It takes place in like January or something, and like Chucky like knocks him off the ladder and he like shatters both of his shins, and like his teenage daughters are just like inside on their phone with headphones on and they don't hear any of this happening, which is like, yes, that's what kids are like.
Because meanwhile, while he's dating Aubrey Plaza,
it turns out he actually has a real family. Yeah, he's a scumbag piece of shit. So we don't feel bad for him for getting this horrific murder. Chucky then, and I forgot to mention this. One of the cool things about making a killer robot, like an AI program, it allows for some really cool things to happen. Chucky can control products in the home.
Yeah.
He can control any like smart device. That's fucking awesome. It allows for a lot of fun, creative set pieces and moments.
Over here, Andy.
Leave me alone!
Over here. If they don't let us play, they all go away.
Why are you doing this?
Are we having fun now?
He's able to turn on all the other Chucky dolls because he's connected to the network. He's able to like send the drones out in the last like scene. He can actually control the self-driving car.
It's the way that the scene at the beginning of part 3, where the old man in his condo in his penthouse gets attacked by all his toys, would have been improved.
Would have made
if you
more
had
sense.
the logical ability for all of those toys.
Where they maybe they should have just done part 3 where they're like, we were giving him this upgrade chip and it allows him to. I don't fucking know. Maybe not. Whatever.
I do agree with you.
Yeah, it allows for just some fun, cool shit,
and it modernizes the movie.
Yes,
right?
Yes. Again, fresh take, people. So the asshole boyfriend, so like Chucky like turns on, I don't know if it's a smart tiller or if it was a Caslin product or if he just had turned it on, but he turns on like a yard tiller and the boyfriend's like lying on the ground like helpless, and then he just fucking tills the front of this guy's face, then comes around with his knife, and then Chucky just starts stabbing him repeatedly over and over again. Then we cut to the police are there, the detectives, and they're like inspecting the crime scene, and they look, and we get a shot, and his fucking face has been cut off of his scalp, or off of his skull. Heinous. He has no fucking face. That is a heinous shot. Do you remember, this is clever, do you remember why he does this? So there's a reason Chucky does this. because he does something with the face.
Like somebody puts this on.
He gives the face, he puts it on like a watermelon and gives it to Andy as a gift because he doesn't understand that. Like he thinks like, look, I killed that guy that you didn't like, right? It's a gift. And he specifically takes his face off because earlier in the movie, the kids are watching Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and there's a shot, and they loved it. And there's a shot where Leatherface is holding up the guy's face.
This must be what kids like. Yeah,
clever.
Yeah,
that's clever.
I mean, it does lead into possibly the worst plot device. That gift wrapped watermelon is the worst part of
it was
this
kind of
movie.
stupid.
Yeah,
Like,
and it goes on for too long.
I agree. It gets a little like,
what are you doing?
I know the Scooby-Doo gang running around. I agree. Yeah. The maintenance man kills good. He's like, Chucky turns on all the products and like he turns on this buzz saw on the table, and then the guy's like holding a pipe, and then Chucky just raises the temperature on the thermostat so it's like scalding hot, and then he ends up like having to let go because his
toes are like basically just dangling. You know it's gonna happen.
Yeah, and then he just lands fucking crotch first on this goddamn giant huge radial saw, and it's like, oh, fuck you, you creepy piece of shit. Because there was like this creepy guy that was like, turns out he's been like spying on because he's the maintenance guy, but he controls all the cameras.
He's been installing cameras since the beginning.
And he's got hidden cameras because he's got one in like Karen's bathroom. And he's like spying on like Andy's mom, being like, oh yes. It's like, you fucking piece of shit.
Full skeeve.
Yeah, he's a skeeve, right? There's also a funny moment where there's like a dork working for the Buddy 2 launch event. He has like this big doofy head. And he's like, oh, fuck my life. And he puts on like his buddy head and he's like, for like the launch event. And all the kids are like, yay. And then like Chucky like stabs him in the throat. And then like he's like, he stumbles out as all the kids, everyone starts clapping, and this little girl walks up to him, and then he like takes the head off, and then blood just sprays all over the front of this little girl. You can't tell me you didn't find that funny.
I was thinking it's just filling up the inside of that mask while he's
right. And then the little girl just gets like, they cover this. Yeah, it's that whole end sequence is awesome, where it's just chaos.
It's just pure cocaine.
It's
at that
just
point.
It's awesome. Yeah, it's so fucking over the top.
Before you forget,
go for it.
What did you think of Aubrey Plaza? I think
I only have one negative. So I quick positive. The detective in this movie, Brian Tyree Henry. I like that actor. Yep. He's in a lot of good shit. He's really good in this. He fits the dark tone because he's a good comedic actor. He fits the dark tone of this film perfectly.
Yep.
He works really well. Aubrey Plaza works for dark comedy. She doesn't work for her role. She's playing the wrong character. Brian Tyree Henry, his character, I like. He has got a kind of a cute little relationship with Andy.
Yeah.
Like he kind of bonds with him early in the movie, and they kind of set up that he might have a little, like maybe there's going to be a romance with Karen. It's like Karen's with this douchebag. She should be with the good guy. They don't do that.
They don't really go with that. Yeah.
I figured you would like that. They don't go for the obvious.
Yeah.
They tease it, but then they're like, nah, whatever. They don't need to do that, right?
Like not every character that's female has to be with every character that's male, right?
Exactly. Aubrey Plaza. I love Aubrey Plaza. She's really good in everything she's in. She's fine in this. She's miscast. That's the problem.
You unfortunately, you're expecting something with. I'm all about actors playing against type, like Robin Williams in Good Will Hunting, right? He's not a funny character, right? So you're expecting him to go one way, and he goes the other.
Robin Williams in 1 Hour Photo.
Yeah, right, exactly, right? So, Jim Carrey did this a few times. He had some serious roles, right? So it's not that you can't do that.
The Cable Guy.
Yeah.
I love the Cable Guy. Yeah. I'm serious, the Cable Guy, yeah.
But I couldn't, for whatever reason, I couldn't separate myself from,
I couldn't buy her as that. Like, she's such a departure from Catherine Hicks loving like mom, and it's like there were, I get that it's almost like they tried to update it where it's like, we talked about like what elements do you take and how far do you go in a remake. This is a part where I agree with you. They go too far because they're like, well, we got to make her young and hip. She's got to be nothing like Catherine Hicks.
No, she's still got to be the mom though. Like
yes,
right,
and she feels like his sister. And
Yeah.
in fact, they even like established this. So it's like, we get it. It's like Andy's got like a young hot mom, and like he walks in on her and her boyfriend making out, and like they're clearly trying to make this clear. It's like she's the young, hot, hip, cool mom. When the one friend comes over, he's like, "Your sister's pretty hot."
Hey, ready? Hug? Yeah. Be back later.
Your sister's pretty hot.
Dude, that's my mom.
Even hotter.
And that's exactly it. It feels like his hot sister. It doesn't. There's at no point does she really feel motherly. Yeah. It's that. That's the weakest part of this film for me.
But doing that didn't aid the plot. Like it wasn't like there was a reason.
No,
So
it almost felt like they just did it because like who's hot right now? Aubrey Plaza. She's hot. Oh, she's a little too young to be his mom. Well, just say she had him when she was 16.
shoehorn it in, make it happen. Yeah.
Yeah, miscast.
So, yeah.
Miscast. She should have been.
I'm with you.
Yeah. That's it, buddy. Unless you have anything else to say, we are moving on. Nope, that's it. No, go ahead. What else you got?
No, you kind of.
I'll give you a final word.
Yeah, I think you've copied or you've.
I copied and pasted your notes when you were taking a piss.
Soundtrack done by the guy that did the soundtrack for Battlestar Galactica.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Bear McCreary.
Oh, that's cool.
Yep. So
awesome.
There you go.
Yeah, and the soundtrack's in this pretty good. Yeah, it's not. Yeah.
I think ultimately this was a great comment on AI and where it's going, and taking it to the extreme. But now it's not really quite as extreme as maybe we would have thought it would be like 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Right. It's a little bit too close to home now. But
if this were called Megan, it would have been a smash hit.
Yep.
And they proved that not long after this movie came out. So. That's the real crime. This movie's only crime is that it tries maybe too hard to be its own thing.
Tries to piggyback off of something that it just isn't.
And it doesn't. Right? Yeah, I said that the first time I watched it. I was like, if this were not called Child's Play, people would love this film.
Yep.
But because of that, there's certain expectations that come with it. I think time is going to look fondly. I think people will come around to this one a little bit. I don't think it gets the credit it deserves. I like it for how fresh it is, but I'm also somebody that when you're going to reboot or remake, just do your own fucking thing. I don't care how different it is.
Yeah.
Just take the little bits and do your own thing. I don't want you to do shot for shot. I don't need the formula. You can break formula a bit. As long as you have the basic elements, I'm cool. Do whatever. Yeah. I like fresh takes, I'm young. I'm cool. I'm the Aubrey Plaza at this desk.
So I hope you've enjoyed the last episode of Slash Cinema. No.
Okay.
Couple questions.
No. Let's do our recap our rankings real quick.
Yep.
So, Mark Skews, can you please do yours first? Your of the Child's Play franchise, your worst to best.
All right. Starting at the bottom, number 8, I have Bride of Chucky. Moving on to number 7, I have Seed of Chucky. Moving on to number 6, Child's Play from 2019. Number 5, Child's Play 2. Number 4, Child's Play 3. Number 3, Cult of Chucky. Number 2, Child's Play the original. And then number 1, Curse of Chucky.
All right.
Mr.
And
Justin.
my list, my number 8, Seed of Chucky. My number 7, Cult of Chucky. My number 6, Curse of Chucky. My number 5, Child's Play 3. My number 4, Child's Play the remake 2019. My number 3, Bride of Chucky. My number 2, Child's Play. And my number 1 Chucky film of all time is Child's Play 2. There it is.
All right.
And now we have 2 questions we're going to quickly answer. I'll let you go first. Apparently we had 2. I couldn't remember the second one, but I already know what my favorite kill is. What is your favorite Chucky death, meaning how he dies in the franchise, and what is your favorite Chucky kill, meaning who he kills?
Mm-hmm.
So the thing with Chucky is you can do a lot to him, and because he's kind of just this soul that keeps going into other bodies, you can really fuck him up. And in some of these movies, they really fuck him up, and they kind of puss out on other ones. But there's a lot you can do with that.
There's a lot of creative space there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what is your favorite Chucky death?
I gotta go with part 1. Yeah. It was
I'm
the
right
most,
there with you,
it was
buddy.
the most humanistic.
I'm right there with you.
I when he's coming across like with this one eye out and I actually felt like he is inside of that body, charred to death, and yeah, it was
So I'm gonna. Can I please go through it because I have it beat for beat.
Yeah.
So this is right near the end of part 1. Karen and Andy, they light up the fireplace and seemingly burn Chucky to death.
Yep.
And you're like, okay, so this is let's pretend you're a new person watching this. It's the first time you've watched it, right? You don't know what's gonna happen. They burn the doll alive, and you're like, okay,
he's screaming.
He's oh yeah, right, and it's brutal.
Yeah.
And it's like a human being being roasted alive, and you're like, okay, it's over. And the music, it slows down, the tension's gone, and then they get that. We see that shot of the charred, like mark on the carpet, and Chucky's body is suddenly not there.
Yep.
And bam, Chucky is not dead. He's still alive. And we get this amazing, fully animatronic charred Chucky doll walking towards Karen and Andy. It just looks so fucking good.
Inexorable. Like it's
that
it won't
fucking
be
effect.
stopped. Yeah.
It's exactly like a Terminator moment. It's literally a Terminator moment. It's like Terminator coming out of the fire after that explosion in Terminator 1, right? It's like borderline unstoppable. Karen then locks herself and Andy in the bedroom, and Chucky starts stabbing through the door, trying to get at them. She grabs the detective's gun and pulls Andy out into the hall. And this right here is Chucky. This horrific, he is almost, he has a force of nature at this point. She starts shooting him, and he's just not stopping.
Right.
And she shoots him, and he keeps walking. She shoots again, and she blows his fucking arm off. And then she aims, and boom, blows his fucking head off. And you're like, okay, she got him.
Yeah.
It's over. But no, fuck you. After the doll has finally stopped moving. Okay, so like she blows off the arm, she blows off the leg, she blows off the fucking head. So the head gets blown off. It's still walking towards her, and she has to literally blow off pieces of it to make the fucking thing fall. So then the thing is like writhing on the ground, just this like dismembered body, and she unloads a few more rounds and it finally stops. And you're like, okay, now it's over.
Yeah.
So then Norris's partner shows up, and the tense music stops, and you take a fresh breath, and you're like, okay, now we're gonna hit the wrap up, the end of the movie. And Norris is like, the kid was right, Chucky is alive. And his partner is like, what the fuck are you talking about? He's like, go see for yourself, but don't touch it.
Yep.
We get this great shot when he like slowly walks up to the head. And it's actually tense where you're like, is that fucking thing going to come alive?
Are those teeth going to like open up again?
Right. And it's because I think the face is just kind of like,
yeah.
And you're like, oh my God, just be careful. And it subverts your expectations because you're expecting it to just come alive, but it doesn't. And he grabs it and he's like rattling it and he's like, this thing's deader than a fucking doorknob. Like, and he brings it in, he starts chastising his partner. He's like, look, the thing's dead. He like puts it up on like a shelf, and then bam, Chucky's fucking body, the body that was lifeless body on the ground, bursts through like a vent in the wall and then starts like strangling his partner. Meanwhile, the head now is reanimated and starts talking again and is like, kill him, strangle him. And they end up throwing the doll and the head onto the wall. And what a fucking horrific, like such a cool effect. It looks real.
Yep.
The doll's face is still moving while the body is moving separately and trying to right itself and stand up.
Yep.
And then Karen yells at Norris, who gets the gun again in his hand, and she tells him to shoot Chucky in the heart. He blasts the doll, and this giant spray of blood just paints the fucking back of him. And it is such a satisfying spray of blood where you're just like, oh, you fuck. Now you finally fucking got it, right? And then we get the body slumps over. We get a close-up of the head. This is so perfect. The dismembered head, still talking, says, in Brad Dourif's voice, "Hi, I'm Chucky. Wanna play?" And then the voice eerily cuts back to the actual good guy doll voice, and it's like this extended, eerie, just version.
Hi, I'm Chucky. Wanna play?
It's perfect, dude. That wanna play. It's as if his soul left the doll at that moment.
So we can agree on one thing tonight.
It's a perfect Chucky death. That's the best one. I almost picked part 2. Honorable mention to part 2. I think part 2 is really good too. Yeah, part 2 also it's just part 2 is very over the top. It's like part 2 is the big budget version of that one.
Right.
Yeah.
Putting the hose into him and blowing him up was a little bit.
Right. Part 2 is the big budget version of this.
Yep.
I just think this death, it perfectly nails how almost nigh unkillable Chucky is.
Right.
And this sequence is probably the most horror film the franchise ever was.
Yeah.
Is this. That charred fucking doll coming towards you and you not being able to stop the thing, even after you blow it to pieces, and it's still the head talking when it's not attached.
Right.
Oh,
it's good.
It's really good. Yeah, it's really good. And your favorite kill in the entire franchise?
Favorite kill actually is one from Curse of Chucky.
I was trying to think of which one this is.
Yeah, it's the one where I think it's the father, where he takes the hammer and he smacks basically his lower jaw.
His whole jaw just comes off.
But it's part of his neck as well. Like he's got his exposed trachea underneath.
Yeah.
When we're watching these movies,
it's kind of jarring.
It is.
Yeah, it comes out of nowhere where it's like, whoa.
Yeah, it's a little
because the priest's death was cartoony.
Right.
This feels grounded, where you're just like, whoa.
Yeah, all of these horror movies that we watch, the deaths there are expectation of what a movie death would be, but they're not realistic. Even when they try to do it realistic, for good reason, they don't do it realistic. This one felt a little too, oh my God. Like, he didn't just knock his head off like you would expect with a hammer blow.
Right.
No, it kind of tore part of his face and neck
it's
off.
brutal.
Yeah,
it's brutal.
And exposing, it was like, ugh. Like, it was very jarring.
Say hi to the little woman for me.
There's some visceral kills in that one though, because the knife in the eye for the sister. Yeah.
So that was my favorite one because it was just, I was not expecting that. And when I saw it, I was like, ugh, is he actually dead? First of all, because maybe he survived that. Maybe he didn't, but
I don't know.
Yeah. So that's my favorite. Yourself?
My number one is, I've already said it, is the campy kill in the factory where the poor worker gets the Chucky doll eyes just jammed into his eye sockets, and he literally becomes a living, a human doll. It's so over the top.
If this doesn't tell you exactly the difference between, I go for the most horrific one. Justin goes for the most
fun,
campy and stupid and fun
That's
one.
the most fun one. Yep. It's so stupid. It's so over the top.
Good call. Good choice.
There it is, folks.
All right.
We went way later than I thought we were going to. This is actually going to be a much longer podcast than I was expecting. Who would have thought? Yep. I didn't think we were going to have this much to say about these films, but we did. And it turns out, I think part of it was we disagreed so much.
Yep.
So there was a lot of back and forth on that, but I don't know.
There's a lot more to this franchise than I thought there was going to be before we started.
I thought this was going to be a pretty lean podcast, and I'm looking at the runtime, and I know how long this is going to be to edit. So, yeah, but that being said, I'm glad we did it. I think this was a good discussion. There's some interesting hot takes on both sides. We've returned back to base again. We will return with a future installment. I think the remake Child's Play might have teased what franchise we're going to tackle next. I'll leave it at that. I'll let you guys figure that out. Until next time, we will be back. Thanks for listening. Thanks for watching, however you're getting this. All of our podcasts, the audio only is available on all streaming platforms like Apple Podcasts and fucking Spotify, all that shit. All those links are in the description. If you're not subscribed, subscribe, you fuckers. It helps.
Come on, it's time.
No, it honestly helps a lot for the algorithm. If you want other people to find these stupid rambling videos that we do, you subscribe, like these videos. It makes honestly a huge difference in the algorithm. So please, if you have not done that, do that. I feel dirty even asking it, but it's unfortunately a reality that we live in. And I want to quickly mention our highlight clips are way more popular than our actual full podcast that we do. I get it, guys. These are 4-hour plus marathons.
We're all busy.
I totally get it. But again, I want to reiterate, you can tackle these podcasts in chunks. There's time codes. I always put time codes in the description so you can just go to, all right, let's hear them talk about Child's Play 1, 2, and 3. That's all I'm going to watch or listen to today. Then you can immediately go back and just skip right to Child's Play 4. The time code the timestamps are there.
Right.
So it's very easy to skip around. But if that's not for you and you just want to listen to the highlight clips, that's fine. I'm going to keep doing highlight clips. But I'm going to reiterate, the highlight clips are not every entry. I'm not doing a highlight clip for every film we talk about in the Master podcast. That's not happening. That's too cheap. So you're going to get most of them, but you're not getting all of them. So just know that if you want the full content, if you want to hear us talk about all of these, you're going to have to at some point go back to that Master video. So just, but I get it. It's a 6-hour. I wouldn't want to listen to us talk for, editing this is torture. I have to listen to it over and over and over and I'll say the same bullshit.
Right.
So, yeah. All right. That's it. We will return. See you guys in a couple months. Bye for now.